get money. money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money. wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you. can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide, still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide, still I rise.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Europe. As I said, we are back. It is week 2 and it is time for the play-ins. After 2 days of open qualifiers, we are down to just 8 teams, and these guys will be competing over the next 2 days to get one step closer to that qualification spot for Masters. I am Yinsu and I am joined by our resident Sova lookalike Lothar and the man of the hour, Mitch. Guys, I cannot believe we are once again deep into Challengers competition. Lothar, what did you get up to in the week to fill your void when competitive Valorant wasn't on?
Well, it wasn't on in Europe, but it was also on in other regions. I really like to just watch some other regions play during the evening, in my time at least, you know, so I enjoyed that. And the grind to Radiant still ensues for me for in the ranked, you know. I was like at 300 rating points and then I fell down to 150, so it was a little bit sad.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the story of my life in ranked games. I'm perpetually going down. Mitch, I know you've been very busy as well over the past weeks, but we've got some spicy games coming up over the next 4 days. What are you most looking forward to?
I have to say, for me, the game that's like the game of the week would be Fnatic versus Guild, and there's so many storylines there. You know, obviously Fnatic had a little bit of a stumble in week 1, making it through to this stage now in the play-ins. Guild, well, they've had a couple of stumbles recently, and in fact, the last few months are nothing but not making it into First Strike was the first over in December, and it just hasn't stopped since then. So there's a lot on the line between these two teams. They both have something to prove, and I think they'll both deliver a very good series for us tomorrow.
I am very much looking forward to that as well. But before we go into the games, I want to make sure that everybody at home who's watching are aware that we have had a format update. So unlike Challengers week 1, week 2 has been operating a little bit more differently for the better. So going into the open qualifiers this week, 14 teams were already seeded based on their performance from Challengers 1. So essentially, the 4 teams that lost at the play-ins and the 8 teams from the round of 16, as well as the top 2 teams that fell in the best of 1, managed to bypass the first round of the qualifiers this week. But more importantly, only the first round, so round of 256, was a best of 1, which means teams in all of the preceding rounds have played best of 3 series, and that will also include the ones that are coming up for the rest of this week as well. But here is a quick video to give you a little bit more information about our tournament format.
Hey agents, are you ready for the best Valorant players in the world? 2021 is the kickoff of the Valorant Champions Tour. This covers the world of Valorant esports on 3 levels. The Challengers start it all off. 3 times a year, they give every player the chance to prove themselves competitively with their team. Thousands of teams compete against each other online in all regions for 6 weeks. Each team can play its way to the next round via open qualification rounds. But what does that mean exactly? The first Challengers weekend is about 4 slots for the top 8 of the second Challengers weekend. Hundreds of teams can start their Valorant adventure there again. The best 4 of them will then meet the 4 teams from the first edition and fight for a place in the Regional Masters. But for 5th to 8th place, it's not over yet. You can try out your luck again in the third Challengers weekend against the best new qualifiers to still make it to the Regional Masters in March. This is where the best players from their regions clash. And that means the top teams will be crowned from Europe, Turkey and Russia. This cycle is repeated in May and June, before we finally see the Valorant Champions Tour in all its glory from July 2021. The third Challenger stage is then expanded to include the EMEA Challenger Finals, which sends the winners from their region to the first International Masters. There it goes offline for the best teams from all over the world for the last Masters title in 2021. Cool, right? And we haven't even talked about the Valorant Champions. If you want to know more, you can find all information about the Valorant Champions Tour on vct.gg.
So, with all of the changes in mind, let's talk about the bracket and how it is looking right now. As usual, we do have a couple of surprises, but not as many as week one, because less of the victims, teams have been falling victim to that best of one format. Honestly, I'm starting to love the depth and competitiveness of the EU scene. And as I said, the current bracket, we have two, I would say, quite visible teams that are missing. Mitch, we will talk about Team Liquid, of course, versus Alliance a little bit later, but no Team Vitality. How surprised are you that they didn't manage to make it this far?
Look back at last week. We had Heretics fall in a BO1. That's acceptable, right? It happens. Any team can lose a best of one. But when it comes down to Vitality, they lost a best of three. It's pretty tough for them to go out to, it was Ipon, who then lost to Team Dfuse, right? So it was a double whammy almost, because they didn't, if you lose to the team that went through, it's like, well, maybe they were just really good. But in fact, there's two teams there that are now weighted above them in their bracket. And this is another hit to Vitality, having not made it in the previous week as well, that it's starting to weigh up, really, because this is an organization that has a lot of hype behind it. Every single individual player has got a lot of hype behind them as well. And yet, the results just aren't there yet. It's quite a surprise, honestly, looking at how much skill they've got. And I wonder, how are these guys going to perform under the pressure now with just one last chance next week to make it through?
Well, Lothar, are there any other teams that you feel like maybe either should be here in the top 8 or at least could have made it this far?
Well, there's a big elephant in the room, right? And that's Team Liquid. And they were playing against Alliance. And I know, Mitch, you're gonna just shake your head at what I'm saying right now, but on paper, I think everyone apart from you would have picked Team Liquid against Alliance. But it turns out Alliance actually beat Liquid 13-1 on Icebox, which sets a big precedent, and hopefully will be very intimidating for other teams to play Icebox against them as well. But for me, that shows how competitive our region is, and that is awesome. To a team that is, well, let's say newish, right? Alliance is not like, a set name in the European teams yet, but it should be now. It shows that everyone can show up and everyone can beat anyone. So it's fascinating for us and very exciting for us to watch those matches, because you never know what's going to happen.
Of course, anyone can beat anyone, but if the 8 teams over the next 2 days that we have in Challengers 2 want to make it to Masters, they have to face the 4 teams that made it through last week, and that is Wave, Nip, FPX, and of course OG, who used to be called Monkey Business. Mitch, how impressed were you with the caliber of competition we saw here last week?
Looking back at last week, you have to admit, like, the level of teams that we had being knocked out was pretty spectacular. Okay, we can talk about the brackets and how they formed up a little bit. It led to some games like FPX versus Liquid, where only one of those top ones would go forward, but you still had so many teams drop in the early stages that we thought would make it through, and it's a great sign for European Valorant that this is something that can happen. I mean, we know that Fnatic are a solid team, and yet Wave was able to beat them. And then even moving further on, I think OG versus Vitality, or Monkey Business as they were known at the time, and then later on versus Guild, were 2 more upsets that we saw come along the way. NIP versus G2 being the one that people talked about the most then. That just shows how deep the skill pool of EU is, and we've said this time and time again, and the reason that we always highlight it is because back in the day, right, G2 won every single tournament for nearly a year straight. First Strike rolls around, that's the first big one, they won all the Ignition events, it meant nothing to them by the end of it. It's like, oh, just another title, isn't it? But First Strike meant something, and they lost out on that. And we sit there going, is it just a fluke? Is it a one-off? And no, again and again, we are seeing teams challenge and surpass them, and then surpass each other as well. There's a brawl now for that top spot in Europe.
Well, Lothar, looking at these 4 teams, Wave, Nip, FPX, and OG, which one of these teams do you feel like will be the toughest for the challengers, I guess, coming into this, no puns intended, to take down?
If I would have to face one of those teams, I would say FPX would probably be the one that I'll be worried the most about, since they're just, they're a huge name right now in the Valorant scene, and they're very consolidated in the playstyle. Angelo is a fantastic IGL that also frags, and he has shown down over and over again. but I cannot just dismiss the way Monkey Business played 2 weeks ago, and they are now under the name OG. By the way, congrats for the team. That's awesome that they got picked up. And OG was showing us that they are a new name that we should pay attention to, especially Elements. Elements was absolutely phenomenal. 2 weeks ago, he was, I don't want to say that he carried the team, but he had a showing. He basically had some rounds when he won by himself, right? Which puts the map on a spot for the opponents. But it feels like the team was just playing well as a coherent unit. So I loved it. Both FPX and OG for me are those teams that probably will make it this week.
I'm looking forward to what Element does with the Reyna changes, because as you said, Lothar, he was absolutely fantastic on that agent. And speaking of people being fantastic on their agents, here are the top 5 plays from the first week of Challengers.
Recall, once they heard the steps, they realized these guys are playing off ult orbs. Well, that's just pre-nated. Chihuahua! What is that? Shot after shot connect. This guy's a beast. We've talked about him a million times, and let's add one more to the count.
But is this town big enough to for every single sheriff?
Having none of it. Sky going to try and facilitate some room for Scream to work in towards, and off he goes, looking for more, but there is a player towards the back of side. He isolates one, looks for a second, he knows Shadow's there, he got Xiao, and you're going to see the flashes, everything invested. Seekers go out, looks to the right, gets him, zip out, he needs another, he gets another. It's 3, it's always Scream every single time.
Scream now has to reposition, he finds the 4. Oh my word. He's going to go for the ace. Demon 6 super low HP. There you go. Scream. A Blade Storm ace.
Another towards Sewer. Eccles does get a free 1v1. Trade, where is it? It was looking like Angel wanted to try and lean towards that. Now you can see Eccles does get another opportunity in a 1v1. What are FPX doing? This is not what I expect from these guys. Allowing 1v1s to be found in unfavorable scenarios. And Eccles does it again. He's just big brain Shadow.
The paranoia was perfect.
7. You know, it's
Still no one died.
But obviously, one hit to any weapon. Unko, the one to take down Leo, is Element. That could be the kill he needs. There's the heal. He's being spammed, but he gets another. Double healed up now. 150 health. Element, absolute beast. One after another, they fall to him. The spike now being diffused. They have to stick it, and Element takes the 4th, wins the round.
Oh my god.
They did not expect that from Element. 7 HP and a 4K. Hold on. What does he do?
But he doesn't
What does he
know-
do?
he
Does he
doesn't know
take
if
the
there's a
frag?
race.
You wait for the other players to come by. There's one up close now, and a second kill. Dismiss out of there. He's still alive. 2 kills. Looking for more. 3. Element, you absolute monster. What is this? They won the round. It's a 4v1 off the back of an absolutely insane play by Element. The position was perfect. The patience was there. And now 10 seconds left for Draken to try and recover it. It is not going to happen. That's Scott. He wins it on the zip line. Come on, Element. Get out of here.
They're nothing to me.
Whew. I mean, if I were Guild, I'd probably still be having some flashbacks from those Element Reigners, because my goodness, that was a next level. But of course, before our 8 teams this week can think about what they're going to do and who they'll be playing in the final playoffs, they have to get through the play-in stage first. And here is today's schedule. First up, Alliance will be taking on Dfuse team. After that, G2 are making their return. Of course, they were knocked out last week, so they will be facing Animel after the first match. Tomorrow, Fnatic will also be taking on Guild for the first time ever, followed by Heretics versus OG. And as I said, Alliance versus Dfuse will be up first, and I had the pleasure of speaking to their captain, Firoth, earlier. And I'm joined by Alliance's captain, Firoth. Thank you so much for joining me on the stream today. Last night you played a hell of a best of 3 against Team Liquid, which we didn't get to catch, but I wanted to get some of your thoughts and for you to talk me through what happened in that series last night.
Last night, game 1 against Liquid, I think we were winning 5-1 at the start of the game on Haven, on map 1. And then they came back really, really strong. They got into their own game, you know. The problem is that, we overthinked a bit, and in the end, we just lost the game. So we came up on map 2 on Icebox, and I said to the boys, guys, we have to play our own game. Don't overthink anything. Play it simple. Just destroy them. We won it 13-1. It was hell of a game. And then on map 3, it was a great fight. Honestly, Liquid are super good players. It's really hard to play against them. But, in the end, we won it, and we are super happy about it.
Yeah, no, it was definitely, I don't think, something that many people expected, especially that 13-1. Europe is very competitive right now, of course. But, last week you had that battle against FPX as well, and unfortunately you weren't able to come out on top. So tell me what you've been working on in this a week, and what was your, I guess, takeaway from that series now you've had a bit of time to reflect on it?
Well, we are a new team, so we don't have much time. We didn't have much time to prepare for the disqualifier. But since the defeat against FPX, which were really, really close games as well, we had more time to work on more setups, more situations, and we feel a bit more ready, now that it's after a bit of preparation. So also, we just focused on playing our own game and setting up the pace that we want in the game, that's really important to us. So we want the game to be intense, and we want it to be our pace, our way, and we like to do that in game, So we learned a lot from the game against FPX, yeah.
Like you said, you are a new team. There's obviously going to be some challenges. So what are some of the challenges you feel like you're facing? Because, you're an experienced player. You've been doing this for a while. So what's kind of new and different about this team? And what are some of the challenges you've had to put up with?
Well, it's a new team. And my job as a captain is to make sure that all my players are really happy. My job is to give them the structure so that everything runs smoothly, both in and out of the game. And above all, my job is to ensure that their potential is fully unleashed. Because I can tell you the team that we have put together at Alliance is made up of players who have the potential to compete against any team, any player, and they are insane. So, it's a new system. We have to build everything from scratch. We have to work on a lot of things in-game, a lot of things outside of the game as well, because this is how a team works. And, step by step, we are getting there. And no matter what happens today, if we lose, if we win, we are going to learn from both scenarios, and that's what matters,
Well, let's just really quickly talk about today, because you, 5 of you, have never actually faced this team, Dfuse, before. So what are you expecting from this matchup later?
I don't really have any expectation, they've been together since the game came out. I think the pressure is on their side, and we are just going to play our game. That's it. We know them, obviously, especially me and Kada as French players. We know them. We've played against them in France a lot a few months ago. I think they have improved since then. I hope so. And I think this is going to be a great series, We're going to have fun. We're going to play our game, and that's it. We don't really have any expectations. We want to win this, and we are going to win this.
I love that. Thank you so much. And as you said, it is going to be an exciting matchup, and I for sure am looking forward to seeing what you guys can do. Thank you, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you very much. See you.
Okay, I'm very sorry, guys. We are just experienced some technical difficulties. I was actually muted. These things happen when we're doing the show from home, unfortunately. I just wanted to quickly clarify a couple things that I said before the interview portion. During the schedule, Heretics will be playing a Shakalaka tomorrow, not OG. That was a bit of a slip of the tongue, but we'll see. I could just be, 5,000 IQ and predicting what's happening on Sunday, but we shall see. But back to Firoth's interview. Mitch, he pointed out, he spoke to us about the Liquid series. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. But from the way that he was talking about it, it was a lot closer than maybe what the scoreline was dictating.
Yeah, I mean, look, on Icebox, not so much. We know that Team Liquid are an insane attacking side team just for playing post plants, and they actually managed to get a lot of plants versus us where that post plant utility becomes very scary, but we are ready for it. I guess obviously a lot of work has gone in over the last couple of months to prepare for teams like them, like FPX and G2. But then coming into the other maps, it was insane. Liquid played so damn well. Obviously, I was there watching the game with the guys, and like seeing what they were able to deliver from Liquid. I mean, sure, the first map, Scream was nearly 30 kills, but it was also just they were playing so well around him. It was difficult to see an opening and a way in. That final map, it ended up being 13-9, if memory serves me correctly, and it was a couple of clutches, honestly, that separated the victory from the loss on that one. They went towards Alliance, but Liquid were very, very close to it. It was such a good game to watch as well. I'm sad that y'all didn't get to see it.
Lothar, Firoth also spoke about, some of the struggles that these guys would sort of go through when you're coming in with a roster that's a bit newer in comparison to some of the other teams. And if we look at Dfuse, these guys have been around for a while now. They've played together in big tournaments. Do you think maybe this is an advantage they could have over a team like Alliance?
It's kind of hard to say. Dfuse team, which was known before as opportunist, is suffering from something that I really I'm not envious about. They are always one step away from qualifying for the main event. They did that for the First Strike event. They did that for the Red Bull Homeground event. They're always one match away. And they're almost one match away as well here. They'll have to defeat Alliance. They will have to defeat maybe Wave, right? To qualify. So this is another step for them to be that team that will be playing in the next like the main event, maybe some bigger event like here with the Masters. So I feel like the reason why they didn't disband and are still playing in the exact same lineup is because they do believe in each other, and this is why they are sticking with each other for such a long time, which is awesome to see. I feel like they're going here as a confident team, into this match, and they have nothing to lose.
I mean, if you look at the teams that Alliance have beat as well, Team Liquid have been around for, I guess, arguably longer than this Dfuse team have. So do you feel like maybe that doesn't play into it as much? Or Mitch, I guess you can give us a little bit more of an insight, perhaps on what the boys have been working on, because they don't look like a team or feel like a team or seem like a team that's only been around for, a month and a half?
Yeah, just a little under a month and a half at this point, even before the announcement. So the thing for Alliance is that they're sort of untested as a team right now. Okay, they played against FPX. That was a loss, close-ish game, like 13-9, 13-7. They beat all these kind of lower level teams like your Honks, your Cream Real Betises. And then Liquid was definitely, I agree, it was an upset. On paper, Liquid should have won that game. At the moment, it's hard to pin exactly where Alliance is in the European rankings, whereas I think we have a pretty good idea. Whenever Dfuse team plays against your FPXs or any team up there, they're not able to deliver or even get into the stage of a tournament where they're playing against that kind of team. But when they take on the kind of top 20s, they're pretty consistent. They've figured it out. So I agree with Lothar there in that you shouldn't see Dfuse like disband this lineup, because they've done the groundwork to get to the point that they're just outside the door, right? Mm-hmm. There's a house party with all the tier 1 teams, and they're sat in the garden listening to the music through the triple glazed windows. It's not as fun, but it's better than being at home by yourself.
Yeah, well, socially distant.
Of course.
Let's, promote some safety here. But I love hearing Firoth saying that he sort of know these guys well. And I assume because, he's played against these guys before, he knows what they do. The map vetoes could maybe play into that. And we do have them already here. So let's look at this. I am fully expecting, the bind especially being banned out if the Dfuse have done their homework. Because, of course, Alliance don't, Mitch, we haven't seen them play Bind. I won't say that they don't play Bind. But of course, yep, Bind and Icebox have indeed been taken away. Lothar, we've got Haven, Ascent, and Split, and of course Dfuse. They do tend to favor the Haven. They like that map, but that has been selected by Alliance. How important do you think, Lothar, it is for Dfuse to sort of come out of the gates hot and heavy and try and get one on the map as soon as possible?
I feel like they made the most important step so far already. They banned Icebox, which I feel is important against Alliance, to not let them play on the map that they feel super confident, because, you know, winning 13-1 against Liquid on Icebox is a huge huge sign for everyone else to not play that map. And now with Haven as a first pick, I feel like they have decent chance, because when I see the stats, they are currently 4-2. In the past 3 months, they played this map 6 times, they won 4 times. So they're on a good footing. And against Alliance, I feel like since Dfuse is a team that has no star player, this is very important actually to say. All of their players are very close to each other when it comes to stats. So that means that they're very well rounded against, and they play well of each other. And I feel like Haven is one of those maps, and Icebox, by the way, that do favor teams that are well coordinated, because it's such a complicated map to play. So I really hope that they're gonna actually show that on Haven so far.
Well, Mitch, you know, Fearoth was super confident before the map, before the match even. How confident do you think they would be now, seeing how the map vetoes?
I think this is exactly what was expected. You know, Bind obviously being a map that at the moment isn't being played or hasn't been played by Alliance. I'm not going to say too much on that, but Icebox, we knew they were going to ban that. And everybody, you look at that result yesterday from Liquid, I think there's alarm bells going off, going, don't play them on Icebox, don't do it. Don't take the risk. So yeah, it was going to be Haven, Split, and Ascent. Those maps are relatively comfortable. You look at Haven as a pick. It's somewhere that Alliance have played 7 times. They've lost twice, and those are to FPX and Liquid. Other than that, it's been 13-5 or more, even more convincing, down to your 13-2s and 13-1s. Again, though, the teams that they've played, that they're beating against, I don't think are quite on the same level as Dfuse. I would pin them above all those other teams. Like Cream Real Betis maybe a little closer, but even still. So I think Dfuse team have got a somewhat of an opportunity to get into this for sure. I see 3 maps in this series, and I'm actually really excited for this one, just to see how it goes, because either way, it's going to be a great game.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance have only dropped 2 maps outside of that FPX series, which I think is pretty impressive. And Mitch, since you've already sort of taken the reign of getting into a few predictions, I think we should go for it. It's definitely a 2-0 to Dfuse for you, isn't it, Mitch?
100%. Alliance, bunch of noobs. Who even put these guys on a team together? Come on. No, I have to put it on record. I'll give it 2-1 to Alliance on this. If they lose, it will be the Analysts' fault, 100%.
Yeah, I heard that Analysts doesn't do anything anyway, so who knows? Lothar, what do you think? Who are you leaning towards?
You know, again, I will say on paper, I would say Alliance will take it, but I'm hoping for a good match, and I really don't like blowouts. I don't like watching blowouts. 2 hours just like nothing interesting, unless they're very close matches, because then you know they could have gone either way. So I'm just hoping that both teams will have a good showing, will have a good show to watch, and yeah. That's about it. So, but on paper, Alliance takes it.
Well, I feel like I haven't seen Dfuse play, you know, in an official on-stream best of 3 for a while now. I think since First Strike. Yeah, so it's kind of difficult to judge, because if we take it home ground as an example, all of the teams improved so much in the off-season. Look at the way the NIP have come out, you know, even FPX to an extent, you know, they've fixed a few of their issues as well. So on that basis, and on the basis that I don't want this to be like an Alliance fanboy desk, I'm gonna lean towards Dfuse, but I will also say a 2-1, just because I feel like you said, Lothar, I do want 3 maps. The more maps, the better. But before we move to Asian Select, I feel like they're just kind of setting it up. They're going to be ready soon. Mitch and Lothar, I wanted to ask both of you, because if we're looking ahead, then, you know, this game is a big game, but whichever team that wins this one will play Wave. And whichever team that beats Wave or Wave manages to beat will be the first team that qualifies for the first Masters of this year, which is incredibly exciting. So, looking at these three teams, which team would you say probably has the better chance, Mitch?
Well, I mean, if you're looking down to, first of all, Wave, they're definitely I don't want to be cruel, but the easiest opponent on paper in that final spot. But I think like your OGs, your FPX, your NIPs, they're tough right now. NIP came out of the gate last week and they were unreal, or 2 weeks ago, I guess. Problem not being weekly. But yeah, like NIP were looking unbelievable because we had seen them be a little bit shaky. We're like, oh, I don't know if they're going to have the kind of the time to prepare yet, the firepower up in there. Obviously, we know JD's got it, but the rest of the team showed up. Existence was unbelievable. I loved seeing Ryan kind of find a little bit of his comfort zone after what we'd seen before. I think if I had to pick out of the four teams, though, that are going through next week, I'd side with Lothar on what he said earlier, that it's FPX that pretty much, in my mind, have that spot already with their name on it.
So, I mean, like you said, like everyone else is kind of a coin toss just because how competitive everything is in Europe right now. Lothar, I know you kind of wanted to talk about this before when we spoke in the break. We are not going to be playing on the newest patch. We are going to be playing on patch 2.02 because, competitively, we have to wait for 2 weeks before we can play on the new patch. So with that in mind, how different do you think it will be, given that, those Reyna changes haven't come in yet?
I feel like for Reyna changes, I would say that the pro player will benefit from it because you rarely will see Reyna just hugely pop off and get like 4 or 5 kills. Of course, it happened with Elements, but, that happens from time to time. But in general, Reyna will be more consistent. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams will actually pick her up a little bit more often than before, because she is, believe it or not, but I do think she is stronger in pistol rounds than she was before, because she just needs to tag someone and then she becomes a tank of 150 HP, even if someone else kills the target. So I'm actually really impressed with how the developers are listening to the feedback from the players, because I'm sure this is tailored. Those changes are being tailored towards the lower ranks, but at the same time, they're being tailored for the high level play as well. So they found the middle ground, how to make Reyna good still and playable on lower ranks, and while still being really competitive in the highest level of play, which is awesome. Just shows how the devs are caring about the community and the game itself.
Yeah. Well, what's important to mention there as well is that, when you've got 2 charges, it's only 3 kills or more that it affects now, because you can damage them and get the orb off it. There's more decision making to it. But let's say you are playing, the simplest way of assessing it is if you're a solo player, right? You're lurking on one side of the map with the Reyna and you're taking fights individually. Your ability to heal up or dismiss is going to be limited to the first 2 kills that you get in that instance. Element, as an insanely strong Reyna in the 2 maps that we've seen him absolutely dominate, averaged 1.4 kills per round. So he would need to be getting, like in the rounds where he's getting kills, it is 2 or 3, but it would have to be 4 or 5 for him to actually be nerfed, right? With the healing or the dismiss.
One more point to add to that. Typically, when you get like multiple kills off, right, you probably will have your ult ready. If you pop up the ult, you can still have 0 orbs ready, and then suddenly you have infinite amount of them. So there will be very small amount of spots in the game where you're gonna find yourself without any orbs.
Well, with the exception of the Reyna changes, because with the week 1 of challenges, we played on the older patch, and now we're onto 2.02, which means, Mitch, hopefully we're not going to have those kind of like run and gun phantom moments that's just tilting everyone into oblivion. So do you think that some teams might almost lose out now? That's kind of been nerfed and tidied up a little?
If I can take this one. I don't think this affects pro play, to be honest. Like all of those that complaining about running and gunning, I feel like in pro play, when the duels are taking milliseconds, people know how to play properly. They know how to counter strafe. They know how to take their duels. You have very, very rare occasions when someone is actually getting super lucky with a run and gun. It can happen. It can happen in any game. It's not limited just to Valorant, But if you take a rifle up close, and your opponent is like 2 meters away, obviously you're gonna try to change your positioning, especially since it punishes people who play on a really low sensitivity as well. But with those changes that were implemented, I feel like most players are just not affected, and it doesn't really change much for the high level of play.
Is that something you'd agree with?
Oh no, 100%. I'm with Lothar on that one. Running and gunning, even if you look at how much it changed when you're within those 2 to 5 meters, it's still viable, you know, considering the benefit that you get from movement. So when you go down to close range fights, even in your ranked games, you still see people doing it on the 2.02 patch. And for pro play, yeah, how long do those engagements typically last? Not long enough for it to really matter. The thing that I would say, though, obviously for people at home, we're talking about we're on the new patch where we're not on the new patch. Like we're 2.02, the one that's currently out with the frenzy nerf, the Marshall buff is, and the Stinger nerf as well is, and Reyna changes and so many more things is 2.03. So that will not be played until 2 weeks from now in the Challenger 3.
So the pistol round still probably will be a frenzy.
Yes, that's the important thing.
Yeah. Frenzy meta stay strong. You guys, we're still waiting for a couple players to get ready, but for now we have a video on how the Valorant esports in EU has got to where it is today.
Do you remember these pictures? A lot has happened since Valorant's announcement over a year ago. A successful beta launch, new agents, new maps, and above all, the first esports tournaments in Valorant. Established organisations ventured into the new tactical shooter. G2 Esports, Liquid or Ninjas in Pyjamas, big names who set up a roster in Valorant early on. And already with phenomenal players from various FPS shooters. Anyone who wanted to see how Mixwell with Jet or Scream on Reyna silenced their opponents had a lot of fun in 2020.
Oh, that's huge.
With the Ignition series, various organisers were invited to a professional esports tournament for the first time. These were dominated in the European editions by Mixwell's team G2 Esports. They came first 6 times. At the same time, the game was continuously optimised and the ranking system adapted for competitive players. 2020 culminated in Riot Games' first own tournament, Valorant First Strike. Worldwide, the best teams competed for the biggest title in 18 regions. First Strike raised the level again and even showed that G2 Esports is beatable.
Pit down in effort. The ace from Nuki closes this out. G2 eliminated here by Heretics.
Team Heretics, 100 Thieves, Force and BBL Esports are just some of the names who won their regional First Strike event and can now start 2021 with a lot of confidence. So a lot has happened over the past few months. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. The Valorant Champions Tour should take the esports experience to a new level. Teams such as Heretics, G2, Fun Plus Phoenix and many more are up for the fight, and the best stories in competitive Valorant are yet to be written. So buckle up, or as Raze would say,
Here comes the party!
It's actually crazy watching that video to see how far we've come, and always a big shout out to Jonas. Yeah, I wish he was here to sing with us, but we will see. But Mitch and Lothar, you know, watching that video, seeing how Valorant sort of came to be all the way from the beta, all the way through those Ignition series and First Strike, what do you think has been your, I guess, takeaway over the last 8-9 months now at this point? Mitch, I'll come to you first.
I mean, I fully expected to be sat in this position saying, oh, it's that G2 are unstoppable. But no, it's that it's taken a while, right, for players to really warm up and get themselves into a spot where there's enough depth to the game in terms of agents, in terms of maps, that you can't just going to do the same thing or be very comfortable and static. Now we're at a spot where anybody can really come up out of nowhere and become the top team or win an event, for example. And that's been fantastic to watch. For me, that's like the number one thing. The landmark of Valorant was when G2 started losing. It changed everything.
Well, Lothar, what have you made of, the progression of everything that's been happening in the Valorant scene ever since, I guess, around April of last year? Actually, I will hold that question because I do want to know your answer, Lothar, but Agent Select is ready and I don't want to keep everyone waiting for any longer. So you have extra long to think about your answer. So in the next break, when I come and ask you, you better give me a good one. But let's go into Agent Select. And now for the first map, of course, that is Haven between Alliance and Dfuse. It's taking a little while for that to come up, but it is ready and it is coming. If not, then Lothar, you're going to have to just give me that answer now.
But I think we're getting it right now.
Oh, yeah. But you can predict the future, Lothar. Lovely. Okay, so any first impression, anything that jumps out at you, Mitch? We're sort of still waiting for Alliance.
What are you doing, Kata? What are you doing? We discussed this. No, Kata's not going to pick Phoenix because if he does, I'm going to jump on a call real quick and have a chat. Looking over towards the defensive side here of Dfuse, they're starting on defense. Obviously, the pick was for Alliance. It makes sense. You want to start on a more comfortable side. Defending out. They've gone in for the Omen, and without anything else to patch up those smokes, I think they're actually kind of hurting themselves a little bit and pushing in towards some of these sites. But I guess because they've got the breach, they think that's going to be enough to bridge the gap. Combine that with the flashbang that your Omen has. I mean, this is exactly what Liquid ran, right? When we saw Eccles, he loves to play that aggression around short because Omen is just so strong there on A short, excuse me. Because he will just pop his paranoia and take those early engagements. So for Hoppy, I would really pay attention to how he uses that Omen because it's a choice that not a lot of players are going with. But Kriagon, he's done the same. And by the way, just for you guys, it is Kriagon. It took me a long time to figure that out.
Yeah, 6 is typically a G. That's correct.
If you say so. I did not know that.
I had no idea. Thank you for clarifying that. But Lothar, it looks like a mirror matchup. It looks like an identical team comp. So what do you make of this?
I'm a little bit surprised about the Omen picks. I personally really like Brimstone on Haven. I feel like he's actually very powerful at stopping a push on one of those 3 sides, and it can work on every single side as well. But I really like how the teams actually kind of shifted towards a team that always has flashes. Breach is something that we didn't see in every single pro team being picked, but more and more often we see that now teams are picking it up. I feel like many people were reserved to playing Breach because he's so expensive on the kit, and it's kind of hard to play with him. It's not really enjoyable when you have to play so many rounds with small shields because of that, but it's important. I feel like in current iteration of the pro play, if you don't have flashes at all in your composition, your opponents can have such a different approach to the game because they don't have to take specific angles to be not worried about flashes. Even like Phoenix flashes are actually very impactful, but Breach, it's insane. He has so many just spots that he can use that you need to have him basically.
Deploying drone.
All right, well, we go into the game.
It looks like it. Yeah, the boys are ready to go. We're rolling on in. Here we go with Haven. Now, when I look at Alliance versus Dfuse, starting on the attacking side is going to be Alliance, and it's a typical C crunch. Oh, going out there with the blast packs, and Looker's able to take not even the trade, kind of falls afterwards. And for Takis, Suck in the back of the site, Frenzy in hand, easily able to drop Looker, but he's got a little bit more to deal with. Players down on long, very low HP on the Killjoy, so that's going to be tough for Hype to take, and he fights! Up close, though, Kriagon, he snuck up. I don't know how he got past the Sova, with Logan finding a double kill. This one's looking like it's done and dusted, with Dfuse taking the pistol.
You know what's funny? I was taking a look at the stats of Haven speed execution of the teams, right? Both of the teams, both Dfuse and Alliance, do prefer to actually attack C and plant on C in the first 20 seconds. That's the most used strat from both of those teams, and we had actually seen this in the pistol round right here. Like instant attack on C. They didn't have the successful plant, but it seems like a set in stone strat for the first round.
Now you can see for Alliance, like the garage control straight away was important in the pistol, but in this one they're tending towards a more passive approach with Kriagon. He's got a shorty. The man loves the shorty. I haven't been able to convince him otherwise. We'll see if it gets him something.
It's so weird to have shorty on attack.
It is, isn't it? Maybe it's going to catch them off guard. You never know. I've seen it work less times than it fails. But you know what? We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's rushed into garage and actually made it to the C site, so he might actually catch him off guard here. Oh no!
6 HP left. Oh, so close, so close. Pre-nerf, that would have been enough.
Absolutely. If it was a classic, it would have been enough as well.
Yeah, but I just wanted to point out as well that attacking B is just so hard. It's like the easiest site to be taken back. Like post plant B is just so hard to defend. I don't know if you see stats from the teams as well. They basically never try to plant on B because it's such a hard site to defend and plant on. So I find it a bit surprising that they tried to do it even on eco, but maybe that was the surprise thing that can happen, you know, against a lot of teams, especially since both of those teams are not playing Sage. So there's no wall to stop anyone going into that B. I like this. The early arrow into the A lobby, but no orb control, by the way, which I find surprising since no one was in the lobby as well. That's something that I feel like a lot of teams are not doing yet, like taking control of the orbs enough to have the better ultimate utilization.
It's something that you'll see teams do, but not every round, right? It's like I won't say an exact, like say 5 or 6 rounds, but like, you know, it doesn't happen too frequently. Teams like FPX though, they do it pretty much every round. You know, you can have a fight with them there. The problem is always being spammed down through a smoke or something like that, so you have to really force back the control. But look at this push by Dfuse. They've seen that nobody is outside of B. They're pushing all the way up behind. 1-for-1 trades is just fine at this point because Dfuse have got that flank. It's the alarm bot that should spot them. It depends how far in hype goes. They've activated the alarm bot. They've destroyed it, and now Alliance know the flank is coming through. Akuma's the only player to actually have a frontal defense. The rest is all coming through a flank, and that's going to be a surprise factor. Fearoth gets one with a Phantom up close, but Alliance make the read. They know now that this is a full flank play, so they rotate out knowing there's one behind and one in heaven, and they're going to go to the C site to get that plant down.
Yeah, I really like this move from Alliance. There was a safe rotation for them, and now they exactly know where the players are coming from. So they know how to take the angles, and as you can see, Karak takes the kill. Easy one on Hoppy, and it's a 2v1 retake. Clutch situation for Akuma.
That's tough, though. He doesn't know exactly where this the player that's unaccounted for is. The flash is good, but Akuma still gets it, having turned his back. Coming out, knife in play, and doesn't get his gun out in time. That is unfortunate. Swinging the knife ultimately cost him his life.
This is something that we actually see a lot of pro players do. They pick up the weapon, they still swing with the knife because it's a force of habit. And because of that, you delay your weapon being ready. And it was just literally like 300 milliseconds or something. He would have been ready to shoot at the race and maybe clutch it because of that. I really like the flick from him. He was prepared for that breach flash, and it's so important to decrease the flash duration from 3 seconds to basically like 600 milliseconds or something like that. It's nuts. If you get that flick, you're saved.
I really like the rotate as well from the A site. You know, reading exactly where the players are and not feeling pigeonholed into going for the plant is something that's really important for teams to do, right? To be able to think on your feet, so to speak. Up close here, Kriegon is in a really nice spot. He just manages to sneak into garage. We saw in the round with the shorty, right? He made it up to the spawn side of C. So that control for Dfuse is definitely something they need to patch up right now. The boombot forces the player out of C site, being chased as he runs away, and so now the plant can actually come down in this 4v4.
I really like how well the lurker mode is activated here by Alliance. That C garage seems like a weak point for Dfuse, but they are doing work on the retake. Still 3 versus 2. But time is running out.
Yeah, Korea, it's a key kill, but he doesn't check for the second player coming out. Takas is only in the 1v2 though, so he can win this. He needs to hit the first shots, down to 18 HP, spotted, and knows the last player's on long at least. That drone gonna spot that he's not defusing it, buying a little bit more time. Look, again, you know that he's not defusing it because he's just being pinged again and again, and so Fearoth can peek out and take the final kill to close it out. Remember, unlike in some other games, like if you play Counter-Strike on certain clients, it doesn't show you the damage done. They knew that player was 18 HP, so there was no worry really about taking that fight, even though it was with a bulldog.
Yeah, wasn't he damaged though for 15? He went from 18 to 3, right? If I'm not mistaken, with one shot through the wall. So it's a little bit funny that he was he was actually surviving one shot. But still, so hard to clutch a situation like this when you have a Sova against you. It's I feel like Sova might be the best agent in the game. Like, he's so useful in every single situation. Look, how fast are we playing on this map? 30 seconds, and there's already some kind of push.
Yeah, no, it's a full fast play. I mean, up through C long, ignoring Garage, obviously, because the weaker weapons are in play, and Kata gets right up in Hoppy's face, taking him down. The ult opening up the space that they wanted it to. Now the C side is theirs. The plant comes in. Pretty heavy investment, considering that you're up against an eco, but it makes sense when you've got all 5 ultimates online, and you're up against a team who had 4 coming into this one.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to touch on later on, because the ultimate usage is a very important thing against full buy rounds. But this is like unwinnable for attackers. If you're actually gonna pull this off, it's gonna win the MVP award for sure. Yeah, that's something that is really important to touch upon. I feel like a lot of teams are using the ultimates against an eco because they just do not want to sit on it, right? But it still feels kind of like a waste. Like, here they know that the garage is basically like just given away by Dfuse. No one is really taking any stance on it. They avoided it to avoid buckies and shorties in it, so they took the C control on long. I'm not sure, like, having the rocket available for a full buy, I feel like that's the most important round that you can use it. But now it's off. Especially when you can consider using it also with the other ultimates that you have in tandem, right? With the breach.
I think the important thing is, though, like, when you look at a round like that to open up versus Sheriffs, Rolling Thunder gives them time to react, and it slows the rate of fire, but they have Sheriffs. They want that one-shot headshot anyways. He did. He just ended his own life with a nade. That is not the way I expected this one to go. In fact, didn't think the fight was going to come in just yet, but Roden, well, he just he initiated it himself. 4v3, lockdown comes into effect, but there's the counter lockdown could come through. No shock darts onto it, but it's the Hunter's Fury instead to just destroy it and negate it completely. It's going to hit a teammate, but at least the idea was to reveal someone else. But hold on, Dfuse have come in. They found kill after kill. The last player known to be on long now coming through short, though. It's not going to tag them up. Shock dart goes in. It's not landing, and that's it. Dfuse with a phenomenal retake, even after their lockdown gets denied. That was a little bit sloppy on the hold on.
Not only the lockdown, but also the self-kill, but a race. They basically played 4v5. But I have to give some credit. Like, Alliance plays super aggressive Valorant right now, and also instantly like execute on some sides on C, like some sides on heaven, like straight away. 5 seconds, and they just go in. Might be A, might be C, not B. But so far, the attacks all on the rounds is super fast.
That one was, you just saw the replay on screen there. Obviously, how things went down, it's everything played right by Dfuse really after they found those kills. Smoke to deny the recon dart from really doing anything. The shock dart, they just peek right afterwards. That's perfect. Exactly what we wanted.
Is that something that Alliance does a lot, like the fast executes on in general on maps, or is that something that they just guys do on Haven?
Well, we'll see. We'll see, Lothar, won't we? By the way, Lothar, I don't know if you're using the in-game thing on our multi-view, but I think the in-game one will provide less latency than the program feed. So I'm gonna switch over to that. I think we should be able to not be behind, because I saw people out in chat saying that we're delayed a little bit. So hopefully that's going to fix it. But I'll tell you what is being fixed up here. The defense for Dfuse, man. They are on fire right now. Sitting up 4-3 and looking pretty for sure. Because the ultimate's still online. They're starting to farm up their lockdown as well. It was really impactful. Obviously forcing out the position of Sova and then the Hunter's Fury as well. So, you know, it makes sense to try and get that one back up online, considering Roden's a little bit far away from his big old rocket.
I was saying on the ultimates, hype only for Alliance with the Killjoy gold, so probably gonna see an execute on A, I would say. It's the easiest spot to use, right, for an attack with the Killjoy, although post-plant is actually viable on every single side, which I very much like about Killjoy. For the defenses, we have the Breach and the Omen ultimate. This is also something that I don't like about the Omen ultimate. Like, Brimstone is just so viable on both attack and defense, while it not you cannot say that about Omen at the same time. But the attack is a little bit slower this time.
As soon as you hear the drone coming through, you know that you're in trouble, right? Because look at the setup for Dfuse. They've got a passive A hold. Akuma's in heaven, so he can't even drop out once they smoke him off. His hope was that they wouldn't smoke it, so he could maybe... Oh my god, what? Looker, support player apparently.
Yeah. Exactly, his name.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. They've just shut them down. Absolutely wrecked them. The fastest retake we've seen, and it's perfectly timed as well because Hype just used his lockdown. So they managed to take that ultimate out of play as well. Dfuse from 0 to 100 on that one, man. People jumping out of windows, running out of spawn. I thought we'd at least buy a little bit of time with the control that was there and how passive Dfuse were, but no, just straight on out. I love the confidence.
Both teams are worth each other, I have to say. Like, they both execute fast, either on retakes or just attacks. They're so confident, both of the teams. Do you think that is because of the inclusion of Breach? Because they will tell their teammates when they have to push. When the flash happens, that's the moment when you have to go in. If you don't go in, well then, what do you have the Breach for?
Well, that's exactly what you saw, though. It was the fault line instead of the flashes that were used. Went down on long. That initiates the peak. They get the kill, and then they go, okay, we got the kill. Let's just go. Let's just execute on it because we've caught them off guard. Really, really... Or it was the Rolling Thunder, excuse me. But really, really well handled from Dfuse. It cost him an ultimate, but hey, you'll take it to secure that round. Logan!
Wow.
He just got a double! This guy's insane! Now, Alliance left in a 2v4. I mean, Dfuse have got this. They've got the spike on lockdown. There's no ultimates to really do anything to stop this. And although 2 kills come in for Fearoth, Hype's got it all to do. Smoked off. Is he going to push through that? It looks like it. He hears the reload left side. The TP up above. He's got the spike. No one shot it. They didn't realize. What? They didn't notice he took the spike from right under their noses, and now he's out of there, dropping down an alarm bot, moving towards the spawn because he knows those guys are probably still in here somewhere. They were maybe wrapping around into spawn. Like, in Hype's mind, they are not in garage, because if they were in garage, they would have killed him on his way out, or at least shot at him. So now he's thinking that they were pushing behind him. They're pushing through spawn. He has no idea. Like, they've played him without realizing they're playing him.
Which is funny because they could also play themselves. Oh! They could have also played themselves because they saw the alarm bot being recalled, which means that the Killjoy players are further away from the utility, like even more than 40 meters, right? So they could have already feel like, he's rotating to A.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a double fake. So it was a cat and mouse game.
Well, that was an interesting round. From Logan's hold over Garage, dropping the spike, Fearoth's double to bring it to a 1v2, and then...
Oh, we didn't see the smoke. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Whatever happened there with the with the spike just being picked up, it was interesting. Well, 6-3. I mean, look, Dfuse, we said that this was somewhere that they definitely had a chance. We know their Haven is strong anyways, and they're proving it right now. Alliance down to an eco, and I think at this point, you're looking at 7-3 most likely before full buy comes through, unless Looker... Can Looker just keep buying Sheriffs? He's wall banging people, he's one-tapping. I love it.
This is the second time he actually gets a first blood with the Sheriff on an eco round. He's really important to the execution to the team, not only by flashing and using his ability.
No, he doesn't know there's another player come behind. I thought that timing was going to completely destroy him, but hold on. He gets the fault line out. He's being peeked. Looker. Oh, it was Hype that took him down. Fearoth just swings up close, eliminates him, and there we go. I was 100% comfortable that was going to be 7-3, and yet with Sheriffs and a B push, I mean, those two things. You've got just Sheriffs. Okay, you're probably going to lose. You're pushing B. Okay, you're probably going to lose, and yet it works out.
Yeah, and Looker with those Sheriff entries is just the key piece to actually winning rounds. And it is important because I would consider Haven being an attackers based map. Like a little bit, you know, a little bit, but you should win most of your rounds on attack. And right now it's not looking like it's favoring Alliance at all. Dfuse still looking strong on it, but winning that previous round on the eco was so important for for Alliance.
Look at this hold on A. Again, it's super passive for Dfuse. They're really liking to set themselves up.
I really like this as well because they are keeping the utility open for the Sova, so he has his drone for the retake. They have the bridge utility for the retake as well. I really like the way they play.
This is really smart. We'll talk about it in a second because Dfuse, they're already on the site. They're starting to fight back and push Alliance out of this position now into a 2v3. Ultimate of Hunter's Fury is online, but you got to get the spike planted. First, they knew where Looker was, but a quick headshot shuts down Hoppy. At 2 versus 2, ability to plant the spike with control. They have to worry about a flank at this point, though, because they've lost their killjoy. They've got no control. There's Raze spotted up above, but Roden takes the kill. Takis ready to peek with his teammate. Oh, that's a cheeky little blast back. Doesn't do much damage. On Fearoth, he's thinking about peeking into it. He gets one, swings back into the corner and catches off angle, but Takis still with the kill. Nicely handled on the retake. Again, they're so solid for Dfuse, and you can see why. At the start of the round, they play super passive on A. One player in heaven or in spawn, and he's backing off and forth with the recon dart. Then, it's when they have the control over B side, the utility put down, they've peeked and seen nobody, that's when they decide to rotate over and take the A side. Before they'd even seen anybody from Alliance, there were 3 players on the A side.
Interesting change of pace as well, because they never did that before. And in any of those rounds, they were always playing retake from heaven. The Sova was also trying to interrupt the plant and just delay the plant by using his shock darts and bouncing them from the stacks behind the side. So this is a different approach to the rounds, which is cool to see because you cannot read into what will happen during the rounds. Now, a quick attack, 5 people attacking C long with a very fast breach flash, which probably will trigger rotations for the Dfuse team, by the way. Such a weird name to pronounce, you know, while playing the game and commentating.
Talking about Dfuses and Dfuse teams. Well,
yeah.
Let's take a look at Hoppy, because he's been punished a couple of times playing around this site, but not this time. There's going to be the Rolling Thunder that catches him. Looker pushes forward, and there's the kill before the Shadow Steps initiated. But on the back site, there's already Roden in position. He gets a flash out for him. Doesn't get anything with it. Shock darts in play, and Roden wants to swing. He wants to take that kill, and the spray is there for him to do so. That is going to be a worthwhile trade, considering the fact that the lockdown was in effect, but it actually gets destroyed. At 4 versus 3 emerging, Alliance still with the disadvantage to play with, but they have taken over the A site. Again, it's one of these double whammies. They push the C site, they make a lot of presence, they get kills, and then they just rotate over and take the site they now know is open.
It's a 4v3 retake, so something that Dfuse is right now pretty much used to, but they changed to a 4v2. I really like how they both peeked double dose after making noise to go into while going to the window on the mid.
This 2v4 is going to be tough. Look at that aftershock, so well placed. Dfuse are thinking about everything on the way back in, leaving Fearoth again in this 1vx. This time there's 4 opponents already, 1 dealt with, but it's just not going to happen. And at the halftime, now we close out 8-4. A phenomenal defensive side for Dfuse now in the books. Alliance going to be struggling to get back into this one. At least swapping to the defensive side is something, but Dfuse are just looking hot right now.
Switching sides.
If I'm not mistaken, Alliance won 2 rounds on an eco, which is not a good sign, by the way, for Alliance. Like 8-4 an attack on Haven with only 2 full buy rounds being won. Well, hopefully we're gonna see a good setup for defense as well, because this is gonna be a tough task for Alliance on defense for sure, especially since they have exactly the same team compositions, exactly the same. So I wonder if Dfuse will try to beat Alliance with the same strategy that they had. Very quick executions, C-long being used on pistol round. I'm really interested to see what they're gonna do. And it seems like a default setup on attack on the pistol round. Look at that. Omen on A, holding just someone who might be doing an aggressive push. Then we see the bomb being dropped on the mid without anyone committing to the side. Drone is being used on C, which triggers a little bit of a rotation from Alliance right now. There goes the arrow. On C again as well. So second tempo being used on C after the drone, which probably makes them makes Alliance already focus their team composition on the side as well. Interesting. Now they're executing on C.
Rodin's got it though onto Kriegon. That's a very valuable kill. Looker goes out, but the flash doesn't blind. Kata in with a double, but he's stuck on backside. Swung on, gets 3 before going down, and 16 HP on Logan. This is insane. I mean, for Dfuse, they run into a stack. They still get on the site. They get their spike planted. Everything's going their way, but here's the flank that's been worked on for, whoops, quite a while. Only 1 kill though for Fearoth. Frenzy, not so good on that range. Hype swaps over to the Classic. He's up close. That paranoia catches him completely. Hoppy whiffs, and Hype takes the kill, the round, and 8-5.
Oh my God.
You know what? That's deserved considering the whiff.
He was handled on a silver platter for Hoppy. That was such an unlucky peak.
Oh, don't give him a replay. Oh no.
5 shots whiffed or something like that. He was even paranoid. Look at that. Oh, it was like 6 shots.
That's gonna haunt his dreams. Like, that man is not sleeping for the rest of the week without seeing that play in front of his eyes.
If they're gonna lose this map, it's unfortunately on Hoppy on this pistol round, because pistol round is typically just 2 rounds won, right? Which would have put them 10-4. And it's currently 8-5, and they're on the force or on a full eco. And it seems like an eco round right now. They're gonna save for a full buy on the 3rd round.
At the same time, started this round, they ran into a stack. I think they still did really well to get themselves into the position they did, because Kata got a 3K. If he didn't get a 3K, this round was Dfuse's. And it wasn't even the stack. They dealt with the stack so well. The A lobby control that had gone into play was what kind of screwed them over into running into so many players. But I actually feel like Dfuse, they almost... That was a shock dart kill. It was a running shock dart kill, the drive-by as he ran past Garage. But it feels like most of the time, they probably win that. It's just Kata with the insane play that brings the lifeline, and then obviously we can focus on Hoppy kind of whiffing a little bit.
A double kill with the Roomba. That's something you don't see often.
Yeah, that's a rarity for sure. Hype is going in for the Dfuse. He gets it halfway, I think. Yes, just about. They're body blocking for it, but that Dfuse, it's gone all the way. Logan with a 3K. The pistols do a ton of damage, but it's not enough for the round win. 8-6 we go.
I'm not sure if you've seen that, but I think that was an actual play by Hype. Amazing play. He put his turret right in front of him so he can defuse while being covered by the 150 HP turret. And I think that won the round because it was so close. He was being spammed and the turret was body blocking that defuse on the spike. It was such an important play by Hype. So he clutched 2 rounds basically. One by, his opponent whiffing a little bit and then getting a kill. But here we're just placing the turret in a good spot.
In this round, we have an interesting scenario developing in front of us. Obviously, you've got weapons in the hands of the attackers, but Alliance, having lost so many players, they've gone for some economy buy, but they're keeping it as low as possible. So you still have weaker weapons, like what we're seeing here with the Spectre. I think Looker has got a Ghost as well. Is Kriegon going to push out of that? Yes, he is. The flash is there. The kill is there as well. That's fantastic. It's Looker's flash. It popped and it blinded both players towards the spawn, and that leaves now a man advantage still in play for Alliance.
That was such a good play by Kriegon. He knew he has weaker economy buy, so he needs to get that kill to just kind of get some tempo going for Alliance. I really loved it. But now the control of C is already taken over, but we are seeing Breach and Killjoy on A. They didn't read that well though. All of the players from Alliance are currently next to C, and there's not much information going on for Dfuse. They're still rotating towards C. This might be a disaster.
Yeah, it could be. Cat is just about to take down the player on the site. Well, Fearoth does it first, actually. And they think, oh, the spike must be here. No? Okay. But finally, the read is there for Dfuse. It's cost them a player and a lot of time, but they'll make it to the A site. And the lurk is what's very important.
10 seconds left.
You look at that Killjoy right now. If Logan is able to take 1 or 2 kills, if he's able to get 1 and fade away with the lockdown in play especially, this could be a huge round to win out. Look, they're not checking it, so there's 1 kill for free, and now Logan, he just buys as much time as he can. He plays it slow. They're worried about him. They have to deal with him. The fight is there, but Logan, he's buying the time, caught reloading, so taken down. Takis holding the flash, waiting to counter flash out. It blinds them, but the trade is in. Kata finding the final kill. 8-7 we go. And this, realistically, Lothar, that pistol round should have went to Dfuse. They should have found that. We should be looking at a 10-5 scoreline potentially at this point in almost the worst case scenario. And they're now 1 round away from equalizing. That's tough to deal with. But look, a team like Dfuse, the fact that they've stayed together so long in this frustrating position of never quite reaching those tier 1 events, never quite reaching or beating these tier 1 teams or getting to the stage where they can face them, always, as Yinsu put it, falling at the last hurdle. The fact that they've stayed together means that this is a team that I'm 100% certain the mentality is 100% solid. Like, there's no way that they're sat here going, oh, no, it's 8-7, we've lost it, and all this sort of stuff. These guys have to be incredibly positive because most rosters would have made changes at this point.
That's for sure. I'm kind of interested in the usage of the recon arrow and the grenade at the same time. It kind of defeats the purpose of using one or the other, right?
Yeah, a little bit. If you're going to use a nade, I would use a shock dart normally just to double up, right? If you're trying to delay them, just the nade. If you're trying to actually do damage and predict their movement, you use the nade and the shock dart. Maybe a bit of miscommunication on that one.
But I've seen that second time being used.
Oh, okay. Maybe double miscommunication. Oh, look at the killjoy rolls come down, the lockdown, but Hunter's Fury to deny the spike plant. So that actually counteracts. That's a really interesting counter to the lockdown, because normally lockdown you destroy it with the Hunter's Fury, but this time they go, hey, we'll let your lockdown go to completion, but we'll get a kill instead. And now man advantage for the retake plus damage done to the Sova.
I really like that play. Oh, does he know about the aftershock? He was actually killed before even that happening.
What is this, Korea? He's got the spike on his back, apparently. It's a blast pack on his face. Oh my. I've never seen somebody get stuck with a blast pack before. That would actually limit his vision, right? Like what we saw there is what he sees. Oh
it
no.
Does, and it limits his vision for 3 seconds and then deals the maximum damage.
That's like the god tier. I saw something recently, like a Battlefield clip where somebody threw they were playing against an aim locker and they threw a C4 in the air and blew a helicopter up instantly. That's like, it's just ridiculous, right on his head. Boop. Or there was a clip, did you see it, Lothar? We got tagged in it before we went live today. It was
I didn't actually see it.
It was somebody fired a Molotov from a brimstone and just like headshot a Sage. It had a nice bonk sound on it as well. Well, bonk indeed. Bonk both of you, because you're gone. You're out. Double kill for Kata. And this is it, you know, mixing in these op plays. It's like a good dish, right? You got to get all the main ingredients that you're used to. You normally put in a little bit of spice, a little bit of cayenne pepper. Throws people off guard. Looker in with a double. Down to the classic. He's 2 HP. Still going for it. Why not? He wanted to make the play. Get the flashy highlight reel. But when you throw in that op play and they're just not expecting it, they're not used to it being there, that's when you get the reward.
I mean, if I would have been in Dfuse's boots right now, my morale would probably be on a very, very low level. They lost the pistol round because of a whiff, right? And now they lost 5 rounds in a row while being 8-4 up on Haven after defense. I don't know, man. It just feels really bad for Dfuse right now. They have nothing going for them, and they're in such a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kick in the delicates for sure. For Dfuse, 8-4 to 8-9. The Lions making the comeback here on the defensive side. Here we go straight away with a Hunter's Fury being popped. Looking for some damage up towards the C site, and Hype is actually going to be dropped, so really nice start for Dfuse. Do they know about Korea playing in the back left corner? They try to aftershock it, but they don't go high. The flash catches him, but he's now able to see everything. There's the Rolling Thunder, which actually harms him, but Korea, headshot after headshot. He got 3, and so the damage is done to the final, or to 2 of the final players. They survived just about that little bit of a tickle on range with Phantom, but unfortunately, it still does quite a bit of damage, even if you do live to tell the tale. And the key thing here, Lothar, is you're playing up against a Raze. That ultimate, those blast packs, they become a whole lot more deadly now, considering the HP in play.
Well, it still doesn't deal 10 damage, if I'm not mistaken, before it gets armed, so it has to land and stick it for that, if I'm not mistaken, 750 milliseconds. But now they're planting the bomb, and the full retake is still ready. They have the ult already. Fearwood actually gets 1 versus 2, but he killed the player that was being very low on HP. That is an interesting approach to defending the site.
Yeah, it's so passive, but in a way it's worked out perfectly because they've actually managed. Oh, Kata! So he taps it so they think maybe his ult was already gone or maybe it had faded away. Obviously you can see it's not up the top, but really just playing for the rolling thunder afterwards. It's going to hit. Kata has to hit a headshot and it's not going to happen. Fantastic round for Dfuse considering how that started. Okay, they get the opening duel, but really you see the conditioning there as well. Because of the flank, the lurker, excuse me, that they had before, who was playing over towards B main, when Fearoth goes out for the kill, Kata's not pushing because he's worried about that play coming up behind. So Fearoth is trying to bait out those players, take the fight, and meanwhile they're hoping then that the guy will come up behind, Kata will get the kill, and everything will go their way. But unfortunately, well, that's not quite how the cookie crumbles this time.
Yeah, well, Cregan, with those, nasty headshots on C-Long, he could have actually finished the round if he would have landed one more shot on the Sova, because he left him on 10 HP. Very aggressive play by Lothar this time. And actually double play by Alliance. I loved this setup, but Akuma makes a comeback with 2 kills. Love the play. We're going to talk a little bit about that later because that was fantastic. But now they're still defending the side. 3 versus 4.
Well, Fearoth's hit the first, at least taking down Road, and it makes it that little bit more doable. But he's up towards the back of the site, and they know he has to be around here. Maybe they think he was the one that was detained, actually. It doesn't matter, because they've spotted him and taken him down. Now, Kriagon wants to sneak back in and get something done. Doesn't have Paranoia up, but does have both smokes still. And a flank is on the way, but it's spotted. Hype dealt with straight away for Kriagon. This is a next to unwinnable situation. Oh, it does spot him. Okay, as he goes out, but he uses it to bait them into play. Doesn't know there's a second player here, but suspects it. Sticks it halfway and tries to go the full mile. But that was brave, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, getting that half defuse is crucial in a situation like that. You have to, otherwise you're not gonna have the time to actually take on every single opponent that is still alive. So it's crucial to get that half spike defuse. But I have to say, I really loved what I've seen here from Alliance. Both Lothar and who's on Raze? Kata, right? Kata is on Raze. They played so well in tandem. They had really good synergy. There was a push that was allowed by Aftershock, and the grenade was basically put in a spot where the opponents have to fall back from the Aftershock. So they're basically dead, whatever they do, unless they push forward.
So many ults in play. Look at the placement. This time's a little bit different for the Aftershock, but it doesn't quite matter because you've got Lothar tapping through smokes. Kriagon with the AK in hand with a Vandal, excuse me, gets up behind them. Cat is in with a double and a 4v1 all of a sudden. It seems like Dfuse, they get themselves one or two rounds and then instantly they've just fallen back into the pit. A 1v4 that's, again, next one winnable for Logan. It's going to be a tough one if he wants to make this happen. Smoked off as well. The spike is down on C. All these players are converged on the position. And the important thing is really, there weren't... the ultimate economy is still sitting nicely for Alliance. You've got a showstopper, though, for next round, which I imagine Dfuse are going to be looking to deploy, considering Alliance are still on that little bit of shaky territory in economy. If Logan can get 1 or 2 kills here, that would help out massively.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but it feels like those rounds are won by Lothar. Like he just gets a one tap and suddenly the attack is just stopped.
Oh, that was nasty. Nasty shot by Logan. And now he's 10 HP stuck in a corner being spammed by 2 players in the bot and shock dart. So, you know, you're kind of dead at that point. I think we'll forgive him for that. What I'll say is, like, as far as Lothar goes, and this is something that I was very passionate about getting him on this team, because when you look back at, or at least of trying him out, right? When we look back at his time at NIP, I always felt like he was a really solid player, but I always questioned his position on a Jet. Jet in general, you know, it's something that you can do without in a team, but if I was going to have Lothar, I mean, his experience and his value as a player doesn't come from being super flashy. Okay, he's hitting some 6 shots here, but I wouldn't put him on that operator role, and that's why I think on Breach, he provides so much in like that positive headspace. He's able to contribute a lot to kind of calling and support calling, and then he's also still nuts at hitting shots whenever he's challenged.
And he's opening, I wonder how many first bloods does he have? 7? 8? I don't know.
Oh, that's a whiff, but Kriagon, he follows up with it eventually. Luckily, Hype was there for the first kill. A 5 versus 2 emerges, and again, the attackers, they're like, guys, we've got C-site! And this spikes down mid. So now they've got to rush back out here and grab it. Now, the problem is, if you had a breach here, it's a little more doable. Instead, they've got a dry peek Hype. That timing was terrible for him. The counter flash is there, but Akuma, it doesn't matter. He's stuck in here, 30 HP. Oh my god, well...
He's in a pickle.
He's been hit by every ability in the game just there. He got blinded, aftershock, blinded again by a paranoia. Blast packs coming at him. He's man is again just dead.
Alliance doesn't have to like save the utility. They have so much cash. They can just make sure they're not losing any of the players. Like, it's such a smart move. You can sacrifice like 800 credits on the utility against 4v1, right? Because why would you even dry peek? You just make sure you kill him with the utility, or you make him go out to you, and he is gonna dry peek against players that are ready for him. So very smart plays, even when it's not that important, but you just don't lose a lot of economy by doing that, and ensure that your opponent is not saving any economy. Really like it. I really like the confidence in Alliance right now, and I feel like that was the pistol round that made them so confident in this game. They're making a huge comeback right now.
Did they intentionally fake that? So there was a shadow step into short, and Hoppy either didn't notice that there was a recon dart coming in, which I'm fairly certain he did, or he chose to get spotted by it, because he could have just tucked in the left corner and not be seen, having pushed up past short. I think that was a fake, and now they're further contributing to it. They're keeping 3 players of Alliance in position, so it's paying off to some extent. You can see actually, I think that's a shock dart lineup from Fearoth. He's playing super passive, but now they're going to go away. Okay.
I feel like we faked ourselves with the commentary, and then the teams faked as well what they were doing. It's really chaotic right now.
That is a little bit of
the plant for free on A, which I find odd. Well, maybe not. Oh, Kada with the clean shot on short.
He's got a nade as well. He wanted to throw it down towards long. It's just not worth the risk at that point, right? You swing out, you've already got the advantages. Now, though, you swing, because Looker's gone down and both players fall. A little bit risky, considering there was still a nade in play. You can deny that plant. You've got the lockdown as well, as we're seeing. Now, the lockdown's going to come into effect at this point. 5 seconds left, and they're going to go for this push. There's still a player playing underneath Heaven, but he's going to use his ultimate and then cancel. The problem is that they're waiting for him. So he's actually just going to commit to the ultimate? Maybe not. He canceled it, and they didn't hear it. They didn't notice, and Hoppy's able to get the triple. That was fantastic. They know he's not on the spike right now, but look at this position. Takas, he sneaks all the way up behind. That is beautiful positioning, and that's the round done and dusted. Surely, even with 26 HP, the time is so low. This would have to be a nuts shot. It would have to be a Hoppy level whiff from Takas, and it's not going to happen. So 11-11 we go. Dfuse, they're not down and out just yet.
Wow, what a play. That was absolutely fantastic from both actually sides. Well, maybe not that drop from Haven, right? Because they, as you said, Kada still had that grenade to delay the boss plant, as they did for the first plant. But I really loved how Hoppy actually played under Heaven, still got the kills before actually dying, so that was phenomenal. And then we had still the ultimate from Taka that delayed the Dfuse. It was at half spike, sorry, at a half of the time of the Dfuse on the spikes. I really loved it. Well played. But they're all so fast. You can't really notice all the small things that are happening at the same time. The tag from the drone, getting the kill for Akuma or not. But he got 2 tags. That's so important. They got a lot of information from that as well. But Fearoth stops the push instantly with the op pick.
So again, the op usage is so rare, it's hard to predict. Kriya pushing down mid, and he's caught off Logan. That should be it. I mean, they're stuck in, they're netted into this position. Fearoth, he goes for the shot and whiffs it. This is now dangerous. Hype in position, but he's going to have to trade out Looker. They shouldn't expect him to be towards the back of the site, and indeed they don't. They whiff a little bit, and he's able to get the one. Planned about to come in. Kata reloading. Kriagon's going to be caught as well, and that is a round thrown away into the abyss as Dfuse take it 12-11. A 5v3 that they pull back into.
Such a chaotic game. I don't know about you, but it's really hard to read into the rounds when they're happening because there's so much stuff being thrown at once. Everyone just trying to get a little piece of map control, you know, but just being sneaky beaky. Here pushing through double doors, here staying on side while your teammate was dying and without trading, right? Because that's what I have seen here with Fearoth and Krigan. No, so that was Hype on Killjoy. And I feel like there's a little bit piece missing. Like an example here, Hype, if he would have had a Phantom and he would just had the ability to spray a little bit faster on the second target, and then the same happened with the Vandal on Krigan that ran out of bullets. Like he was missing those 5 bullets to get the last fight without getting you know, being shot at from his opponent. It was so crucial as well.
An unlucky situation. Well, not necessarily unlucky. A lot of mistakes made, but punished is the important part by Dfuse. They were ready for it. Oh, that's unfortunate, but hold on. The Rolling Thunder gives Fearoth the second. Looker comes in to save the day, and it's looking like we might get an OT out of this. A 4 versus 2. Spike down. Fearoth upgraded now to a Vandal, and Kriya he runs at him with a stinger. I like the play. I like the confidence, but maybe a little too much. It's a 1v2. Mistake after mistake the previous round, thrown away by these over-aggressive peaks. And here's another potentially. Logan pops the lockdown. Where's the spike? It's well, deep in the corner, right?
Deep in the corner of A lobby. He needs to get there. And he has the chance. He knows that someone will be exactly standing and long. But now the lockdown is already out of place. Wait, but Alliance is actually rotating. They know he's still there. They're taking control of the map this way, right?
That's a spike.
No, Kata is now backing away as well towards A. Oh, this is chaotic.
10
This
seconds.
is so chaotic.
Left.
10 seconds left. He needs to plan either B or A. They're prepared for A, but he's planning on B. Does he have this? Does he have this?
He has just about enough time. 0.0x seconds left. Logan in the 1v2 with 7 bullets. If he reloads, he gives away his position. These have to be clean and clinical headshots. The defuse is underway, and the peak is there with a double. We are going to go to OT, ladies and gentlemen. This game is just going to keep on giving.
It's kind of odd. All those rounds are just being
Switching sides.
kind of thrown, but
Overtime.
not exactly, because the teams makes like a redemption play at the same time. But this was such a nasty ult from Lothar. It hit, I think, 4 people, and that allowed Fearoth to get 2 kills, basically. Insane.
I'm pretty
You can see
confident
that-
it was a 4.
Yeah, you can see that Lothar, even though he doesn't have, like, he's not top fragging. He's at 16, which is not bad, of course, but he has 16 assists. 16 assists. Not even Sova have that much in this match. This is how you can see that Breach has such an impact on the game. It's all the flashes, all the stunts, the Rolling Thunder just allowing you to get 3 kills because people are just being stunned. It's insane how much work Lothar does in this match.
Yeah, Looker's definitely been an unbelievable asset to the team in general, but in this map, most certainly. And take a look at Alliance. They're moving towards C long. They're looking to push up on this, and problem that they're going to have is that A lobby was spotted and nobody was there, so the rotates are already underway. Logan playing close could be a serious thorn in the side. He's going to delay them, but Hoppy peeks, and he gets dropped right away. Logan spotted in the corner. He's walked into 7 people, so he's gone. He's out of the game. Now as they fade back, the danger of a re-peek, but they were actually holding for it as well, giving away the fact that they're rotating, and it looks like Dfuse are buying into that as well. Now, I wonder, at this point, you've already shown them so much. They've seen you leave C long. Do you commit towards the rotate on A? And it doesn't look like yes is the answer. They're going to spot out nobody on mid. They're going to make noise on the A side as Krigan and Fearoth move towards that side together. And then it's going to be a late C hit. There's the smoke. Now Diffuser thinking, oh, we've got it. You know, we've rotated correctly. We've made the right read. That recon dart actually very dangerous because it gives away the fact that the player's up there and they're just harassing him. They're hoping he calls for reinforcements, asks for help. He gets a kill, but they lose the site. Now they have a man disadvantage on the retake.
All those actually very well played until the point where Fearoth actually died on site. That was unnecessary, but I really like the play which the players did. Now Dfuse gets a free kill on the Lurker. It's actually not looking so bright right now for Alliance. 3 versus 3 on the retake with the utility still there for the Dfuse team.
Gonna be tough. Look at the second flank. This is the thing. Kriya gives his life for it, but then Cat is able to get up behind. He could have gotten more, but Akuma turned back to check it just in case. His spidey senses started to tingle. Here we go with the fault line. The peak from Hype afterwards confirms they're not defusing. Roden grabbed himself a kill, and the nade will actually get them to halfway, but here's a double peek, and Roden looks the wrong way. That is a fatal mistake as the kill comes through, and with that, we could well be looking at 14 to 12, at least the 13. This problem is, for both of these teams, they've struggled on the attack. So even though Alliance have just picked up the advantage and they're 1 away from victory, they now go back onto the side where I'm fairly certain 2 out of 4 of their round wins were on ecos.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be a struggle. We might actually be here for a while on this map, you know? But I really loved how the teams both played. Like 5v3, still faking going to A, then having one Lurker commit to the play. but when he was taken down, there was another lurker that took his place. Really well played, but we don't have time to even talk about it because there's already an execute going on A.
It's a fast one, that's for sure. Both of these teams, they love the attack and they love the W key. Akuma taking down Korea, gone straight away. Korea, well, he's certainly gone. As the drone comes up, it's going to check its close right. Yeah, it definitely saw that Fearoth is there. Kata peeking in. This is a disaster for Alliance as Akuma takes all 3 kills in opening up short. Looker, what just happened? He got flashed and somehow he's a double kill. That makes absolutely no sense. He gets peeked on the left side, leaving it onto Hype to clutch this out in a 1v2. His HP is low. Hunter's Fury's coming for him, and he should be dead to it. Whoa, he's dodging it just about. I feel like I'm in a game of dodgeball. They think he's in heaven now, and the swing, he spots the player, but he's being spotted. His position given away. The fault line there, it's not going to catch him, but the timing on that peek is not quite good enough. 2 players ready for it, and another OT is incoming.
This is the scenario that we have in this match. A team is opening the entire site. It's 5v3, 5v2. Then suddenly one player takes over and makes an equalizer. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, and it's a clutch scenario. Really, most of the rounds are like this, but I have no idea how they're happening because suddenly something just pops, you know? It's like here with this round. Lothar suddenly gets a double kill on long when he was flashed and he was pushed out of short. How did that happen?
I think we've had like 3 rounds where it was actually like a normal pace. I wouldn't even say slow, just normal, right? Spreading into defaults, taking it nice and slow. And now they're just, both teams are like, no, you gonna push me? I'll push you, bro. Let's go. I love it.
Full brawl.
It is, absolutely. Looker's wall banging and headshotting and killing. As they move in towards the C site, they've already got control. Looker drops himself an aftershock, looks to grab the kill if they drop out, but he's got support here. It's the important thing. The reload is heard. Looker spotted, and he goes out for it. Korea with the trade and backs off the site. They don't have a smoke up just yet, but he does have paranoia, and that's the key thing. If you hear a player starting to step down there, paranoia is going to come in, and you'll have a kill as quick as you like. Instead, it goes in towards the spawn, and this could be it. Kriegon spots the barrel. Oh no! Takis is able to grab a double. This is insane. Back and forth. It's like a game of tennis. Now we're on deuce right now. There's the kill for Hype. He gets slagged, but he's away. 13-13. The Dfuse halfway, and the swing from Hype perfectly timed, catching him as he tried to come off the spike. 14-13, but this time it was the attackers that won the round, and that's the important part. Now Alliance swap onto the side where they have won 9 rounds so far, right? And lost 4.
Yes.
So it's...
I don't know, man. All of those rounds, exactly what I just described, happened again, right? It was 3 versus 5 on the retake. 3 versus 5. Suddenly, it was a 2 versus 2, and it was 2 versus 1 clutch scenario. And the defuse on the spike was actually just like halfway there, almost halfway there.
The thing we're not even mentioning, to me, it's just normal at this point. Kata's got 31 kills, and I mean, the dude's insane. As a young French player, some of you might not know Kata that well, we'd heard a lot of stuff from many different players. So you need to trial this guy, you need to trial this guy, and we did, and it was a yes. It was a yes straight away. It's like on the X Factor when they just press the golden button. You're like, all right, come on, let's go. Let's get bring the next one in. He's insane. 31 kills right now. But shock dart's coming over. Akuma's just going to tank it. He just stares at it. Yeah, I don't care about your shock darts, dude. I need a spike plant.
He knew the second one will not hit him in time, so he will get some damage, but he will get the spike down, and that's the most important aspect of it.
That flash so good. Roden caught up close. Hype able to take 2 before he goes down, and Fearoth's in with more. This is looking bad for Dfuse. A 1 versus 3. No ults in play. And Logan, he's done it before. He's made these clutch plays happen. Down goes the turret. They haven't got a lot of time to play with here, and Logan's just trying to burn that clock all the way down. The spike gets tapped. The drone spots him. Halfway done now. Tapping away. Logan, how did it take so long? But it's going to explode. There's no time. Logan's won it. The 1v3 goes his way. Another round that comes out of absolutely nowhere to secure another OT.
What are we watching right now?
This is madness. I was worried it was just me, but I'm glad you're feeling the same. I mean, it's so hard to keep track of some of these rounds because, like, you think that it's going one way and it zigzags back and forth, and you never know where it's going to end.
I feel like in this round, Fearoth being stuck in the drone actually lost the round because he couldn't support Lothar at all. He gave away just Lucker's position, right? Because he didn't push, he wasn't holding it. So the defuse was happening, but then the wallbang was allowed. And he lost the round because of that.
I don't know what happened there, but it looked odd because Looker was still defusing as if nothing was going on, right? But he was being shot at and tagged. I don't know. It was really weird. But look, Alliance, they're pushed into the A site. We've seen this passive play before, but the flank is underway. There goes the alarm bot, giving away the fact that Hype is up close. The nade does so much damage, takes him down. Looker in with a kill, but traded out straight away. And a 3v3 now emerges. They've spotted Kata up close. They've tagged up Kriegon. This is looking so good for Dfuse. They want to take short control. Kriegon has to worry about Heaven. The smoke serves him perfectly to actually fade out to the site, but Heaven is where the play is going to come in from. He wants to peek out to long. The timing looks to be God tier. Fearoth! Oh no! The position given away at just the wrong time. Fearoth's able to take the kill, and the 1v1 now. It's dangerous. The spike out. It's being diffused as far as he knows, but the shock dart closes it. Every little bit of utility being used up there. That was a heart clencher, a heart twister. I feel like my veins are facing the wrong way. Logan got so unbelievably unlucky. He puts the turret down just the second that Fearoth comes around the corner, so he's like, oh, I guess he's in heaven. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have checked it.
Most likely. That was really unlucky timing. But again, it's the same scenario. One team seems to have taken the round control, right? And then suddenly it flips around, and the other team takes it and wins the round. Literally, round after round, round after round. Again, look at this. Recon bolt into a grenade from Raze. The paint shells are being used on A lobby. I'm honestly a little bit confused by that.
Doubling down on the control. We've seen it so many times now. It's something that we don't see with other teams. We'll put it that way for sure. Broden. Okay, so he's making a lot of noise. He's putting out utility towards mid and then backing off. And at this point, you're in a position where Looker's being tagged up pretty significantly by the utility and the spams. But they've also given up control of that A site. With the smoke, they can't do what we've seen from Dfuse, which was play passive A, peek out mid, spot nobody's there, and rotate in to play a heavier A stack. Instead, they're forced to take this incredibly passive stance, which leaves just open a season for Dfuse to walk in and get that spike plant. The premise here is to look more so towards the C site. They were hoping that's where Dfuse went, but now they're in a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Fearoth didn't actually get control of the site to delay the plan. They were giving away the entire A site. Now it's a 5v5 retake. Still, most of the utility untouched, at least for Breach, which is the Locker, and he's the MVP of the match. He needs to put work right now. That's the first flash. No execute yet. Dfuse still holding the angles. Taka's ready with his counter flashes. He gets it!
So good, but the kills don't go their way. Dfuse, they've been robbed on that one. Looker, 11 HP as he closes in on the smoke, but gives the info to his teammates. Taka's so good in these situations at finding multi-kills, and now Kata, no time left. They've got double mollies on the spike just to be sure, and guess what? If you thought overtime 1 was too much, if you thought overtime 2 was too much, don't look now, because it's overtime 4. We're going again and again and again and again.
Time. Dude, it's crazy though. It's really crazy. You know what's even more confusing when you watch this match? Because everyone plays the same agent. Like it's a literally mirror match. And you swap between them, and sometimes you're like, wait, is this Alliance? No, it's Dfuse. Wait, but they were just exchanging the positioning. Because it's so chaotic what is happening, man. But it's so cool to watch. I'm not gonna lie. This is something that I really wanted to see in this match. Both teams, like, taking this match very seriously, but also very aggressively. No one is holding back.
That was so close. He almost grabs himself the double. He'll look her down to 50 HP, all the armor stripped. Close to 100 damage done on that. Hobby's having one hell of a start to the round.
But still, Alliance is actually, right now, on the advantage, I would say. 4 attackers, 4 defenders on Haven. I feel like this is really favoring the attackers by a lot.
Yeah, that engagement almost went Hoppy's way completely, and that would have been huge, but with the extra manpower now to fight with, that's something you have to look at positively for the attackers. I mentioned how you have to give a lot of respect towards the Dfuse team, and I think this is where they get even more of an advantage from having been together so long, because when it comes down to playing 30+ rounds, you've got a deeper strat book, right? You've had more time to develop your Haven, and so this is where I would see them as having the upper hand. Oh, Hoppy. Oh, Hoppy. This guy, he played aggressive and found almost a double kill. Now he's coming up behind on an early flank. He'll be spotted out by the... They're out of range of the turret. The turret's disabled, but they still destroyed it, I think. Or maybe he recalled it. Alarm bot goes down, peek in, Hype spots the players and just tucks in, allows them to push up close. The Hoppy's trying to swing wide. He's already spotted the alarm bot. Nanoswarm not going to do a whole lot. Just makes him swing on a wider angle. His teammate behind ready for trades, but the spacing isn't quite there. Shock Dart in play. Hype grabs the first. Looker in with a trade, and now a 3v1. It's Logan again to win out in these clutch situations. Now Logan's done it. We've said it time and time again. Shock Dart in. No kill though. And they're going to fire over a recon to spot him. He's seen the player in garage. He's seen the player backside. And he's just being spammed, running and gunned. I mean, oh, it's 2.02. Well, how is he able to run a gun there? But obviously, Logan was so low, it was an easy kill.
Point.
Yep. But still, like, it's such a good run from both teams. I feel like they both know how to pace themselves and not just go into a frenzy mode, because we didn't see, even though the executes are very fast, but we just didn't see like a 5 rush B, you know, and just go into a nade and all of them die. So there's a good execution on the utility usage, so they spread away. Everyone knows where they have to go on the side to not double down on some positions and to just die to another to the defensive utility. It's very cool to see that everyone knows their place.
Recon drone, that's going to be huge. Hype in trouble. He pushes forward, but even with the blind, they're able to see him. The spots are there. That's unfortunate with the timing of that. Putting it down into a 5 versus 4 now for Alliance. Holding on tight is going to be tough. Kriagon at least gets a kill. Here's the recon drone to spot one. They can spam afterwards and get the kill easily with the boom bot in play. Rushing down the planter, and this could be it, Lothar. A 3v1. Guess who it is? It's Logan again.
It's gonna be a clutch.
Oh, you think it's gonna be a clutch? I don't think my heart can take much more of this. He's stuck down on short. He knows where 2 players are now, but there's a double stack in heaven waiting. Oh, Logan! That guy's insane! He almost wins it 1 kill away. Frankly, Logan has blown my socks off in this game. Playing a Killjoy as well. I genuinely think my heart just skipped a beat. That was insane. And Dfuse, they're a team that garner a lot of respect. For a reason.
Look at that. Look at this match. 36, 32, 30 frags. 3 people with a 30 bomb right now. It was nuts. It was a nail biter, but it was also such an... I have to say this is such a hard match to read while watching it. There were so many things happening at once, so many players being aggressive, exchanging positioning, using the utility like to such an extent. Like we have seen both breaches playing fantastically. Then we had Logan playing on the Killjoy while making 32 frags in 32 rounds. Also an insane player. Awesome. Awesome to see. Loved it. I loved it, and I loved how the players just kind of took it by force. Like the games were not they were not boring. All of the rounds were just blazing fast.
We've had that was 1 hour and 8 minutes roughly. We had a delay starting as well, and we reached 4 overtimes. I think I've had regular games like a 13-11 that's longer. This was just start to finish, rush them in, and there was no like they have their strategies. They felt confident. They went for it, man. That's a high-octane game. I'm going to need a breather, Lothar. I don't know about you. So I believe we're going to throw things over to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be with Sue on the analyst desk to talk about that map and the next one upcoming. I'll see you soon.
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers Europe, where we had one of the craziest overtimes between Alliance and Dfuse team. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters, Mitch and Lothar. I know that break wasn't that long, and 4 rounds of overtime, and obviously, of course, Alliance took it in the end. But Mitch, have you recovered? How's your voice?
I do. So many of those rounds just took it out of me. Like, between the plays coming in from Korea, those lurk plays, Logan, oh my god, like, how many 1vx's was this guy in? At one point it got so ridiculous, I'm like, well, we've seen him do it before, and he just instantly wins it. It was unbelievable. Looking at Team Dfuse, I knew that they were going to be solid today, but there's always that question, when they come up against higher level teams, are they going to be able to succeed? Are Lions going to be able to deliver in the same way that those higher level teams are as well? There was so many questions. I'm just glad we got such a damn good series. I think that's the longest game of Valorant I've cast.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult to beat that. And, Lothar, both teams had a very good showing, but they also had some flaws. What do you think was the issue for both of them for their teams?
I feel like for Dfuse, I feel that during the attacking side of this, there was a lack of confidence in some rotations. Like, they tried to initiate some attacks on some bomb sites, and then suddenly they stopped. And they were reassessing a little bit too long, which gave the time to Alliance to actually get on that retake or get map control back from them. Well, obviously there were some situations where both teams kind of failed on a personal level, where someone just whiffed his shots, and because of that something happened. I'm 100% sure Dfuse will just be so disappointed in themselves for that pistol round, because this game could have went totally their own way. That was 8-4 if they won that pistol round. If there wasn't that whiff happening on the Killjoy on hype, then probably would have had that 10-4 in a completely different game. So it's a little bit tough for Dfuse, since they also are known for always being one step away from qualifying for the main event. Right? So this is gonna stink.
I mean, they showed a serious amount of fighting spirit, and like you said, Mitch, with Logan, even that last round when he got the double kill in Heaven, I was like, oh, he's gonna swing on the guy in Long, and this is gonna go to another round of OT. But just in terms of the way that the teams have been clutching, because I feel like every single round was either a retake that fails and someone clutches, or a retake that was so clean that we barely even saw anything. Mitch, do you think that is the best way to play a map like Haven?
If we're looking at the best way to play a map like Haven, I would say ignore the entirety of the last 3 quarters of that game. How many situations from both teams were there were like the advantage? Look at Alliance, right? 5 versus 2. They push out, they give away every advantage and every opportunity for Logan to win a round, and he ended up, it was in one of the OTs, right? He ends up going back to mid to plant on B and getting taken down. Sure, you win that round, but if it's a 5v2 and it comes down to a 1v2, that's pretty scary, especially because it wasn't something, insane that Dfuse did. They basically just sat there, waited, and got pushed into and reacted to it really well. I am straight blown away by Logan, as we've said many times, but I also want to just swing in some massive compliments to Hoppy. on the Omen, he was taking some really aggressive peeks, especially in towards Garage, and he was getting away with so much, trading out his teammates, finding kills, finding damage, and bailing back. And I said he was a player I wanted to keep an eye on going into this map of how is he going to use that Omen, mainly because he was the first one to lock it in, and I kind of know how Alliance use theirs. But
it's exactly what I want to point out. Like, Cregan played basically almost the same as Hoppy, which is very interesting to behold, like both playing Omen, both playing the similar positions, both having very similar playstyle as well.
I would say though that with Korea, his aggression was sometimes based around a little bit more individual space taking, whereas for Hoppy, he's using his paranoia, he's taking control with a teammate. Like the pushes down mid, for example, you'll pop your paranoia out, whether it's towards window or in front of Garage, and your teammate pushes down mid. I think it was Logan that would take a lot of those fights with him, or you'd have a Takis there to provide some supportive flashes. Out goes Hoppy, takes some duels, takes some heads. It was really nice to watch. I really enjoyed watching Dfuse there, and now I'm excited to get a little bit more of them.
Yeah, I'm also quite impressed with Cadaver as well on the side of Alliance. I must confess, he wasn't someone that I was super familiar with before he joined this roster. Didn't really know what to expect, but now I know exactly what to expect, and that is basically just a casual 30 bomb here and there, you know, which is not always the easiest kind of player to play against. But just looking ahead onto the next map, because obviously that Haven was Alliance's pick, so it's not going to be the biggest surprise ever that they managed to sort of nab that in the end. But Ascent, this is on the side of Dfuse. Lothar, what should we expect on this?
So first thing I checked is how are the teams like fast executing on the sites, and this seems like might be a little bit slower map than Haven. Haven was blazing fast, you know, we had executes in first 15-20 seconds. On Ascent, it kind of slows down to 35-40 seconds for both of those teams, so we might actually see a little bit more planning from both of those teams on attack. But I'm 100% sure we're gonna see Logan on Killjoy, because that's what he does. He plays basically Killjoy on every single map, and Killjoy shines on Ascent as she does on Icebox. So I'm really looking forward to actually see him play, because he was popping off in the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, I know we have like Battle Sage and Battle Breach. Is Battle Killjoy a thing, or is there like a better word we can maybe come up with? Because I feel like that is what Logan is. And Mitch, you know, on the Alliance side for Ascent, like I said, this is not their map pick. But do you think they would still be a bit comfortable on this, as opposed to something like Bind, for example?
Well, I mean, looking at Ascent, it's a map that I think feeds into a lot of Counter-Strike players' minds, but at least in official results right now, it hasn't been going too well for Alliance. I think it's a really good pick for Dfuse. You look at Honk, it was overtime back in the initial qualifier for Challengers, and then Inside Games was where they lost 13-11. So I think this is a pretty good opportunity for Dfuse. And what excites me looking at them is the fact that we're going to get that Battle Sage out that you're talking about. Takis switches off usually from the Breach onto the onto the Sage. And what I really liked about Takis, and I mentioned it in the cast, we would see like these situations where he's getting pushed down, he's in a bit of a dicey spot, and it wasn't even down to his utility. He would just pull out these like huge 2 or 3 Ks to keep them alive. And I feel like everybody on Dfuse, and it's something that Lothar did hint at to start this off, was that this is not a team that has one guy who does all the damage, who really leads the charge. This is a team that you'll see a pretty well-rounded performance. The one caveat to that is probably on Ascent, where Roden takes out the Jet, and this is where he can be the big damage dealer, the one taking the heads that they really need to frag out. So I'm looking at Takas on the Battle Sage with the series he's having so far. I think that's going to benefit them a lot, but I'm also looking at Roden to take Jet out.
Well, that is a very good time for you to raise that, because we are heading into Agent Select, so we will be able to see exactly who these players will be picking. And of course, on that side, immediately we have the Jet locked in, as you predicted. Mitch, anything that jumps out at you? For example, you know, that cheeky little Reyna on the bottom left?
Yeah, so it's an interesting clash of styles and of opinions, right? When you come down to the Reyna versus Jet for players like Kata or like Roden, when it comes to Ascent. And personally, you know, when you look at your Reyna, brings you a lot of value in getting aggressive and taking some peaks. Thing is, though, if you have a Breach, it's not as necessary. This, of course, is going to be old patch Reyna, though. So it won't be quite as nerfed. Let's see Lothar just give me some death stares as it will be next week.
Well, we are heading into Ascent now, and Dfuse must win this if they want to stay in the game for a chance for that Masters qualification. Take it away, Mitch and Luke.
Lothar,
I'm a little bit worried about the lack of breach for Dfuse this time, you know? It's like, I really love the breach in the previous map, and now when they don't have the flashes, they have no flashes. Basically only one blind, right?
This is it.
They actually made the play to, okay, we take mobility in because we have Jet now, instead of having control of the map and actually just an initiator, right? I'm a little bit worried about this.
Yeah, it's like we Alliance have taken the flashes of Dfuse because they've got 2 agents who can pop those flashes, although Reyna, say what you will about it. To start this one off, though, we're going to see Dfuse looking to move in towards the B side. Great mollies, double mollies out. Really well predicted on Korea's position. Akuma in quickly with the frenzy. And on this, you're looking at what should be dominant, but hold on, Kata, he's actually managed to get out of there as well, dismissing over towards the stairs. And Kata with a triple, showing what the Reyna can do. No more orbs, though, so no healing up. And Takis, well, he can heal up. He's right back to 80 HP as he rotates to the A side.
The animosity towards some, inanimate objects there. He destroyed the Alamo bot with the knife. But Kada, this is the problem with that. You can actually run out of your orbs if you kill so many people. And he is the MVP of damage per round for Alliance. He deals, if I'm not mistaken, 168 average every single round. And he already did probably 250 in this round. But it's such a tough spot to win this. On how much HP is his opponent? I feel like
80, 82.
So it's still
a frenzy as well.
Over 30 meters. Yeah, oh no! What a timing for the knife!
That's a GG. I mean, with the HP that Takis had with a frenzy, everything was going his way to take that one. I think as well, this should have been a much more convincing one for Dfuse. The way it started out, again, they managed to just about recover it. But the pistols have been a struggle for Dfuse so far. That said, though, at least they've managed to pick this one up. They haven't been upset out of it. And so we go 1-0, and we go into a full buy for Dfuse. Well, as good as you're going to get on the second round. Mostly Spectres, some Bulldogs, or mostly Bulldogs maybe tied up. See what Hoppy goes for. Oh, he's gone to the Spectre buy, but at least it's symmetrical. Meanwhile, Alliance sticking with the pistols, and of course, Korea gone. Man's pulled out a shorty again. He loves the shorty.
But this time on defense, so it's like, okay. I just hope he kind of left a classic line around, Ooh, Kadabra with the opening. By the way, why did he change the name?
Huh?
He was Cadaver, right?
No, just Kata the whole time.
Really? I have in my stats, I have Cadaver.
So I think it's Cadaver online, but his in-game is Kata. I don't know why. I have no idea. But yeah, the Sheriff pick, you're still looking at a pretty weak chance of winning the round, purely because look at where you're going if you're Dfuse. East side's completely open. Nothing here, nothing waiting for you. And even if there were, they would be the weaker weapons. The smoke goes out. Now, although it might not be too powerful, it certainly lasts long enough for you to get down towards that alley. It's only a 2-second rotate. They get down to the site, they go for the spike plants, and now it's just about holding off against pistols, which should be relatively easy. One weapon to be retrieved. I didn't actually spot. Is it a Bulldog they got? No, it's a Spectre. I see that shot. Good night, sweet dreams.
A little bit of a slip up for Hoppy.
Oh, Roden. Oh, Roden. He's in trouble, but he manages to shut down the alley push right into Kata's Sheriff. A 2 versus 2. Logan just about winning that and leaving it down to just one. Fearoth, shock dart in play, comes out, bouncing towards the back side, does some damage. There's the kill. Oh my god. That's so much damage done.
So close. This was so close. It's actually insane how much the Alliance did win with this round. It's not a win, a round win, but they won so much economy backed by the kills that they had. It's actually insanely valuable. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that Dfuse allowed so much to happen during this round. They committed to 5 weapons. It was 2 Bulldogs and 3 Spectres, if I remember correctly, right? And they end up with only 1 Spectre saved. Look at the buy right now. 3 small shields and 2 lesser weapons. It's gonna be a tough round for Dfuse right now, and they will have no economy if they're gonna lose for the next round.
Oh, that recon's gonna reveal Kata. He's just tanking it right now. Oh, the spams back are good. Only a little bit of damage though, as the attacker Killjoy comes into play. Now, for Alliance, it's a tough decision on where you go on this one. Dfuse, they're not going to get pushed on. They put the smoke down just to confirm that it's going to be a more passive play. Dash out, the peak. It's good for Hoppy at least, because he's able to take one down. Although Fearoth grabs himself a single with the, with the Odin. Oh, that's a haircut. Sage doesn't have a ponytail anymore.
Spike planted.
Fortunately, the ponytail has no hitbox.
Which makes sense, you know. I think you shouldn't be able to feel the pain from the hair.
Imagine your hair has nerves. Oh my.
This is huge though. What, they think Takis is here? Takis he did everything right. He pushed away, avoided the recon dart. Oh, Logan, stop it, man. This guy's insane. Okay, they win the round, but like Logan wins flashiest play of the game so far. How's he? Are his bullets magnetized? What's happening?
I have to ask, what if you just put Logan on someone else than Killjoy? Because it feels like he is so consistent. He might be performing so much better if he actually plays on a duelist, right? And has like some tools to like disengage, deal more damage with some utility in case he's a raise. And by the way, this is a match where we don't have a raise in it. And it actually changes a lot of the dynamic that we see in the retakes, because typically, let's say you plant on on B, you don't want to be stuck on that site for the retake. But in this case, you don't have to worry about the rocket, you don't have about the showstopper, you don't have to worry about the pain shells, so you can actually stack on site still while defending.
Fearoth in with the opening. Looker popping flashes. Everybody's low, and this round should be pretty clear cut from this point. Looker, oh, he's not going to fault line him in the corner, is he? Oh, this could be dangerous. Hold on. Dfuse buy themselves an opportunity, but the rotates come in. I thought they were going to blitz out afterwards and actually dodge the fault line in the process, but it doesn't look like that's the case. I think Looker's just being blinded by that, which is unfortunate. He loses his life, but you got to remember as well, some of these guys are playing with Spectres. I think it's only the one weapon that Alliance have actually lost, so it's not the end of the world. For Dfuse, it's not the end of the world either, because they come in here with a full buy, and it's 2-2. Okay, the bonus you get from winning the pistol kind of disappears, but it's attack side ascent. You've got full buy.
Yeah, this run for Dfuse was basically a throwaway round. They had one, I think, buy from Logan because he was saving cash from the previous rounds. He was the only one alive on the second round, and he did actually kill multiple targets on round 3, so he still had cash for a half buy. But other than that, they knew they had to invest as little as possible on the run and just get as many kills, maybe a plan. So that plan wasn't like a complete fail, but they got some kills.
Looker, a little bit late on this flash. If it comes through, there we go. Because he was just baiting for Kata. Looker grabs himself a double, clean as can be. And you might think this one was an eco, but no, it is a full buy. I guarantee you of that. Taken out of his drone there by the shock dart. Does little to console Dfuse. 2 versus 5. They're watching their back. They know they were watching their back. They've pushed out now and they've taken their front. Instead, a double kill. This is massive. Dfuse wanting to go in for the market control, checking their back as well, but Kriya, excuse me, catches that kill. Akuma waiting for the peak to come out. A little over aggressive, but Kriya gets it done. That was really nice though. A 2v5 and it very nearly went their way. Those openings again in towards market, it's just been massive. And Logan, he seems unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, if you would have won the duel against Omen in Garage, this round would have probably gone the other way. Like, Logan is really insanely talented at getting those picks, even when they are at a disadvantage. I'm super impressed.
It's the consistency. It's actually it's disgusting. Like, how is he so consistent? Imagine being that good at anything. I'll never be.
Get out of my way.
Oh, well, quick attacks from Dfuse as well. Seems like we're gonna have a similar pace to Haven, you know? I was talking about the stats, but it seems like stats are...
Oh, hold on. They've just ult rushed into market. So Jet's leading the charge, door knocked down, so easy access to rush on through. There's a rolling thunder, smokes down to try and block vision, and they successfully do so. So now you've got a nice play with the knives, up close, on site, catching one off guard. Down goes Fearoth, down goes Kata, but Looker's trying to pull it all the way back. He's got himself a double. He's going to be sideswiped, but then Logan takes the kill anyways. Of course he does. The spike plant's going to go down, and Dfuse end up in a 3 versus 2. This is huge on such a low buy for them, but Roden, he wasn't expecting the peak. The timing goes awry. Korea able to take down one, and the smoke's going to go in, but they have to evacuate the area. There's a Killjoy ult coming into play, and they just run into spawn, covering each other as they move. It activates, and now they're ready to catch him as he crosses. Lined up, firing squad, 4-2. A damn good attempt, though, at an eco. They got all the mid control. They rushed into market. They rushed onto site, and even though you had Rolling Thunders hitting them, they're still able to use their smokes on the jet to buy a little bit of time, wait out the stun that they were in, and then almost pull it into a round win.
It was actually very unfortunate timing for Logan, since he went for that ultimate. He had to like retreat a little bit, so he had to lose few seconds to get that ult into Garage. And that was the moment when he was planting the ult, the lockdown, when both of his teammates died on spawn. So he had sacrificed the lockdown for nothing, basically, because there's no way he can win 2 versus 1 with the turret still alive and giving away his positioning. So it was a little bit off timing, you know, but there was just no bad decision making, just a weak luck for him. But now Cregan with the double kill on mid.
Oh, Roden, what is that shot on the Looker? Dashes away to safety, picks up the spike. This is a good start for Dfuse. I mean, not a good start, but a good recovery afterwards. Takas does some damage, pops a wall, pops a res. Here we go. Right back up into a 3 versus 2. The game is afoot. Firoth tucked in the corner, might just catch one off. Go home! Firoth, no! Luckily, there's a silencer on that weapon, so nobody heard the shots. That was a bit of a whiff. And his teammates had to rotate through spawn because the wall was up, leaving him all by himself. And leaving me wondering, why did he push up short with the spike in his hand?
Exactly what I wanted to say. He had to wait for his teammates, and he was pushing alone with the spike, which ultimately now gives away the position of his teammates as well. Oh, it's such a tough task for Logan again. Again, he has to clutch it. 1v2. He has to prove his worth.
He's done it again and again. He was rezzed for a reason. Brought back from the dead. Let's see if it'll pay off. What a shot! That was a flick over to Hype as well. He doesn't know where Firoth is, but he suspects it. He's cautious of it. The peak and the shot by Logan. This guy is unstoppable. A 3K. They rezzed him, and they're damn happy that they did.
But you have to reprimand Roden after this round. Like, he didn't have to push with his back too short. He could have just waited for his teammates to rotate through spawn, just, you know, drop on mid, hide in a corner, just wait for them to regain map control. It was such an unnecessary clutch for Logan, but luckily they have him on his team. I was talking about how no one from the team in Dfuse actually shines when it comes to damage, right? But Logan proves me wrong in 2 maps in a row now. Insane. The consistency is there.
I've seen Logan a lot before, and I've never seen this from him. This is absolutely insane. We should just do a Logan cam at this point. Roden's caught up, so he gets paranoid out. That's A main control completely going towards Alliance. Dfuse, they're happy enough. They'll concede it, because they're just getting to rotate through middle again, wall up, break the door, and rush into site. Looker, he's caught out. Oh no, that's blinded Firoth. But Looker comes in and still grabs himself the double Kriagon. TPs to back site. Actually just spotted it out for them and then cancels. What? Through the smoke? Firoth just taps one down, and a 3v2. Now perfectly winnable. Kriya canceling that ult so he can play with his teammates on this retake, but it just got a whole lot easier. Spike about to be planted. Well, here's lockdown.
And they have no way to go. How do they deal with this? He's gonna... Okay, there's the counter. There's the ultimate from Omen. He's gonna cancel it now, but he's gonna be backside. Oh no, he actually didn't. He mistimed it.
Okay.
Oh, you have to feel for Hoppy.
Yeah, we saw it come up. 2 players detained. That's unfortunate. The attempt was made. I guess he thought they would push in straight away. That could be based off of the steps of Kriagon, who, I will say, bravely ran through a nanoswarm. He did. Not only did you hear him running, you heard the He's just getting tagged up by it, but he doesn't give a damn, knowing they were about to be detained anyways. 5-3, we go.
You know what? I wanted to touch upon how the ultimate from Omen actually counters the ultimate from Killjoy, because maybe not everyone in chat knows what's happening, right? The lockdown takes an effect in just one frame when the explosion happens from the lockdown. And that's the moment when Omen wants to teleport to a different place that is outside of the lockdown range and then cancel it to go back to his initial spot. But unfortunately...
Oh, hype! What is that? A double kill.
Yeah, just random double kill.
Oh, he's going in for more as well. That's a hell of a start to the round, isn't it? Just shut them down on the control they were looking for. Hey, why not get a third? Is there fourth on the menu? It might just be. I heard it goes well with Wine. We'll see if he checks it. Oh, he does. He runs right up against him. Akuma able to take the frag, but he might punish the 4K, but in the end, he does fall. 6-3. And at this point, you know, Alliance, they're feeling pretty confident. They've got the rounds under their belt, but more so, I want to point out the fact that they've got the ult economy firmly within their grasp. But for Dfuse, it's not quite done and dusted, shall we say. Oh, he didn't even register the second player, surely. That's just spraying. He's like, wait, I got 2? What?
6 bullets, 2 kills, that's okay.
I'll take those trades. The other thing I wanted to mention quickly was that you've actually got Takas just about to hit his ult. 1 ult charge away. So I imagine at the start of this round, they're going to be playing to pick that up for their Sage.
Yeah, but they also have the ult ready for Killjoy. But typically, for what I've seen, Alliances is ready with the Odin to counter that ult, or at least try it. So they went for the attack with the ult on A, which I'm not a big fan of, especially since, as you can see, Hype can still hold his side from just that one angle. They don't get anything from it, and they're... Oh my god!
Yeah, that's on Akuma, because Hoppy's trying to bait him out so Akuma can take the kill, but it's fair to say it didn't work. They thought maybe the lockdown would push them all the way back as well. It's another possibility, but no, because there's a position in heaven and down below that you're safe in. Very odd round. But still, Dfuse, they managed to make it over to the B site, despite what is a little bit of a misplay. It serves as the fake that they wanted it to, although they would have happily had a few kills alongside it. Now we come into this retake, and for Dfuse, it's all about catching their opponents off guard. They're watching the flank, but that close corner is already cleared. All they have to worry about now is sight, and where Roden is, and he's getting 1, 2, 3! Roden in with the play of the game! Kata manages to trade back, but up on top of the wall. You can't predict Takas to be there, and look at the sneaky position by the Killjoy. Logan now spotted, but the man is a machine, and all he's got to do is win a 1v1 with no time, and Fearoth on no HP. The round is over and done with. It's 1 out by Dfuse, and by an absolutely insane position by Roden. A relatively normal one, but insane trigger control, because he just waits, allows them to go by. Well, I'll take that kill and spray him down. It's almost poetic, like revenge for what Hype did in the previous round.
Yeah, and you can question a little bit the aftershock from Lothar here, because I think I didn't test it, and I will have to when I get to a custom game. But I think the aftershock can actually check now after the buff of it, right? Because it's 1/3 longer than it was before. You can check both the market like angle and the logs at the same time. But the aftershock was used only on logs.
Oh, okay, Roden, he gets completely blinded, but still a good amount of damage done. I thought it was even more than it was. The bullet's not quite hitting their mark. The recon shows out the 2 players, and they suspect one's in line as well. There's not really any easy way out of this. If you're a looker, popping flashes, well, it can only get you so far. You're going to run out eventually. There goes the fault line. Presumably, oh, he's not going to try back off alone. They're going to come in and fight with him. And off the back of that, 3 kills and a very quick and clean start to the round. Logan coming out, and this guy, he spray transfers and still gets it, although he didn't kill the first. Now caught in a corner, rushing on through the nano, and a pre-fire from Fearoth to close it out. Right, a close one.
This round is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious, but you know why? Because it's a mirror match. One guy is tucked into the pocket, right? Which is from one side is the wine, from the other side is literally just a pocket, small pocket on the other side of the A lobby, right? And the teams, both teams have the same situation. One guy on the left, 2 guys on the right. And they're stuck in a limbo. They both have to commit because someone otherwise is being sacrificed with no trade. So they were just stuck battling each other, just peeking a little bit, using all the utility. You have seen Breach use all 3 flashes like almost instantly, trying to get out of the winery, but he didn't get, like, even, you know, the smokes were not helpful. The flashes were not helpful. They was just being stuck there. Hilarious round. Oh wow.
And that's a nice start. The shot hit just after the Hunter's Fury connected. Logan rushes up short and grabs himself a trade on Hoppy. Now things are looking pretty good. If he can manage to get that Vandal, even better. Oh, he's actually picked up an Operator, didn't he?
Yeah,
That's
he did.
massive for Logan, but he's stuck in a corner. This is the only problem. The flash comes through, and now he's... Oh, look behind you! Logan catches him completely off guard, gets onto Kata as well, and it's all up to Fearoth, retaking right into Roden. Well done by Dfuse to close that one out, and a huge... Again, every time it seems to be Logan. I said that Roden was the one that could, you know, single-handedly carry. He's on the jet, yada, yada. But Logan, 19 for 10. There is just no stopping him.
I'll be honest, 7 rounds, you know, it's not a bad score for Alliance, but also not very, like, let's say, optimistic if you don't win the pistol round now on the attack.
Placing sentry.
This is a defense-based map, especially if you have good controllers, and we now will see a Sage and a Killjoy at the same time, so there are ways of stopping rushes on both sides, on A and B. The market might be a little bit open, unless the Killjoy sets up an armor board in it, but we'll see. We'll see how is the setup looking. Right now, on the attack, we see a split, a default play. Well, apart from the Garage B, but you predict that the Sova using a recon arrow and you're not gonna push that anyway, so you leave the control out of it. But now, there's a setup being used by Alliance on A. The Molly is prepared to, I guess, land in Garden to cut off the positioning so you can cross it with the 3 players from there. The doors are being destroyed. 2 people committing to A shot. Good flash on Dfuse. Hoppy is just dead in the water.
Oh, Looker's getting tagged up and distracted while a sideswipe comes in from Logan. They're left into a 2 versus 1, but it's Takis and low HP on the planter. No cover, but Fearoth closes it out. The frenzy round. I mean the pistol round, excuse me. As we go 8 to 5.
Did we see so many frenzies?
No, not really. It was just the final fight came down to it.
Yeah.
Frenzy versus the frenzy.
But Logan picked up, again, 2 kills. 2 kills. You might not, you know, for some more casual viewers in the chat, you hear 2 kills in a round and you feel like, that's not much. In a pro play, that's actually where you matter in the round. Apart of course, all the utility. But if you get a double kill, you did more than you should, basically.
And it's even his setup as well. The fact that he had the turret close right and then reacted on it, knowing the player would have to turn and shoot it on a pistol round, it just does so much damage as a percentage of your health if you just leave it alone while you push the site, plus slows you down while you're in the open and gives away where you are. So, you know, a lot of things going against you there. I thought that was a double kill, but it was a trade back by Kata. He's trying to heal, but he gets caught off and cut off from the rest of his team. No, out of the round, shock dart. I thought that was going to get the kill onto Takis, but he managed to slip away for a second before being shut down by a ghost, putting this into a 3 versus 1. And again, a fairly, I'm going to say, unwinnable situation. And then I look and I see it's Logan, and he's got a one-shot headshot weapon. I don't care what his HP is. This is a winnable situation.
It is, and he can still pick up a weapon on mid, if I'm not mistaken. 2 people are dead from Alliance. Unfortunately, the doors are closed. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go for some exit kills and then die from the spike. Because, you know, if you actually live through a round, you get 900 credits less. So unless you want to save a Spectre, I don't feel like he wants to. You need to go for some exit kills and commit to the death.
It looks like the exit kills are off the menu anyways. These players have gone firmly towards the spawn, so poor old Logan, he's left to dive into a spike, and you can see he's just going to rush on the side. Might even just tap it. Nice, not even close. Bang. Yeah,
I really like the change, by the way. I really like the change because it makes the runs more significant. You don't see many runs when the team is like, oh, it's 3v5, let's save.
I want something more, though. I want it to be that you can't jump into the spike and still get the money. And the reason, the way you do that is when, as soon as the spike explodes, it gives you your money. So if you're still alive, you would get the 900 less, and if you die, then in between the times. So similar to what CS is, right? I think that that's almost a better system purely because it punishes you for playing exits. Like right there, say Logan had a Vandal. He could play an exit, and if he dies, who cares? Because he gets the money next round. But if he dies after time, again, who cares? If they hunted towards him, he could kill 2 of them, die, and it would have no impact on him, but he would have gotten 2 kills. I feel like there should be some extra risk other than just the weapon you'll lose.
But hey, who buys a Vandal second round?
True. Well, some players, but yeah, no, it's not too common. Not too common at all. This is going to be a fairly fast round, actually, towards the A side. Odin, he's able to grab himself one and dash on out of there, looking for more. Well handled by Loden. Or Roden. Who's loading? But he's reloading.
That's a combination of Logan and Roden. It's unstoppable.
The deadly duo. But look, the man advantage sits their way. They have to drop out of heaven. That's the danger, right? They're looking at a stinger up close. There's one, and they dismissed right afterwards, looking for a little bit more and getting it. Kata, he's already in there for the double. His teammate just needs to hide because out he comes. Hey, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Well, 3 players in the same position, and every one of them falls to the stinger. That's a massive round for Kata. And oh, look at the little teddy bear. He's so cute.
Remember, this is the patch where the stinger is not nerfed, but at the same time, after testing it today, I still feel like the stinger is very good, you know, up close, and is actually easier to control because you have lower fire rate. So it's not a nerf per se, you know, it's still very viable, and then we're probably gonna see more plays like this in the next patch. But yeah. I also wanted to mention how much work Lothar does. This round was won because of his flashes. They got initial kills on the side, on Logan, because Logan was just basically blinded the entire time. This was such an easy way of just entering a side, and this is something that I felt Dfuse was missing on the attack. It makes a difference. The breach is absolutely phenomenal on attack, but also so useful on the defense.
I mean, this is huge. Roden looking for a little bit more. He's only got 1 knife, though. That's the shame. Drop down below. Look, Kata gets blinded. It was a nice attempt to just make sure you secured it, right? And that was it. Roden, he gets 1 kill. He could have gotten so much more, but the shot missed is a real godsend for Alliance. Now left into this position, Krigan doesn't really want to take that fight, right? You're pushing through short, close range. It's where these pistols thrive. Logan! Come on, man! He's going out for more and 3 headshots. Knife out to try and deal with Krigan because his ammo was gone. But it's a 1v2. All thanks to Logan. 2 or 3 kills, it seems to just be the standard. Now going in towards the site, Krigan wants to get that spike planted. They could rush him down at any moment. Luckily, the door is closed for that extra bit of security, but as he swings out, he sees the pistols. Here comes the paranoia. It's massive. 1 kill, looking for the second. He knows exactly where the player is, and well handled by Krigan. He got a 4K this round, but it was versus pistols. It was a recovery of a round that they should have had already. This is the big play. 1, 2, and then the spray for the 3rd. How do you have got that cleanly? I mean, that's a bit much to ask, isn't it? But had he have gotten it, he would have killed Krigan as well.
Imagine if he had more ammo, right? Or imagine if Krigan didn't actually have his ultimate to stop him.
Yeah. Right. That's weapons retrieved. 3v1. You're screwed. Round's over. Logan is nuts. I cannot say it enough.
11-5, right? And he has 24 frags on an 11-5 score. How is this even allowed?
For a team losing by that much, I have not seen that from anybody but Scream. At this level, at least, in Europe. It doesn't happen.
It's nuts. Like, he's a star player right now. If he has this consistency over and over again, I feel like he needs to go off that Killjoy, man. It's just insane.
Even better if you can do it on Killjoy, I would think, because then, like, a lot of the stuff he's doing, setting himself up off the utility, yada yada, but it's his crosshair, man. It's magnetic to heads. He's unbelievable. So yeah, if you put him on someone like Arena, jeez. There's very few players I will argue for being on Arena, but hey, these kind of performances and the consistency as well.
I mean, imagine on Race when he just fuels his ultimate and he gets the grenades with every 2 kills.
Yeah. I think Lockdown's also quite an impactful one, but it's just you won't be putting your Killjoy in the same positions, let's say, as you would if he was like a Reyna or something like that. Now, for Takas, holding up close, he's going to pop a slow through, and this is really nice. The swing, the timing, everything works out so well for Takas. The slow left, Kata just stuck in the back. Roden's just sniping away with a nice little 3K, and that's the kind of round they really needed. A flawless, and it's not so much about the economy or anything like that. It's just about the morale boost that you get off a round like that one. We mentioned Hoppy was playing insanely well on the previous map, and I think the time has come to mention he has got 3 kills.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, and there were some questionable plays as well. When the Killjoy lockdown happened on A, and he just kind of just ported in middle of A, where Hype was straight looking at him and got a double kill. Those situations can happen because he's basically throwing away all the advantage that they're slowly gaining by the utility. But yeah, the previous round looked clean, but it was Tapas who did the heavy lifting on A short. A very cool setup with the wall. But now a quick execute on the market. Logan with 1 kill. Only 1.
It's a rare thing to point out. Logan has 1 kill. Yeah, no, in this position for Alliance, you're trying to get back into these positions to catch your opponents off guard when they push, but it looks like the opposite might happen. Fearoth in towards main is going to be the key player on this one. The timing, oh, it's worked out terribly. Yeah, Hoppy peeks in at just the right moment to catch him looking in towards the site. Now Kata's trying to close in the position, and I think... No, he's tucked in the corner, and he's still going to catch him off guard. Dismisses out of there, makes it into main. Here comes the res. Kata wants to challenge that. He wants to fight it, and he takes down Roden. There goes Sage, and it's all up to Logan again, but the time is going to be the big thing. He's got 2 players to fight against, 2 ults as well, and they just double peek, and that was the right play. But Logan, whenever I see the final 2 players in front of him, I fear for their lives, because this guy, he's unreal. But even despite the insane performance he's putting forward, his best foot is most certainly in front. It is 12-6, and they are at map and series point. And remember, there is no reward for going out right now. If Alliance win this, they are 1 best of 3 away from Masters. If they lose that, they have 1 more best of 3 immediately as the final game of 2 weeks from now in Challenger Week 3, which would then put them in Masters as well. For Dfuse, they get nothing. If they lose this game, it's all for nothing and they have to start again next week, and that is demotivating.
Yeah, from scratch again. Quick execute from Alliance. Nothing new. Nihil Novi. Just a quick plant in the first 10 seconds. And Cregan with the nasty wallbang, but he doesn't get the second one. Takas gets him on A Heaven. There's a lockdown from Logan. There's another lockdown for the counterplay. And Aftershock ultimates galore right now happening.
But it's Kata. It's Kata with the double, keeping them alive even despite Fearoth going down. The man advantages are there. The lockdown comes into effect. It pushes the players back. It even catches Logan. He's going to be out of the play for a while now. Trade is there, and Logan is battling against the clock and 2 players as he rushes back into the site. He needs to take the fights quickly. In comes the turret. No idea where these final 2 players are, and the fight won by Kata. The 3K to close it, and that is it. Alliance move forward to the next round, the main event, which means they're now 1 best of 3 away from making it through to Masters. What an unbelievable series, though, especially that first map. I have to say, Dfuse and Logan in particular just blew me out of the water.
I'm a little bit sad, not gonna lie. Like, the first match was a true nail biter, but I felt like Dfuse were a different team on Ascent. They played definitely not in the same convincing way that they played on Haven. Some let's say personal level of play, mistakes that were happening, and Logan just pulling his weight. That was basically what we have seen from Dfuse on Ascent, and it's a little bit disappointing to see them go out in this fashion, because I was hoping we're gonna have a nail biter on our hand, 2-0. But you know, if you're gonna see the bracket and you're gonna see a 2-0 right now, you're gonna be like, Alliance took it, easy match. Well, it wasn't an easy match. Yeah. It could have actually been a 1-1 because that Haven was so damn close.
Again, though, it's one of these situations, man, where my heart just goes out to Dfuse because they always seem to get so close, and they're such a good team. They don't quite make it. And the winner of this game, I believe, is going to play off against Wave. So arguably the easiest route through to Masters. Certainly you wouldn't want to be playing against the other 3 if you had your pick. But Wave are still no team to be scoffed at. They beat Fnatic. So all these teams from EU coming out of left, right, and center and really showing upsets and improvements. That's what we like to see. But talking about improvements, players that have improved a lot since you will have last seen them, or if you've seen them at all on your screens, we've got to take a vote. And you guys can go over to Twitter at Val Esports _EU to vote for the match, the player of the match, excuse me. Now, we've selected 3 players for this one. I've been told it is Fearoth, Cadaver, or Creagon as the players of the match. So you guys have your say. Head on over to Twitter at Val Esports _EU and vote for which player you think deserves that crown. Man, we got to give a consolation prize to Logan, though, because after that kind of game, oh man, he's gonna have some new fans, that's for damn sure.
For sure. If he's streaming, give him a follow. Like, that guy is nuts. The cross replacement is crisp, the flicks are on point, and I really love the utility usage. He plays so well off it, right? He basically plays like a 5.5 player, right? Because he gets that all of those small angles with the turret, with the alarm bot. He knows when to pick, when his utility picks up movement. Really crisp. I love it. Logan, the guy to watch in future matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Logan is the one to watch, as we're saying. He finished out, by the way, in case you didn't notice, top frag in that game, 26 kills. The game overall. Kata had 22 on the Reyna. And just again, in case you didn't notice, or in case you just joined us, the guy that's top fragging, you're thinking, oh, you said Kata's on a Reyna, so I guess Logan's what, Jet? He might be Reyna. He was a Killjoy. He was a Killjoy. Just I'll let you guys process that, really think about what that involves and what that means. In the meantime, we're going to throw things over to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have Sue back to discuss that game and our next one, the upcoming. We'll talk about that in a few.
Let's get money.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Europe, where Alliance have just taken down Dfuse. I'm Yinsu, and I am bringing you guys an interview right now. Lothar should be joining me. Lothar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hi, welcome to the stream and massive congratulations on your victory. Let's just rewind back to that first mag because that was one of the craziest overtimes I think we've ever seen. So talk me through your guys' strategy going through 4 rounds of overtime.
I don't know, the strategy in overtimes always comes short a bit. You see that people like to group up a bit more, everyone is like scared a bit. It's a lot of fun, it's a lot of adrenaline. And I think we managed good, We had nice retakes, nice takes. Even the enemy was having really good executes. It was a lot of fun.
I think one player from the Dfuse side who caused you a little bit of problem was Logan. I think on both of the maps he was just kind of on another level. So tell me, what did you make of him as an opponent?
Really, first shout out to Logan. It was a very insane game from him. Every time in every clutch, it was very intense. We were sweating a lot against him. I never saw us, all the time we are a bit more disrespectful in these 3v1s or something like this. We show them who the boss is, but this guy, we always need to double peek. We always need to bait each other to really get the kill done at last. It was fun, man.
Yeah, it definitely looked quite intense from where I was sitting. Just going back to the pre-match interview, Firoth came on and said to us, you guys are a new team. You're still sort of dealing with putting everything together and making sure everything works. But after seeing you guys play today, you definitely don't look like a team that's only been together for a month and a half. So talk me through how you've been able to sort of tidy everything up so fast and become so consistent.
I don't know. I think our practices were not as good as our fishes. I think when everyone is like on 100%, we really have a good team play, good chemistry, and that's what I like a lot. On Haven, we had our difficulties on attack at first. Like a lot of times, we are not grouped up, peeking in some scenarios, always one by one. But on SN, we just came fully back, fully calmed down, and was amazing. It was nice.
Of course, today was a big game, but you have an even bigger match on Saturday. You play Wave, and the winner goes through to a Masters. What do you make of Wave as an opponent, and how do you fancy your chances against them?
I don't know. I haven't really played against them in a while, but I think we have the upper hand. I think we are a stronger team right now. I'm not sure what they have in the strats, so I don't know. Maybe they come up with some surprises. So we need to be careful. But I think if we play our game, we're gonna be good.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, Lothar. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you back on here on Saturday.
See ya. Have fun.
Thank you very much. And that was, thank you, you too. And that was Lothar, everybody. As I said, Alliance are now through. But coming up, we have G2 versus Animel. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back right here after the break.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Europe, where Alliance have just become the first team to make it through the play-ins. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by Mitch and Lothar. You guys, I just wanted to quickly pull up something that Lothar said in that interview before the break. He feels that Alliance have the edge over Wave. Of course, they're going to face each other on Saturday, and the winner of that goes to the Masters event. And now, having seen both of them play at Challengers, Wave 2 weeks ago and Alliance today, Lothar, would you agree with that statement?
Oh, yeah, I think we touched upon that already. Wave seems like the, let's say, underdog in that trio. And I felt that both Dfuse and Alliance will have an upper hand in that duel, and Wave will have to prove us wrong in the next match that we will have, which will be on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken, right?
They will be playing on Saturday. And Mitch, would you agree as well? And if you also are in the sort of the side where you feel like Alliance are the stronger team coming into this, how much stronger are they? Because, you know, we're not talking about a massive disparity, I feel.
The exception of that Fnatic game, I don't see anything in Wave's history that makes them a particularly scary team. Like, they're definitely, I don't want to beat a dead horse on this one, which seems rude, but they're definitely the easiest team out of the four that are there on paper. But they beat Fnatic. Like, you can't ignore or devalue the fact that that is not a game that you would have imagined they had a chance in. I would have imagined that's a 2-0, clean as can be. And we see Wave this week. But no, they managed to do that. Now, that means that they're definitely a team that can surprise you. They're definitely one that can come out. But from what we've seen today and from what we've seen versus Liquid, or from what I saw versus Liquid more so, I think that it has to be favored towards Alliance. You've also got a little bit more pressure on Wave, right? They've been around that bit longer. They've got a lot of games under their belt, and now they're starting to show results. If they lose, so they're obviously very happy having beaten Fnatic. We have seen that, I think it's fair to say, with their social media interactions. Now, if you're going to talk all the time, like, we beat Fnatic, we did it. If you lose straight away in the next game and get, okay, they'll have one more chance to get through to Masters, but it starts to devalue the fact that you beat Fnatic. It starts to make it look like Fnatic beat themselves and you were on the server kind of thing. So I think that they've got to prove themselves now, which puts even more pressure on top of them.
I feel like they're facing almost a similar problem that Summon FC did before they were Fnatic. You know, they were winning here and there, and people were kind of like, is that a fluke? Is that game against FPX a fluke? You need to really, really be consistent to be considered top level in this scene. And speaking of someone that is consistent, I know you guys have spoken about him already, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't put him in the MVP vote, but Logan, what a player. I mean, even Lothar himself said that they had to change their strategy when they're in a 1v3. Usually in a 1v3, you can just kind of like come in, you can troll a little bit, you can almost give the kill to someone who wants it. But in Logan's case, he's not playing a 1v3, is he, Lothar?
No, definitely not. Like, I feel like even though he didn't win an MVP award for the match, like, he won our hearts. He was insane in this match entirety in Haven, And on Ascent, he had this crisp aim. He was playing well of his utility, well of his teammates. And you could see that he was putting so much pressure into Alliance that, as you said, they had to change some approaches. And it was very rare to see Logan not hold his own when he was defending a side. And I think I've seen maybe a handful of rounds when he was not able to defend his side. And that was when Lothar nailed the flashes on him, and he was just not able to peek because he didn't see anything. But whenever he was peeking, he was always getting a frag, maybe even two, and he was pulling his weight. It was on his team to back what he was doing, and unfortunately, that failed short. So, quite unfortunate. I mean, Haven was fantastic to watch. Ascent was, let's say, a little bit disappointing from Dfuse.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely wanted something more competitive, of course, but I can announce the official player of the match. You guys voted on Twitter, and Kada is your winner. Mitch, how worthy of an MVP winner is he?
Oh, he doesn't deserve it at all. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Kada. I'm sorry. I think he's definitely one that deserves it. An honorable mention there would be Lothar as well. I feel like he came in clutching so many rounds, and we were both pointing it out, myself and Lothar, throughout that cast, that as a supportive element in this team, he's so important. And what's interesting is, past what you see on the surface level of just how he plays, he's also very important to the back end of the team as well. So overall, Lothar contributed a whole lot, and I don't want that to go unnoticed because he's probably the most humble person I've ever met. He's not going to say it. But Kada, he's an insane player individually. I feel like he's almost gotten unlucky that Logan was in that game, because normally, like that first map, he's the first one reaching 30 kills of 31 when we reach second OT. He's one that player that really shines through as just such a strong individual. But then Logan came along and was like, "Can I have some of that spotlight? Thank you."
And speaking of spotlight, we do have to move on to our second match of the day, and of course that is G2 versus Animel. I am really hoping I'm pronouncing that right, but it kind of spells like it's going to be Animel. Of course, G2, everybody knows this team, everybody knows what they can do. They just keep winning. I know they were knocked out last week, but this week, looking at the scores, they had absolutely no problems whatsoever defeating their opponents, moving to this stage. Whereas Animel's, on the other hand, I know some of those players have played together in the past. They seem to have only come together for this week of the Challengers. Lothar, I know it's not too much to go on to for this team, but on paper, I know G2 are the favorites.
Yeah.
And do you feel like there's an upset potential at all in this matchup?
Well, I don't feel comfortable saying that there might be an upset potential. But we know that G2 is G2, and this not only applies to this game, but also League of Legends, also Rocket League. Yeah. There's a potential to just inting, and because of that...
Lothar, I am super sorry I have to stop you there, just because, not that I intentionally stopped at the word inting, but we do have to head into map vetoes because the players are getting ready and now in the lobby, and we don't want to delay them too much.
Sure.
But definitely feel free to talk over the map vetoes and what you were saying, Lothar, because just quickly running through, it looks like we're going to go to Split, Bind, and Icebox, and G2 were the ones that banned out Ascent, and Animal were the ones that banned out the other map, which I cannot remember right now. Haven, that's it, Haven. Lothar, apologies, as you were saying about G2.
Let's just maybe pick up on the maps. So far, G2 in the past 3 months have won 11 times on Bind and didn't lose once. So it is a map that I'm honestly surprised is left out in the open. It's going to be the second map, so we're going to for sure see it. But Split is a map that G2 is performing well, but it's still a 7-3, so they're like winning a lot of maps on it, but most of them were actually played against teams that were not up to, let's say, the tier of skill that G2 has. Now, when it comes to Animel, when I see on Bind, they have a 2-0, not many matches going on, basically. Ascent is 4-1, Icebox 2-1, Split 1-0, so not much data that we can analyze for it, but I'm just kind of interested in seeing how Animel will play this on a personal level, because there's one player that on paper really shines in Animel, and that is Heber, who plays Raze and Reyna, and he has really impressive average damage per round, which is 175, which is higher than anyone in this lobby right now. So let's keep an eye on that. But when it comes to G2, you know how they play. And I think we can't expect, you know, from the 2 weeks before, we can't expect any change in the playstyle that we have seen from G2 so far.
Well, Mitch, I'll throw that question to you as well. Now, with the map picks in mind, how big of a upset potential do you see here, or is it more of it going to be a G2 would have to beat themselves kind of scenario?
Look, when I play Total War 3 Kingdoms, I play it on romance mode. I don't play it on normal, right? But in this game, I'm not going to do the same thing. I'd love to romanticize the upset of G2 like we had versus NIP last week. It was really a fun game, but there were a lot of things going on there. I think G2 thought Icebox could be a map that would swing in, catch NIP off guard, and in fact, they'd been scrimming it a lot, and you could see they were so well prepared for it. I don't think this can be an upset. I think this is 2-0 for G2. Honestly, losing a map here would almost mean they're going to be pracking a lot over the next 24 hours to get ready for the next day, because versus a team like this, G2 just don't tend to struggle. It's really, I feel like if you're Animel coming in, you're like, yeah, we're one game away from potentially being in Masters. We got G2. All right, see you next week. So how are the brackets looking for next week? Like, It's a tough one. It's a sad truth, but hey, it makes it even better if they do pull off an upset.
But hey, everyone was in the position, and like we had, you know, in the past here, right? We had Monkey Business being like an underdog, and the upset was happening. NIP was an underdog, upset was happening, and it was actually against G2. If G2 wins today, they're gonna have a very cool storyline of playing again against NIP in the same kind of tournament, but this time with higher stakes. So, you know, it's Valorant, baby, and everyone can take on it. You know, I feel like this game is just so open to, let's say, interpretation of how you want to play it, and you can catch off guard so many teams because you play it differently than everyone else.
Well, I feel like we can probably cross that NIP bridge when we get there, because I after everything last week, right, and I know that the caliber of teams are slightly different last week, but I don't feel comfortable even saying that a team is the outright clear 100% favorite, just because what if this Animal team has 5 Logans, Mitch? Then what do we do?
If 5 Logans exist out there, I don't want to see that team, to be honest. I feel like that's just an even more powerful version of G2 almost, except he was very well thought through in his thought processes. No, like that would be great, but even looking at the games that they had versus Vodafone Giants, like you can see that Polvi, for example, was able to step it up quite a bit on the Jet from time to time, but it's all down to consistency, and obviously as well, we were already mentioning their fantastic rate, or Rays, excuse me. The thing is though, like in a game like this, you have to stack up the win conditions, and for G2, their win conditions are play as they normally do, or slightly off their normal play style. If they play as they did versus NIP, I still think that's going to be enough to take this win. And then you look at the other side, and there's so many unknowns there that you have to take off as win conditions for their players turning up, for their ability on each map, their ability to counter the likes of what G2 do, the early CT or defense aggression. There's so much that they're going to have to do. The win conditions are massively weighed up on their side versus G2. So
yeah, it is indeed. I'm very sorry, Mitch, for interrupting you, but we have Agent Select now, and let's head into the first Agent Select, which will be on Split, and see what these two teams are preparing. I personally don't feel like we're going to get a huge surprise, especially not from G2. They, like you guys said, they do what they do, and yeah, I have it on my screen now, and it is up. Of course, Patatech locking that in, no surprises, and we do have a Reyna and a Sage and a Jet. Lothar, what do you make of the Animals compositions as they've locked all of their in already?
Pretty aggressive, no flashes, only blinds, right? So this is another, you know, I'm gonna touch upon it again and again. Every single team that will play with absolutely no flashes, I feel like it's on a disadvantage on attack. And it's interesting. I was hoping for it, Piv. That Viper and Split is actually, in my opinion, this is the best map for Viper. But we're gonna see Zeke actually on Breach, where he typically, you know him from also No Panky when he was playing a lot of Rays. Now he's getting on that breach job, and I feel like this is something that Zeke might actually shine as well, because he is not the best player like to come first on the side, but he's great on the cleanup, and he's very consistent at it. So I'm really looking forward to see Zeke, how he will play on attack and how he will play actually on defense. I'm guessing he's gonna play on A and then swap up to mid a little bit to help Ardis, which will probably take the mid duty. But in general, this seems like a very balanced lineup from both teams. The only thing missing is that, you know, breach or sky on attack for an Animel.
Well, I think it's time to jump into the game. It seems like we're on our screen. 7 seconds left in the freeze time before we started out. Although I do notice that all of the attackers are sat in spawn. So I do feel like we're going to either have a restart or a pause. Because I don't know about you, Lothar, but that looks like the strangest setup to start a round with now that we're 10 seconds in and nobody's moving.
Well, maybe that's the strat.
Run down the clock.
Yeah, let's fake an AFK. Let's write in chat, oh guys, so we have AFKs, and then last 20 seconds they all rush in on A. Who knows?
Apparently we've had an issue with the agent select, by the way, which is why we've jumped back out to our beautiful faces. Not because of the stipulation in both of our contracts that we have to be on camera for a certain amount of time per hour. That is
also smile. I have to do that more.
We both have to. The whole rest of the thing, even the cast, we got to be smiling. People will hear it. They'll know. They'll be jumping back in a second, reselecting agents. And I heard it was because of wrong agent select, maybe a mistake being made, maybe a Viper, Lothar.
You think so?
Maybe. That made me smile all cast.
No, Piff is again.
Thanks a lot, Piff.
What happened? Wait. Polvi is actually changing to race? So I wonder how this works, you know, because it was locked down. I don't know. But he's actually now on Raze instead of Jet.
Interesting though that you have the Raze Reyna comp. So this is going to be, you're playing against G2, and I want to delve into a little bit of the mentality that's clearly at play here. You're taking a Reyna, looking to grab a couple of those aggressive duels, but it's the fact that it's on Polvi, that the Raze is on Polvi, and that the Reyna is on Hibber, and possibly because obviously he's just been so strong individually. You were mentioning his stats there in the pre-game as being a very strong player, so it makes sense that he's going to be the one taking that initiator role.
But I have to say, Hibber was playing on Raze so far most of the matches.
Yep.
This is why also his ADR is so high, because he has the ability to deal damage with every single piece of his utility. So basically when you play characters like Raze and a little bit to a degree Killjoy, your ADR is on average higher than with other agents. But now he's gonna be on Reyna, and I'm really looking forward to see how he will perform, because there's a lot of pressure always when there's a Reyna in team. If you don't perform, like you're not helping your team a lot with your utility, because the Leers are not that great, and you just need to get kills. If you don't get that, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders.
One of the things I will say when it comes down to G2 is that I don't think they're going to be phased by any of this. These agent picks are more confident foot forward by Animel. The thing is though, for Hibber, it's a different skill set playing Reyna. Another skill set, shall we say, that's being challenged. So this is something that I'm going to really keep an eye on him and how this Reyna works for them. At the moment, it's going to start with a flash up for his teammates to try and go for a peek, but nothing comes of that. In fact, Hibber falls in a 1-for-1 trade. The heals at least taken out of the scenario, so the damage done to their Omen will remain, and in fact it will be finished off as well with Patatek falling. Animel now have B-site control. They should get a plant and a man advantage for the post plant.
Nice play on the feet, by Polvi. He stayed on the wall when he was on brink of falling, and he got a kill based on that. That was really cool to see that he just fought on the spot about that.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Up from above, Mixwell takes one, but that's not going to be enough. The 2v2 emerges, and they at least know where Polvi is. They've cleared out the backside as well, so this is pretty much confirmed that both these players are towards the wall. Zeke, caught up by the nade. It's going to tickle him up a little bit as he swings, and that's enough to allow Keft to take the frag. 1-0, and it's not for G2. They've lost the pistol.
with 10 HP left, by the way. This could have gone either way. But, important to mention, Heber got the first kill, and I feel like if he would just take the dismiss, it would have been done and dusted, right? Having Reyna, it doesn't matter if it's 70 or 100 or 50, 150 HP here, but they had a man advantage if he would just dismiss, but he went greedy, he went for that healing, and he paid the price for that, because Mixwell was just right behind the corner, waiting with that frenzy. But now, with the 1-0, they definitely feel the confidence because they're winning against G2 the first important round, the pistol round.
Lothar, I feel like you're not smiling right now.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna ear to ear.
There we go.
Sure, you're gonna hear that.
Perfect. See, I was getting DMs. People were complaining. Come on, you gotta be smiling the whole time.
Yeah, I just have a resting bitch face, you know.
I noticed. Don't worry.
Oh man.
It's okay. I still love you. They like 1-0 to Animel as we start out this round. You're going to see G2 go in for a confident force buy. They're a big fan of Fnatic or Bookie FC as they used to be known, but it's not going to start out too well as they lose out on a double opening. Hibber oh wait, he's in the danger zone right now. Artist takes him down. Nicely done, but so much more still to recover. Palvy's walked out on the site. He's got control. They know there's a player in heaven, but they also know he has a Bookie or a Spectre at very best, and it looks like he has swapped over to the Spectre at this point. Either that or he stuck a silencer on the Bookie, which might be OP. You know, I suppose it would make it more long range as well. You don't want that.
It's not escape from Tarkov, my friend.
Get some, what do they call it? Book shots, right? Start really book shots on the Bookie. It would work.
Get some slugs in.
Exactly. Over the long range stuff. The heal comes up now with time being delayed so much, so Animel in an even better position. This retake is very, very staggered, very slow. And it's just going to cost them as they get caught off guard by Zigatares swinging and hitting both to put Zeke all by himself. And with this, saving over the Bookie that he has is not really the objective so much as getting an exit kill is. And he's going to be offered up that opportunity, but misses the timing. Oh, maybe he doesn't.
There we go. He dealt still some damage. You know, just even getting 30 damage on an eco is a little bit costly for the other side because they have to rebuy the shields. If you have to rebuy the full shield, that's 1k, so it's still worth it. It's not a huge win, but it's always a consolation price.
That goes there.
I think the... Oh. Don't go in that door. Those guys look threatening. Are they really big? Or is the door really small?
Or the knives are just really big because they are from escalation.
There you go. But they're swords, not knives at that point. A sword and a knife shape. Yeah, the thing for G2 though, you have to look at, obviously they went in for Bookies in the previous round and they got themselves some damage, forcing some reinvestment. You have to capitalize in a round like this, and they have got weapons to work with. Mixwell especially coming out on mid, great flash and great kill. Out of there he goes. Give up vent control, sure. If you look at it this way, the map control that you have in vent when you don't have anybody, like, you look at the positions on B. Nobody is playing upper B, nobody's peeking into mid. It's worthwhile giving them that control in exchange for a kill, because this angle that he's holding now is just so strong. There's the feet, and there's the kill. Another one. You know, they're just walking into it, lands to the slaughter.
Just basically 3 frags, and you can see how powerful Breach is. He can help while being basically on B. He can still flash heaven or mid. So he's essentially like just putting so much pressure on both possible ways where attackers can enter. With his fault line, with his flashes, with his aftershock, everything is useful here. He's gonna be instrumental to the defenses here. But you're not gonna see it because everyone else will be taking the frags.
One enemy remaining.
Come here.
Well, Piff got the flying rays, you know, mid-air, and if I'm not mistaken, he got another kill with the spray. It was actually pretty fast. I'm not certain if that happened. He did kill the race.
Well, you know what, Lothar? I was muted there, so that's... all I said was, nice shot, Zeke. That's the only words I said that whole time, just nice shot, Zeke. Like that. So just slot that in your memory, we're all good, let's move on. It was a nice little spray over by him. Last time I take a drink and mute, next time you're just going to hear me gulping. And look, go. With this, well, Neighbor's taking down Mixwell. You know, a little bit too confident going down for that mid peak. Last time, it was in vents, waiting for them to push. Now, It's not. It's him rushing down mid. Look where he died. Right at the bottom of the stairs. I mean, very confident with the breach abilities, but it didn't pay off.
It was a little bit high risk, high reward. Maybe even not high reward, because getting 1 kill was probably what he would get anyway. And that's not really a good deal for the defenders.
Sometimes you're feeling it. You want to go for the play, but this time it has not paid off. And I think this is a... the spray. It was still nice considering he was blind. It's just the crosshair placement, right? And then you just intuitively spray away, keep it at roughly head height, and you might get a kill out of it. And indeed he did. Or at least you stopped him pushing you at the very worst. So for Hibber, 1v3, spotted out. I mean, he already threw the flash, so they knew where he was. And that paranoia is absolutely sublime. Unfortunately, it also blinded Cypher. So he wasn't quite able to swing out and take the kill. The Patatek, well, he was just playing for himself there. You know, he spent a paranoia to ensure he gets the kills and the stats. I respect it.
Alright, well, this is the round where Animel really was hoping for a win. Because if they would just completely destroy or obliterate G2's economy, but now they're on the back foot. They have to basically do a half buy, which is some shares, small shields, 2 shares without even any support of the shields, so glass cannons, and it seems like Polvi will be playing in with small shields next round as well. Big commitment. I'm not sure if I like that, especially in lower percentage rounds like this one.
I do wonder though, are they looking to use that showstopper over on Animel? They're going to break out the wall and move towards some mid control, but I think if they were looking to use it, they would have sent Raze through heaven. It's not too often you'll see it entered into B traditionally, but now with that kill, this is where you start to really consider it. Moving up forward, flash goes through, Mixwell, blind, but he walks under it. Really nice reaction. And he stayed in the smoke versus a Sheriff though, and the punishment is there immediately. Polvi hasn't got blast packs. So if he pops that ult, he's going to be very... he's not going to be very mobile, excuse me. And that could come with a pretty hefty cost.
Which is not bad when your opponent doesn't know where you are. But now it's too late. But he goes for it.
Oh. He gets it.
He still gets Piff. Wow. I actually didn't see that coming.
Yeah, no, I didn't imagine. Ooh, Patatek. He's up in heaven. He's dropped down to sight now. Close range again versus these Sheriffs. Never really ideal. The spray is good. And he's got it. Made Mookie panic. And 3 rounds on the board.
Whenever I see Patatek spraying, it's like the shakiest aim I have ever seen in my life. And he somehow still gets it. It's like left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Oh, always. I think though it's I remember speaking with Madden, who used to play on Godsend. I don't remember the org they're currently under now, but I think it's FPX now in CS. I'm almost certain. But basically, back when he grew up, he didn't really have like a PC setup, like a proper PC setup. So basically, the reason he plays on an insanely high sense, like it's if you ever watch a clip from Madden, you'll notice he cannot micro adjust, because it's so high. Because he used to play with the mouse on his knee, like a mouse mat on his knee, not even on a small table, just on the top of his leg. So he had to play super low sense. Imagine hitting a 180 on your knee. Good luck.
Hibber again tries his luck on mid. This is the 3rd time in a row when he exactly makes the same move. G2 might be catching on that as well, because you know, Zeke likes to flash the mid, and then someone takes the trade from vents. A small bit of change of positioning from G2 as well. Piff was playing mid, but set up trap inside of vents, which now they will be aware that someone is pushing it.
Okay. With Polvi down, they lose a lot of the control that they had now, knowing there could be a player coming up the ramp. It's going to delay them in pushing through as they now look to push onto the site. The wall is still blocking them off from the reinforcements coming in from spawn. So again, this is just time consuming, right? It means it's going to take a lot longer for them to actually do something. Paranoia hit Patatek, stops him from really doing anything, but here's Zeke's reaction. Rolling Thunder. That's 1 kill at least. They saw the player Flowers, I thought, but they dealt with them anyways. And then Hibber is just process of elimination found out. They gonna economy res? No, not at this point.
No, they are very rich.
It would have been a weird res.
You should consider it when you're actually just feeling your opponents still have high economy and you're lacking 1 or 2 big guns. I feel like that's the only possible, like, let's say, viable option for the res for economy. Otherwise, it's just not worth it. It's just probably just even worth risking dying next round without the res than just going for economy res like this. I think he was just trolling his teammate.
I would love to see your vote someday, because I was going to bring up how, like, the economy in this game isn't quite as important, should we say, as in Counter-Strike. Like, if you had the ability to get one gun for free every so often, you would definitely do it in CS. But I wonder from our audience, like, where they all come from. Because I think most players come from Counter-Strike, from my experience. But maybe that's because mine... Oh! Why?
Why?
Why has he done that? In Counter-Strike, you wouldn't do that, Patatex. You got no excuses. Maybe in Overwatch, I don't know. But...
I feel like a lot of pro players have the really bad habit of switching to a weapon, you know, like a knife, and just looking at it like this. Polvi just went for the inspect button, right? Swing it a few times, maybe even make a spray and, you know, show your position.
That's a nice dodge. Well done by Zeke. Dealing with these guys perfectly until that. He had run out of ammunition by the end of it, so the reload needs to come in anyways. Res, thankfully, they did an economy res previous round, so they can get back up into a 3v3. Because the problem is now, there could be a peak there, but the player actually backed off completely and then gets shut down as Hibber falls. Things do get quite dangerous. You get okay. Well, that's not ideal. Kev is so low. They're easily able to trade that. They even go out with a classic, having the info that the last player was pretty much one hit.
Quite unfortunate that Sage wasn't prepared for that CT peak, because I'm certain that the info was there, right? Maxwell is in the CT, and he did turn a little bit late.
This was nice though, and I feel for Zeke. I feel like if he had a Phantom, he would have won this duel. But the problem for him, like, obviously needed the Vandal anyways for those longer range engagements. That brings up an interesting topic even around range selection. You know, if you're going to be playing from screens, which is the very top of the map outside of A, if you're playing from there, look how long range that angle is. You're going to want to use the Vandal because you get the one-tap headshots, and it's just going to be that little bit easier to... you're never really going to get within one-shot range with the Phantom playing that position. Whereas, say, for example, you're playing B, you can definitely use the Phantom. It's almost preferred at times, because if you peek close, you're in one-shot headshot most of the time. Oh man, how's Maxwell getting away with a second peek? He's gonna go for more. You know he is, but Polvi punishes him, thankfully this time, then even gets a second. This has turned from an insanely good start to a very, very poor position. I don't like that he's pushing when he's still like 30 HP. I'd rather wait for the full health heal up, but hey, it's all about timing, I guess, getting out to the site. They don't know the Patatek is snuck up behind into B main. That's one free kill, but now that he's known, the paranoia has to go out. Another duel that goes his way. Can they win it? The 2v2 kept has done well to trade it back. TP in the backside, confirming they're both here. He saw them both. That's really important information now under his belt. Allows his teammate to stop worrying about a heaven flank. He's TP'd. They saw him on the right side, but this is supposed to serve as a distraction as his teammate comes up behind. Timing's a little bit... Okay. What? He's low HP and he just swung on them, and now here comes Pip to save the day. I don't know how G2 won that, really. Like, I understand what happened, but I still don't understand what happened. You know what I mean?
I don't understand how Patrick got away with that. He had 30 HP, two people looking at him directly. He was sold out by his teleport. The shadow step just basically popped over that crate. They knew where he is, and somehow he still gets the shot first without getting any damage. One bullet to the leg was enough. I don't know. It feels pretty off. I mean, impressive for Patatek, but unfortunately we didn't see his POV on that. No one anticipated that he actually gets away with that.
No, I wouldn't be watching Patatek's POV. I think we actually watched exactly what we should have in that situation, because Patatek swinging, I think, was supposed to be like a trade scenario. He peeks out, he sees, are they both backside? Is there one close? And that's where Pith comes in and tries to make the 1v2 happen. But instead, somehow... he gets the first kill and the round's over. Like, that's fair play. Fair play. Good shot. Peeker's advantage.
Yeah, but you wanted to touch the topic on the Vandal vs Phantom. Like, I definitely agree with the point about, you know, how difficult is the engagement on the range, right? But you need to take into account the aspect of smokes. Like, if your opponent is playing with Brimstone and Viper, an example, or Omen and Viper in the same team, I feel like that warrants a bit more Phantom usage, just because you don't want to show your positioning to shoot through the smokes. Or when you're an Omen, an example, and you blind people and don't want to give away your position.
go. Oh, 100%. That's another aspect, not just the range that comes into play. It makes well. Previously, he was controlling mid. He got a double kill, but then overpeaked and ended up leaving it in a clutch scenario. This time, he's backing off, not wanting to give too much away, but Pith, I don't even blame that play. He was coming up to try and trade out. Oh, it's a 3v2, and they're popping so much. Luckily, they've actually popped the showstopper in return as an answer to stop anybody pushing. After the Rolling Thunder came through, it's just a deterrent, you know? Once you pop Rolling Thunder, you're going to push them, so you activate the showstopper to say, hey, don't push me. So, Lothar, G2 are kind of throwing this one. We finished one of our sentences with inting in the pre-show.
This is a good example of this.
Yeah.
It was a 3v2 and not a single trade was prepared for G2. So this might actually go Animel way unless
Last player standing.
Patidek and Zeke will do their job. And he played it. I mean, that was a good setup as well. Because what Zeke does is he flashes the mid tower for Patidek to peek. And he most likely got a kill while being flashed. While his opponent is being flashed, which gives them time to assess the positioning of the second player, since Patidek didn't see his trade, didn't see anyone peeking from backside, that most likely the second guy is in CT, but that was walled off, so it cannot be there, or under heaven. And then the fault line happens, catches him, and an easy kill is available for Zeke.
Quick point, if we don't get a shop like this in real life at some point, like all the Valorant merch, a nice LED screen in the background, I'm gonna be disappointed. We need that, at least at the LAN events.
I think I saw some VHS tapes as well.
I don't know if they're gonna sell VHS tapes, Lothar, I'm gonna be honest. I barely know what they are at this point.
Yeah, I forgot you're very young.
No, we did have them. We didn't have all that newfangled DVD stuff for a while, so. Oh, Paul V.
Nice push. I liked it. I liked it.
It's unexpected.
Place.
The problem is he doesn't get a reward for it.
Yeah.
It's one of those scenarios you look kind of silly if it doesn't work, but when that guy's tucked in the corner, not expecting you, you know, like Patidek with his knife out, hey, you look like a genius.
You can still get the heal from his Sage if it's available.
Cage triggered.
At this point as well, I wanted to mention this is G2 just playing super confident. Like you can see, they're just playing no respect at the moment, and your heart almost goes out to Animel, because this is the hardest G2 to play against. When they're coming out just swinging and making these decisions that don't make sense. Like on paper, they're making the wrong decisions a lot, and they know that. They're just playing confident. They're just playing it's the very typical interview. We're playing our own game. I noticed Looker did it earlier. But it is.
But yeah, 100%. This is the moment where G2 just is not tilted at all. They probably just laugh in the voice comms, and they know how they are, you know, how better they are right now in this moment. They're winning 8-2. They have great economy. Their opponents are struggling. They lost easy runs that should have not been won by G2. So this is the moment where G2 is the scariest possible opponent, because every single one of them is capable of just carrying the match. And when they all have that confidence in the movement, yeah, I don't want to play against that.
God, no, I don't think anybody does. It comes back to, again, what we were saying in the pre-show, and it's nothing against Animel. It's just that G2, they don't lose to teams that are below the top level, right? Currently, having been knocked out by NIP in the previous, they are out here to secure their place in Masters. There's no messing around. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Lothar, if they win this, they'll play versus NIP.
Yeah, that is correct.
They're out for revenge, literally.
The redemption story for G2 or for NIP is going to be a huge success. Well, we'll see. First, they have to go through Animel, and look at that slaughter in B heaven.
An interesting thing for those of you at home, and it's I believe it's why G2 have looked so unpredictable for so long, certainly in the first 6 to 8 months of their conception. There's this the dark ages playing against them, essentially, where teams could not figure them out. They found them insanely hard to play against. Now it's easing off a little bit. But I would say that's because of the fact that they don't have an IGL. They still don't. Currently, it's Mixwell and Zeke coming most of the time. That's a direct quote. But, oh, you're dead. Brave attempt, but one that has not paid off. Artist is behind the cage, and he's caught. Like a bad game of hide and seek. And triple tagged up by the Aftershock. This could be pretty interesting. They finish the point quickly. They don't have a dedicated IGL. They just call whenever you feel like you've got a good idea, which is normal in most teams, right? If you really feel like you've got a good idea, you can call and the IGL won't get mad. But generally, there's a go-to, right? And so his ideas will prevail, and you'll be playing by his idea of how to play the game. By his, I can't think, like, mantra. But when you come up against a team that doesn't have that, it's very hard to predict them because they don't play by one set of rules. They play by however the hell they feel like. In the moment, Zeke, nice little tap. He's got 1v3. This was a good round from Animel. They executed into the A site while I was making the point. But oh, come on, Zeke! What? He's got 3! Headshot after headshot. 8 bullets left. Player behind him. He has no idea. Surely not. Come on! Zeke's got it with a 4K. Got enough time to defuse. And if this doesn't show why G2 are just super confident right now, I don't know what to, he's just popped his ult. And last round, so why not? But geez.
You have to say, Zeke, insanely crispy aim. But this was allowed by Animel. They peeked one by one. There was enough time to reposition his crosser. There was enough time to reset the recoil. No one was trading their teammates. This is something that unfortunately happens when you don't have a lot of synergy between your teammates, right? You're not paying attention to the exact positioning. And this was basically a wrapped gift by Animel for G2, and G2 took advantage of it.
Oh, it's the little dinosaur guy from the gun buddies. Hello.
The same. And he gave away his number. Do you see that?
His number's on it?
Yeah, there's a telephone number on it.
Some poor guy is gonna get a load of prank phone calls now. Are you the crocodile?
Oh man, pizzas ordered. Many pizzas ordered. Many pizzas. That's a telegraph teleport. Let's see if it pays out. They didn't get it. Control Hilber with the kill. 22 HP. Repositions. He has the chance to kill another one, but unfortunately dies to a flying Zeke.
Flying Zeke, and the right clicks coming through. I mean, that's the problem with playing against the Classic, right? You're not safe. You're never safe. Flying, running, doesn't matter. Right clicks are
Classic. My favorite gun from the pistols.
Yeah, I thought you were just going to say your favorite gun full stop. Hey, you want a Vandal? No, I'm good. The Classic. I'll drop every round. Hey, that'd be a useful teammate if you could pull it off. A 2v3, let's see if they can pull off this clutch. G2 so far have been pretty flawless, and it's what we were expecting. It's what we were anticipating. I didn't quite expect the previous round to go as it did. Zeke, stop it, man. It's a 1v1. Give them some room to breathe. Halfway stuck. Oh, he's just going to full stick it. Pros don't fake. Zeke, no clutch this time because Mookie's come in and he's managed to win one of their 3 rounds. Let's go. Animel on the scoreboard.
You have to feel for them. Like, they have to win a round by just doing a full stop defuse. Look at this. 3 crispy headshots.
Last player standing.
I wonder why didn't he just peek after the fault line, right? It's interesting. But still, impressive round by G2 and impressive, let's say, nerves of steel from Lucky.
I mean, look at it this way. What does he have to lose?
Yeah, that's true.
Nice pre-nade by Animel outside. It actually caught where Cypher was standing to throw out his cage. And doesn't do too much for them. Spreads back and forth. LV, Zeke, okay, here we go. Things are looking a lot better for G2 in this round. They've got the site, they've got heals up, and they're planting the spike. But if you're looking at... When we swapped there, I really thought that was a G2 player. It would make sense to be in heaven at this point because they're G2. But they're full stacked up. I have never seen G2... Look at this!
Yeah, they have to change the positioning a little bit.
Oh, you nasty boys. They're up on top of the wall. And they're playing a head peek angle that I would be incredibly surprised if it's checked. Blast pack play through, but it's caught as a firing squad here. And it's just not possible for Animel to get this round. Not at all.
Yeah. Good force by G2. I really like the movement from Mixwell. He actually... This is something that I don't really see often, let's say, in ranked play, right? But on a pro level play, you're gonna see small things like this happen where Mixwell uses the dash while jumping, so he gains a little bit of height, so he gets on the plant, on the, you know, on the plant, on the position, so he checks if someone is camping there, and typically you're gonna see just a dash into a smoke, and she doesn't check that. This is a small piece of the puzzle that makes a push on site successful.
There's the same nade, but it's the whole thing of fool me once, shame on you. Well, Mixwell, middle's been good for him, but not this time. Actually falls victim to pretty much the same kind of play that he makes, going out through the smoke and catching the frag. I really feel like that wasn't a necessary push, but what you have to remember is there's an ult orb there, and as a Sage, it's incredibly valuable on a round like this, perhaps even more so than normal. The issue is losing your Sage, now your B site's a little bit more open, there's a res already to take Mixwell back into the action, and you Raze and Omen. Raze and Omen are super low, so that heal could have actually been very useful, but one tap by Polvi. Oh, see the HP. The HP is what does him there. He only got hit once, but that was enough because he was so low.
I mean, this is done and dusted as well. Hibber, unless he wakes up the Logan inside him.
I think even Logan, it might even be past Logan to win a round like this. Because especially they have the Rolling Thunder online, right? And Patatex running pre-fire at him as well, which, you know, it doesn't help. Doesn't help in most situations.
Especially since you're 74 HP, so one single bullet from that Spectre to the head takes you out.
This is why...
Good hold by Zeke. Like, he's really consistent. I feel like Zeke is probably the most consistent player in G2.
Yeah, he's been really good ever since he joined. I especially like him on Icebox because the role that he plays there, Icebox is our third map though, isn't it? So, to be honest, I don't think we're going to see that. But the role that he plays there,
oh my,
is really nice because he's a solo A player and he still manages to walk away. Well, he manages to walk away with a lot of kills because he has to. That is a little bit unfortunate. A flash, a good setup in the early aggression. They had the smoke down. They played one up close. Even the flash didn't fully blind him, and the player in lobby was completely fine to take that fight. Now for Animel, okay, another comes through. Here we go. We could be looking at number 4 on the board. G2, they want to close it out here and now, but it's going to have to be a clutch to do so. They're playing a bonus round that they haven't full forced up, and that's unfortunate. A headshot delivered again. Oh, it's dangerous when the ult comes into play, but it's not going to land. Leaving just one player. But the problem, it's Zeke. He's 2 HP, so it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with him, but now he's picked up a Vandal. 1-tap headshots, and he's hit a couple already.
I feel like he's just gonna save. From what I remember, their economy is not that great. Although it's 12-3, so...
And it's G2.
Yeah.
Always have to remember it's G2. You think, am I thinking with logic? Let's forget it. It's G2.
It's a tie. Okay. I never knew. On the hat, I mean, you know? The thing that looks like a tongue? It's a tie.
Okay, I wonder if there's a reason. What does Cypher wear? I wonder if we can see a Cypher. He hasn't got like a shirt on, right? I can't think. I know he has like a long white coat, but I can't think of...
I mean, he has a band on the hat.
But it's not a tie.
No.
Maybe it's just a Frog's own twist.
Maybe that's just a low-cost cosplay.
The cancellation of the ult there kept in a tough enough position. You can't really push through this smoke. They could already be inside it. Especially, oh, they're updraft. Hibber, he goes in a bit of an updraft of his own. He's now up over the wall, but he's dead right afterwards. That kind of ruins the hope that I was starting to have. Still, man advantage for Animel. They're looking for the retake. Rolling Thunder is put through, and a nice kill by Zeke. Mixwell with another, and they're looking to finish this one off. It's already done. It's already dusted. It's the game that we expected. At 13-4, there's really not a lot to say about that one. G2, they're just such a strong team, and we knew coming into this that Animel are not quite of the caliber that matches up with a team like G2, one of the best in the world. That's pretty much it.
Dude, we know we don't have this on screen, but Zeke has 24 kills in 17 rounds, 382 combat score. Like, that's just mind-blowing. He's so consistent. Best player in G2, 100%. That's at least my opinion, you know? But yeah, about the entire match, not much can be said. Like, I felt the entirety of the match kind of reminded me of a ranked match than an actual tournament game, you know, with playbooks and so on, because we know how G2 plays, and the team that they played against was actually has a similar play style. They basically play a mix, right? And it's not anything to be ashamed of. They pitched a team together. They're skilled, so they went through the qualifiers, but then you meet teams of a really huge caliber like G2, and your first map looks like that. So I'm a little bit more worried about their mental state, you know, coming into Unbind, where G2 didn't lose a single time yet. It's 11-0 in the past 3 months. It's gonna be tough. If Split, their pick, wasn't that great, well, we can only imagine what's gonna happen on Bind.
Well, we don't have to just imagine, because we'll see it very, very soon. But before that, we're going to throw things over to a quick break. When we come back, we'll discuss that map for about 30 seconds and then move on to discussing Bind and maybe throw in how our days are going. We'll see you back here in just a little bit, and Sue will be joining us on the desk.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hyped. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hyped. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hyped. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hyped.
welcome back to Valorant Challengers Europe. We are at the play-ins, and G2 Esports have just done what G2 Esports do, which is winning. They beat Animel on the first map of this best of 3 with ease, I would say. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters, Mitch and Lothar. Mitch, you know, beforehand, I was saying nobody is a guaranteed favorite in the EU scene. Anybody can beat anybody, but I just feel like anybody can beat anybody, maybe except for G2, and the only people that beat G2 are Nip and Heretics.
You know what? I'd actually say that FPX are even more well-versed at beating down underdogs than G2 are, because we saw it in this game here. G2 played super puggy. They were like running around, like Lothar said, in a ranked game. And if you do that against a team that can actually surprise you, it can be a little bit too late to pump the brakes by the time you realize what's already going on. It can start to really cause some tilt, and we've seen that in a bunch of teams throughout multiple esports in the past. So if they come up against a team, like, for example, had this have been Dfuse and they came in with the same level of disrespect, which I don't think they would have, that's somewhere that they would genuinely be at risk of being punished. Whereas FPX strike me as the team that it doesn't matter who they play, they come in like, you're the best team in the world and we're going to beat you. Like, that's how they treat it. They come in, they play it seriously, and they wreck from start to finish. For G2, a lot of these are just individual duels, but it also makes sense. You don't want to show your hand, right? You might have these strats prepared, even if it's just down to how you typically like to set up defaults. If you're playing a team that you know you can beat by just pugging, you should just pug, because otherwise, when you play FPX, they'll have all that more data for Doom Bros to big brain analyze and wreck you with.
I mean, in this case, it's going to be Emil. It's going to be the other brother, right? Lothar, I know you were very complimentary of Zeke during that game, and very rightfully so. You know, he is the battle breach. How good do you think G2 are now with Zeke in this roster? Because obviously they were already the best in Europe, right? Before Zeke came in. So does that raise their ceiling, maybe, of their potential?
I think maybe not best in Europe, but definitely the most with the most achievements so far, especially during, you know, the end times with the old roster. But with inclusion of Zeke, I think they gained a lot in consistency, but the problem is they didn't gain a lot in the strategy department, you know, and I feel like they might be still struggling against teams that will have a set playbook. So I'm really looking forward to matches against teams like, an example, Fnatic or FPX. Right now, they shine where the opponents are afraid of them. When the opponents are just not sure what to do against G2, and then G2 just takes advantage of that and just plays their own game because they force their hand on the opponent. But yes, they do it well because they're just brutal. You know, the playstyle that they have is like a brutal football where they just go in with the heavyweight and they don't care about anything. You know, they just basically move everyone from their way.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right that they always play with such confidence. Like they back themselves, and every single one of those players back themselves, and every single one of their players are like hungry to be that top fragger and to be able to carry it. And it shows because it's not Zeke that carries, you know, every single game. It's sometimes it's Artist, sometimes it's Mixwell, sometimes it's Patatek, and sometimes it's a Pith. But just moving on, that map was the one that you two, maybe just you, Lothar, I felt like we weren't 100% sure what we could expect. But the next one is Bind, and G2 are very, very good on Bind. But having said that, Animel did take out Giants on Bind yesterday. Mitch, do you think maybe they have a better chance on this map?
No, not a chance. I already said romance is out the window. I'm not here for that.
Oh my
Giants as a team, yeah, they're decent, but there's no reason to believe that up against G2 you're going to have a good chance on a map like Bind. Especially, this is somewhere that they don't win as convincingly recently. I'll give you an example. Ricks, they've played I think twice recently on Split, and 13-2'd them. I think both times are very convincingly destroyed them. On Bind it was 13-11. There was much more space given to their opponents there. In general, their most recent wins, because VPD Project as well, 13-11. Okay, so maybe they're not so good on this map. Oh, 13-0, 13-5 Nip, 13-5 Ricks, 13-3 Liquid. 13-5 Heretics. And yeah, they're pretty good at bind, generally. And okay, they've probably come into the game versus Rix given a bit too much space at the start, and their attack was probably sloppy. I'm not 100% sure. But I guarantee in this one, they'll give opportunities. I just think that based on the number of clutches alone that we saw one in the previous map, that's not map dependent. You know, if Zeke's able to run out and get a 4K on the last round, enough said, you know, you're going to win this game.
Yeah, well, Lothar, you know, Bind is a less puggy map, and it's one that does favor, you know, the likes of Fnatic, and I think FPX also have shown how good they can be on that map. So do you feel like if teams could be organized, could be nerdy, could bring out those kind of like Fnatic-esque strats, they do stand a good chance against a team like G2?
We're talking vacuum, right? We're not talking about here Animel in this case, right?
Well, I mean, they could bring something out on Bind. I mean, I've personally never seen them play on Bind. So if they're coming out, you know, with the Viper, which Mitch is going to absolutely adore, if that's where they're going to whip out in their picks, and if they are able to bring that level of organization, maybe it wouldn't be as big of a disparity as we saw.
Well, I definitely hope so, because I would love to see closer matches, and you know, when they actually give something G2 to work with, and maybe make G2 sweat a little bit. But the thing is, we have here more of a mix than an actual organized team, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. But there's just not enough time to have a set strats if you don't put a lot of focus into that. And I'm gonna say it. Viper, if you have a Viper in your team, it requires so much work. Not only to play like Viper herself, but to make sure your team works with Viper, because the job that Viper has to do is shape the map. She changes the way the map basically works, because she changes the angles, she changes the angles that people will have to peek, how they will defend them, how they will diffuse the spy because there's already an orb on it, then the snake guys come in, and so on. But your teammates have to play with it while you play against your opponents, and if that's not gonna, you know, work well together, the gears will not turn together at that same time. And that's a big problem when you have a team that doesn't have the experience to play as, you know, 5 fingers of one hand, basically.
Well, let's take a look, because we are heading into Agent Select to see if either of this team is going to pick up Mitch's favorite agent and Lothar's favorite agent. Actually, I keep forgetting that both of you are massive Viper fans. I, for one, do love a good Viper, especially on Bind. But going into this Agent Select, of course, Zeke is back on that Raze, which is great to see, and also really shows his versatility. Mitch, what do you make of the Animals composition so far, given that they've locked every single agent in?
I feel like, you know, I'm disappointed that there's no Viper here. I was actually willing to swap my vote over to Animel winning this map if they did that, but they haven't. They've let me down. Playing a Jet versus Mixwell, and just more particularly G2, is always going to be a risk as well. The only thing I'm noticing, though, is that they've had to cancel the Agent Select. Again, we've had some sort of a problem in the lobby. Someone's DC'd or something like that, so it's going to be a minute, and then we'll do another Agent Select, and maybe then we'll get a Viper. Who knows?
I think that could be the ultimate kind of like Uno reverse card of being like, Mitch, we're just going to quickly lock all of our agents in. You're going to be kind of disappointed in us, but then we're going to come back, redo the Agent Select, because it was this game, right? The Agent Select before where they had accidentally selected an agent they didn't mean to do. So it could just be that. So I wouldn't lose all hopes yet.
I've lost hope. It was Patatek DC'd. They restarted.
Oh.
Is they're going to pick this
okay.
Agents, which means no Viper. Myself and Lothar are going to be very depressed for this whole map now. That's the reason we work together, is because we're both Viper mains. We both love it. It means we can't play ranked together, though, because we end up fighting every time. I won't fight.
I do play a lot of Breach lately, you know? It's
okay. It works then.
It feels like the character for solo queue, Breach, is actually pretty decent. Because you can still help your teammates while also helping yourself. But yeah. Viper requires so much work. Anyway, let's go back.
We're right back into Agent Select, and Patatek has locked in the Brimstone, Lothar. You must be a fan of that pick, I guess.
Well, definitely I like more Brimstone on Bind than on Omen. You know, it's the difference here is that Brimstone, let's say, gives the team more explosiveness, right? By the way, his Molotov has the highest DPS in the game from any single utility, so it's insanely valuable for both attacking and defending, and he has insane ability of controlling the map with his ultimate. Everyone knows the oldest trick in the book, right? Ultimate on lamps, like it's a free kill. You cannot stand there. If Brimstone has an ult, you cannot stand there even if he's not gonna use it, because it's a free kill unless you're basically a jet and you can dash out. So he, by just having Brimstone on this map, you have a lot of potential aggressive plays that your opponent has to play around. While with Omen, you kind of have to just pay attention to the paranoia, and that's about it, because there's not much going on when it comes to the damage that Brimstone represents. So I really like the Brimstone pick.
Well, we're heading into game now, and like I said, Animel must win this if they want to take this to map 3. And Mitch and Lothar, I will leave this game in your very capable hands.
Thank you very much, Sue. We much appreciate it. Bind is on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, and whilst it might not be the biggest of a surprise that we're going to favor G2 coming into this one, they are starting on the attacking side, and that could give some small little glimmer of hope to Animel. On the defense, oh, I like the confidence. They're straight down mid. They're rushing it in, looking for kills, and they've already got one. This is exactly how you play versus G2. You try to beat them at their own game, bring the no respect play. And, well, Mixwell tried to do it as well, but he's just being punished. A shutdown at the start, and Animel looking good, with Patatek having to make a huge clutch. Although he has got a sneaky little position. He should at least... Oh, the timing. The timing has done him. I thought that was a free kill.
Well, the thing is, you see the Sage moving towards, like, the end of the wall. Where do you turn when you reach the end of the wall? Well, towards window. And that's the perfect timing for Zigatiris against... Who's playing a Brimstone? Patatek. But yeah, I really love how they approach this. G2 would never anticipate such an aggressive opening, right? Who would just do that? A just brutal dash on A short, then Hibber goes in with the grenade, pushes Mixel out. Mixel has to dash in. Well, it's fast play for fast play.
I have to say, it's not just the fact that they dash down mid. It's you said who would do that? Who would do that versus G2? That's what they're thinking. They're sat there going, but did they know they're playing us? Do they know that?
Yeah.
Did they?
This is where G2 commentating like, who does that stuff?
Yeah. Did you guys put streamer mode on before this game? Is that what this is? I think it's ranked. It might be, and it's looking like if it was ranked, Animel are the ones that won't have someone leaving within 4 minutes and then have to play 4v5 the whole game.
Okay. That kill on Polvi wasn't needed. I just wanted to compliment how Animel plays this round well, because they didn't lose any economy yet, right? They lost a raise with a frenzy, basically no damage done. Like, she didn't lose anything. But then Polvi peaked at 20 HP and lost a Spectre. That is not something I like. And you might just ask, why is that important? But it actually is important, because you play for economy, especially on Bind. It's so important that you have a bonus round where you don't have to rebuy a weapon. Now, when one player just loses a weapon, that's still fine. Probably your Jet will be having some knives on third round, when in case you lose the bonus round, and you still have four big rifles like behind her. But if you lose multiple weapons, like 2 in example, then it's a little bit rocky, and you probably will have to play some small shields if you want to get rifles and the full utility, or maybe even not play a rifle with your utility. So a little bit unnecessary. But here Polvi pulls out an up round 2, so run 3 on the full buy. So they're fully committing.
Oh my, look at the damage done. Zigataris is so low, running away, hopping into elbow to heal himself up. And with that, I mean, G2, they still have the advantage. Obviously, the health isn't going to be fully repaired either. The armor's gone. But I do look at this side of Animel. They have that operator. It's holding down A solo for now. But as Hibber falls, They actually double stick down. They obviously heard the TPs. They've cleared out long now. This is really good. So G2 think they're going to be running into a lighter position, but instead there's two players here. Oh, Polvi, I don't like that. Up above he went. Now he's got his ultimate, so a little updraft wouldn't be too bad. Dodges away from the nades, only takes a bit of damage. And here's where the round starts to spiral, because out he goes. Polvi shutting down Pith as Kev found himself a double. That is a really nicely played round. So they heard the TPs, and G2 were basically rotating, presuming that Animel would have been very scared and rotated to the B site, which I thought they would have, but I think it was just a few seconds too early, because Keft was still roughly where he is now, just outside of the A site. He was on his way, coming towards the spawn, and then they heard the TP, so he was able to double back and be there on the site to support his teammate, allowing that aggressive position that we saw.
You know, I want to say that 2-0 is not a big problem for G2, but 3-0, we have a match in our hand. Like, this actually shows that there's promise on this defense side for Animel, and G2 needs to actually buckle up and play well.
Oh, Hibber, hello, baby. Look at this, shredding them with the Phantom up close. Mucky does the same, but with a Vandal instead, gets a triple. It's all down to the Reaver skin. I really feel like it's just so much easier to spray the Vandal when it's a Reaver Vandal. Just, I don't know what it is. I think it's because it's like chunkier, so the blowback feels harder, so I spray down more. I don't know.
It's the sound, right? It's the sound that pulls the weight. It's like, I really like Prime Vandal because it's let's say it doesn't it does mix well with with the sound in game, so you still hear footsteps very well. It's a little bit pay to win.
Oh,
it's shot by Polvi.
Exactly what you want, those kind of shots. You dash out right away, and it's the benefit of having a jet versus any other agent, really. Mixwell's able to do the same and evade any kind of capture, use their own smoke against them, in fact. They put it down there to stop anyone else peeking. Mookie in with one. The spray is so close, but Zigatera's not going to be landing the frag just yet. A 5 versus 3. Man advantages going towards Animel. This is a full buy for G2. I said before, for G2, they're the kind of team that they play with super confidence, and sometimes it's too late by the time they realize that it's gone too far. But what I will say is that their attack side is not where they thrive here. Their defensive side on Bind is scary. If I see them up at 5 rounds by the end of the half, I'm still going to be favoring them to close this one out. But for Animel, yes, it's a good start. If they get this 5-0, they have a lot more to do.
But hey, we do have a match, a close match, so I'm pretty happy about that, because the split was very one-sided, and this round seems very much just settled. Even if Animel lose a player, I really like how they play. They play long range. Even if someone dies, there's still the res from Sage, and because of the positioning on the map, they basically always have that res.
Player standing.
But no losses are. There's one. Zeke gets Mucky, but then the trade from heaven happens from Sova just peeks, knowing perfect position of Zeke on site, and that's about it. But Polvi pulling weight. Hibber was doing first bloods in the previous round, in the previous match. I think he had 7 on the Reyna, while Polvi didn't really do much when it comes to first bloods. But this one here, Polvi has already like 3 or 4. And this one here in this round, when he just gets that one tap from the operator, is really important because it's a full buy round, but also takes out Brimstone, which is a significant portion of the utility that G2 needs to attack on sites.
I'm surprised to see that Brim is peaking so much as well. You can see Patatek,
right?
He's always been rather a very aggressive player, but you want to get those smokes down first, and that's what he does after peaking. Pops the smokes, Mookie's in with 1. Showstopper going to be popped, but no reward for it. And with that, man disadvantage. They've invested 2 ultimates already. They've invested full smokes. They've at least got the spike down and 2 kills right after. Hello, G2. Welcome to the server. Rez comes in onto Hibber, and Polvi's covering fire, but Zeke able to take him down. Showstopper returned. Everybody's investing ultimates into this round. Animel want to keep it going. They don't want G2 to build up any momentum of their own. A shock dart, ready and waiting, firing over, landing in preemptively. Another on its way. Here it comes, landing in, doing damage, getting a kill as well. They don't know where Pith is. A 1v1, and Pith, he gets it done. G2, they come into that round with pistols and ults, and they walk out with a round victory.
I'm honestly surprised at the retake. It was 3 versus 2. There seemed to be a lot of reluctance in the movement from Animel, that they were a little bit lost. And then, when they actually defuse the spike, they hear the first shock dart. And yet, look at that. See this? Sova just went straight into the first shock dart for a massive 90 damage. When you hear how the shock dart is traveling, so you can avoid that. But I guess the chaos of the battle takes over and he didn't pay attention to the sound cue.
I always love when Sova plays happen because I just know you're either going to be really excited or really angry. I also love when Viper plays happen, but it's not going to happen today. It's okay. I'm fine. No, right? No,
it was. Nix was damaged. Look at that. He actually got headshotted through the truck while full sprinting with the Vandal.
Hey, he lost a lot of armor as well. Okay, fair enough. Ibber, interesting. He gets shot in the back there. Artist attempting to make this happen. You can see they've got TP open. Pith is going to be crossing through into Hookah, so presumably there's the teleport. They're going to move to site. Cage goes up to ensure no reinforcements. They know Sage is stuck. They know she's inside the tube as well because that recon isn't revealing her. There's the trade, and Pith almost got killed by that one, but they're going to be spotted. Oh, he's looking the wrong way, and they've been collided. Oh, so when he spotted them and they knew there was an op inside of spawn, I think the plan was for him to hold it and shoot at it. But then the player in elbow was causing a distraction, so he turns his back and lo and behold, GG. But what strikes me as odd, he got paranoid. Surely when you get paranoid and you've popped that ult, you still hold the angle because you'll be able to see them.
Well, I can understand why did he turn away and wanted to help his teammate because they're both paranoid. So if he wants to peek from that tube, he's not gonna see anyone in the entrance of CT anyway, so he's gonna be dead unless someone is really close on this end. So I can definitely understand why he would just wants to peek with his teammate and just maybe get a trade because someone really goes intimate from the elbow.
Prepare for hellfire!
Wow, is it with double kill from there? Really? That was actually insanely valuable trade. Even though it was an echo, he got out the Brimstone ult and got a double kill. He's feeding his ultimate, by the way. This is 3 hours for the next round. Even if they're gonna lose this one, he's gonna have it ready, basically, for the next round.
And for G2, the time is now really to start answering up, but the 2v4 that they've got in play doesn't look too good. Nade surpasses Artist, but it's catching straight onto Patatek, who's now less than half HP. Holding over towards long, allowing Artist to clear out these closed corners. Gonna buy whatever time they can, try to get this spike down. At least avoided this recon dart, but the thing is, Animel are conscious that they've given up a lot of control. Patatek crosses over, and he'll go for this plant.
Left.
Oh, no, he's going to elbow. This is dangerous. Muke gets taken down. It's a 2v2. The HP is so low. But the thing is, now they can play angles that aren't quite expected. They can potentially catch them completely off guard. Recon goes over, spots both. No one shot it. Still no one shot it. Still no one shot it. Just tank all 3 shots. Why not? They were hoping someone would peek off the back of it, but nobody did. Patatek eventually comes in, doesn't find the kill. Artist trying to go for the head peek, but he's shut down. They know exactly where Patatek is. Recon comes over. Patatek gets in position first. Oh, 1 bullet away. Polvi on 10 health connects the shot just in time. What a close round. That was a 2v4.
I feel like there's not much communication going on in Animel right now because Polvi still was peeking with an op when they know that the opponents are so low on HP. Like, there's no Sage in the team. The damage due is permanent. Like, G2 needs to just play with the health that they're given. And if I remember correctly, Artist had 11, while Patatek had 26, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. So, peeking with that op into such a low health enemy seems very risky because he was 10 HP himself. So he's not gonna be, like, very mobile himself. Alright. Next round happens. Mixwell with the opening. Artist with the ultimate. They get double kills. Mixwell's opening the site like a can of tuna. Will he get the foot? He hears the reload. Jiggle peeks to check the angle.
Oh, come on! With the pistol, the headshot, and everything, that was close. Damage done. The shock darts through to try and finish off what was started. Now down to just one hit. The boombot. Oh, Artist, you sneaky boy! He comes through, but the heal was underway. Hibber takes a few more bullets and gets rezzed right back up. A 3v3. Mucky in danger. If he gets 1 or 2 kills from this position, it could end the round, and he almost gets both. But Zeke has such fast reactions, lightning quick. Pith on the flank. Hello, there's a close range picture. That one's going to cost him, but Pith comes out, spots one, takes the kill, runs away. Just going to play nice and passive now, run down the clock, run down the time. He's going for the halfway stick. Peek comes out, player's still on it, but now he comes off. Pith has to peek, but a great headshot connected. And we go 7-2. G2, it's a little consolation, but if they can get up to that 5-round mark, they are in a really good spot.
I really like how Pith played, collected. This was a very, let's say, thought-out play by him. He knew the grenade will deal a lot of damage, but he has enough time to go back, make that jiggle peek to make the Sage anxious while defusing the spike. So no panic there. Everything was calculated. Love to see it. Even though they're still losing like 7-2, right? So there was some space to panic. Oops. He missed that. You know, he hits the really tough shots to hit. But when it's a Roomba, yeah.
Not happening. I mean, that ultimate is interesting. Traded back with the showstopper. Hibber gets it done, but here we go. Showstopper for showstopper. It must go on, but not this time. Well, the round does. As G2, they're going to struggle to get into the A site on the retake here for Animel, but they have the man advantage. That's the upside. They've TP'd up behind, so they're causing a couple extra angles to be worried about. Patatech clearing that bathroom as we speak. Artist. Oh, this is so good. The way those smokes have worked out, but he gets spotted. Still good for one. Nose Jets here as well. On low HP with an op. Shock Dart goes through the rush, but Palvi runs out of ammo and goes down. Ziggs with it all in his hands. He got one, but close. He's not expecting Zeke to be standing there with a Vandal in hand, take the headshot, and put 3 on the board. After an insanely dominant start, 7-1 up, G2 are now getting right back into the game, and I think for Animel, panic stations might start to be coming into effect. That's so unfortunate that he ran out of ammo.
Yeah. And there were 2 bullets left for Artist as well, so it was a fair battle. 3 versus 2. I actually had a classic battle myself lately when I had 2 bullets left in the classic, and I did a right click, hit a body shot, a headshot, and I was like, well, I guess I'm missing that 3rd bullet now.
Oh, the blast pack play, but it's not going to work. Poor old Hibber goes down. Good ultimate to start it off. Pith with another. And considering, you know, at this point we're looking at likely 4 on the board. That 5 rounds that I said at the start, I wanted G2 to get, or rather, I didn't want G2 to get if you're an Animel fan, is very, very obtainable. Love to deal with these weaker weapons. Oh, nice stuff by Zeke. Zeke has been so clean. I know we said about his consistency and his ability, but his headshots have just been on point. Speaking of which, Patatech in with one of his own, leaves it all down to Mucky. A 1v4 that isn't going to happen, leaving a 7-4 scoreline and 5 open for the taking into this final round. And I'll have to fight for it.
I have to ask myself, is Zeke actually paying attention to the clock when it comes to the smokes, or is that just game sense? Like, you know, like an internal clock that you have in your body that you knows where 20 seconds pass, right? Because with Brimstone, which is very cool, by the way, because the smokes are dropping at the same moment, you can just take a blink, you know, at the take a look, short look at the clock and be like, ah, okay, it's 1:20. At 1 minute, the smokes were gonna dissipate. So this is the time where you're just like gonna be prepared for a peek, or, you know, to shoot yourself because you know it's gonna be gone away.
G2 want to take bathroom control, and this is something they do a lot on the defensive side, but offense-wise, you don't see it a whole bunch. caught outside the smoke as well. Mookie, oh, he's in danger. He's being tagged. He wants to get around that corner before he's fully pursued. And it looks like he'll make it away. The pre-fire actually cost him his life. Patatek in with another. They're going to spot all these players now, which doesn't fare too well because you can see Kev was just spotted straight through the smoke. Spammed down. Here's a recon that's going to reveal the player is already dead, so it doesn't matter. Leaving Zig all by himself. And with
Such a different G2 than we have seen in first rounds, right?
Yeah.
We didn't see the confidence in
Switching
the G2
sides.
before, in the first 6 rounds, basically. And now they did catch, let's say, the drift of the wind. Like it's his second coming, basically, of G2. And you can see how they played the map. Here, this is not like a very, complicated strategy, but they push the showers as 2 with the drone, which pushes out the player from the showers into the A side, where the A side is already being controlled because Zeke pushes lamps with his utility, so no one can peek from that. That allows Patatek to go on side because there are smokes on it, and he has the perfect angle to kill the player from showers. And this is like a pincer movement, basically executed by G2. It's not really complicated, but it just works.
It's something that we mentioned, though, and that the reason I was being so reserved. Oh, Mixwell, that's a missed dash, a mistake, and an opening kill for Animel. This is exactly what they want. Pick up the pistol. At least the opening duel of it. They still have to deal with Pith on the back of the site, and they do so quite well. Nade comes through and does a bit of team damage, almost kills Mookie, in fact. But they'll get that spike plant. We mentioned how G2, they can be slow to start because they just play super puggy, and then they come right back into it. This is what we're seeing. Zeke, I don't know how none of those shots hit. RNG really not on his side.
Player standing.
Now he's all alone. 1 kill, with 2 more to go. That was close. That was so damn close. I started to believe for a second.
But it seemed like, this round is on Mixwell. He basically didn't do any damage on Hookah, which was instrumental to stop a little bit of the rush. He also didn't manage to escape, and he blocked himself in the B window. So yeah, a little bit awkward. And pistol rounds are instrumental to, let's say, mental well-being of G2. Like right now, 8-5. Not the best position to be in.
Yeah, I wonder at what point does it actually get frustrating for them? Like, because at the start, they play the same as the first map, right? Playing super loose, they're giving away rounds. And then if Animel actually start to come back and start to really perform, you get to this point where you're like, oh, guys, we threw it, It gets really frustrating to play. This is it's not the best smoke. It's a little bit too high because they can still see through it and shoot back. That's exactly what they're doing. Patatek able to take down 1, but that's going to be just about it. Mixwell, hey, I'm glad it's not just the Alliance guys that like to take the shorty, as he's just flying around there, but it's on Jet, a little bit more viable. Of course, Patatek's just got a 4K. You just see all of his victims. I mean, we're watching them and you're like, oh, he's dead now, surely. Nope. No, he's dead. Nope. Doesn't matter. He just keeps on winning the fights with a Spectre in hand, 7 HP. Mixwell only had a shorty, and it's 8-6. You lose the pistol, and you win that.
You have to ask yourself, right? How is that possible? Like, you losing a pistol to then suddenly outperform a full buy round with big shields and Spectres, and they just win with classics and a short? It's kind of insane. It just shows how big of a, let's say, skill level G2 represents on a potential outplay.
Yeah.
And now Animel is in a tough spot. They are still like doing work because it's 8-6. But this round is really a very, very low buy. On attack on bind, that's never good. You can't really aggressively peek because you still need to double tap someone. Sneaky beaky camera.
And this is the thing, most people would just left click and spot him right now, but he's just pressing Z or whatever bind he's got it on to show his teammates where that player is. They don't know they've been spotted and that control is given up by choice. Mixwell playing up behind the smoke, going for the spams. Not gonna land just yet. The thing is, with that camera still online, they can tag and try to go for some plays through the smoke or get late round information on whether or not this is still a hookah control, right? Or how many players are in there. really, really valuable to leave it online. The rush out on site, that's so smart, combining it. Mixwell, great shot, looks for more, but Artis is already dealing the damage, leaving just one player who is very quickly dealt with. That was so fast.
So this is something you don't really see often with G2. A very well-disciplined retake. All of them waited out for everyone to be ready. Then Zeke and Mixwell rushed at the same time with the blast pack and with the dash. The Brimstone ultimate took care of so many angles on site, so they don't have to worry about dashing on site, and they just have to focus on the hookah and the pocket and garden. Very well played.
I love how Mixwell took out the shorty as well, ready for the player to jump out, but he had two teammates behind him who just quickly dealt with him as soon as he stepped forward. 8-7, and a scoreline that's starting to get a little bit upsetting. That bot actually going to completely spot out Paulby. Now he's in danger. He's trying to updraft. Oh, that's as soon as you updraft there, you are dead if you get hit. Because he knows you're in the air. Yeah, he knows you got to come down. It's nice and easy. With that, 4-3. G2, man advantage, holding down the A site with 4 players, but already, or 3 players, excuse me, already rotating over, but Mixwell doesn't need any help. And he's slowly walking towards long as well, weapon out. Little bit too late, but it's okay. His teammates are rotating in position. Nate goes out. Zeke buying himself time to get around through elbow, and he has a showstopper if it's needed. I think all in all, this should be a relatively clean one for G2 on the retake.
You know, it's still possible. They all go one by one from different directions. Let's see if Patetic waits for Piff because he's far away. Zeke goes in, dies, still gets the 1v1, and that's it.
Yeah, the whole thing there, as soon as you see the showstopper, a 3 versus 2 at this close of a game, you're not going to risk it. It's worth committing the ultimate to it. You know your enemies have weapons in their hands. And that's why, you know, as soon as he goes out, if he doesn't find anybody with the showstopper, then okay, yeah, you can lose the round, but the chances of that are just so unlikely.
Didn't pay attention to the map, but I was still wondering if Patetic did wait for Piff. I'm actually not sure he did. Yeah, I think he just went in with the showstopper. What is this wrong? No one... Look at the map control. G2 is getting so much right now. Patetic gets the entire fountain. Entire B is already taken... Oh, unfortunately they lose Zeke, but then a double kill.
See the... Oh no! Artis, he gets shut down at least in the end, but quickly picked off one on the side. The wall is at least up, but Keft just gets dropped straight away. Hibber in a 1v3. Spike down, spotted by the cam. Pretty much everything's going against him right now. Removes the dart, but he's still got so much to do. That nade, oh, that nade could be huge. There's a Cypher over there with low HP, but he makes it out. Look at the map, or up the top of the player bar. He's 1 HP, literally 1 HP, and he finishes the round with a 3k. That's so unfortunate for Hibber. If he finds that kill, he probably doesn't feel the need to jump up there quickly, but at the same time, because they knew where he was from the nade, if he goes through lamps, they're just going to be holding it, you know? It's easy peasy.
Well, I was mentioning the map control, right? And G2 got the entire B hold. Basically, they pushed through to the spawn of T almost. And fortunately for Animel, they had the call that they win to play aggressively now. Because if they would still wait a little bit, they would have been caught by the flankers. They would have been caught by the defenders as well, because they would rotate a little bit differently, or even let them go inside and just make a full pistol movement from both sides. So it was a good call from Animel to be such an aggressive, to have such an aggressive stance. Oh, that smoke actually outplayed the bot. So Hibber didn't check the angle at all because he was certain there's no one there.
So perfect by Mixwell. It's 8 to 9.
Small things that matter.
I said that if they got 5 rounds, I worried for Animel. If G2 got 5 rounds in the first half, they got 5. And this is why I was worried. We're about to reach double digits potentially. This has got to be a big hold by Animel, but they've got ultimates to do it. Hunter's Fury still in play. This is the important part of the game. They can't fade off now, and that's so unfortunate. Zig only getting the 1. They move towards the site. Rez coming through from Zig. Triple killed by Pith off screen, and Patetic closes with a double. I mean, that's ridiculous.
That was such a clean round from Piff. I would love to see that from his POV, because he actually got triple kill while the wall was going up, but right before it closed. So, and they controlled also burst firing from the Vandal. You could have heard that tap, 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 tap. Very controlled. Always probably done with the ADS for maximum accuracy, and he gets 3 headshots on Animel. That has to be frustrating because they get the opening kills. Zeke doesn't do what he does best, so being consistent was not the name of the game in this round. And then Piff just runs away with a run like that.
Oh man, look, and see, even when you try to counter G2's aggression on the defensive side, Mixwell does that. Comes out with a double, continues to push forward, and goes into a share. That's where the kind of the random aspects go. It's the wrong decision, but they'll do it because they're G2, and that's just how this works. Hunter's Fury taking down Artis. Things are looking actually pretty good for Animel. These are the rounds that we always warn about when you watch G2. There's someone in the TP, they know about it. Paranoia through so they can just rush and rotate, get that spike planted on B, and then play the 2v2 out afterwards. There's still smokes for Patatek though. That's something that can definitely make a pretty hefty impact. This is going to be a slow one because look at this. Animel, they've not planted for spawn, so somebody has to stay close here at elbow.
Did he use the Wickham?
No.
Didn't see land.
No, he didn't because they would know he was there if it even flew up in the air. I think he's lining it up. Yeah, there. He's going to pop it now once they tap the spike so that it goes out and they can shoot through the smoke. So it's up above. They've destroyed it without any bursts, and Patatek took down Mookie. They presume that Kev is here. He's spraying. He's not getting him. Time is almost up, and the Dfuse inside or behind the smoke as 11 rounds now go on the board for G2. What a disaster. It's like they had the A plan. We're going to put out the recon, spam him through smoke, get a 2v1, easy win. But once that failed, once they destroyed it instantly, they were just like, wait, what? And also, how do you not get, like, that spam seemed very far away from where the spike was for a game where
I
you
just
can
wanted to point that out. I feel like there was huge miscommunication in Animel right now. I feel that Sova did spray the default plant in the left corner while it was planted in the middle. So that's actually a big blunder. That means that no one pinged the bomb.
Yeah, if that's the case. Or maybe he misread the ping as being like...
No, I saw the ping being on default.
Really?
Yeah,
oh,
I saw
I didn't even look. I forgot.
Small red triangle on the default. So that was really big miscommunication.
Yeah, if you ping the wrong plant spot, come on. Like, that's... Especially because you can see the spike on the map. Like... I don't know. That's not one of the rounds you want to be losing anyways. Then again, I don't think I've ever met a player who said they wanted to lose a round, but you know what I mean. Oh yeah, ecos. Oh yeah, we love losing those. Absolutely. G2, defensive side, and you'll notice something. They went aggressive down in toilets at the start of the round. As I mentioned in the previous half, this is something they do a lot. But that's it. And in fact, it's super passive. They've got their op over towards the A side, one player an elbow on B, and that's it. 3 players A.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Interesting. And also interesting play by Animel. 4 people going from hookah.
They've got on the side and they've got a plant. This is pretty nice if they plant the spike. They're delaying quite a lot. G2 are already back in position, but looks like they won't be punished for it all too harshly. Spike goes down. Everybody's being spotted by the recon. Zeke with a wall bang, and this is getting dangerous. Mixwell goes out. The trade is there from Zeke, and now 1v2. Zig has got it all to do. Doesn't know there's a player coming up behind him. An elbow tries to force the fight, but it's just not to be. And so the spike diffused. 12 to 8.
Didn't you see a showstopper being used?
He'd already popped it just right at the end, I think.
I mean, he killed with a Vandal, and then he popped the ult, right? Or did he that?
No, you're right. You're right. Zeke killed the final player, and I guess misclicked? Maybe?
I guess. Fat fake.
It must have been, yeah, it must have been.
Bit, yeah. Or maybe just disrespectful move against Animel, showing that, oh, we don't need that, you know?
Nah, sure. 12-8? I don't know that you do. Well, it's G2.
It was a joke, Mitch.
It is G2 though, Lothar. There is at least a small chance.
But hey, I really did like what Ziggy tried to do. But he knew he had to separate the fight as soon as possible. He had to peek. There was no way of waiting, because if he waits, then there's a double like peek from 2 different angles. No way of him winning that engagement. So he had to isolate the fight, get that kill, and get another 1v1 basically a few seconds later. So it didn't go his way, but it was a valiant effort. And Mixwell just does that in the meantime.
Of course, it's Mixwell. Just swinging out, taking kills, taking frags.
Out of charges.
What you like to see. But with a 4 versus 4 as it is, look at Animel. They've positioned one player outside of B who's going to start pushing into hookah now. G2 are just now coming back to the site and starting to look around. I thought maybe he was going to go through for that peek and catch them slightly off guard, but it looks like he's just going to hold the control, make sure nobody's pushing behind them, because obviously they've lost... Excuse me, they don't have the ability to use like a Cypher to lock it down as you would normally have. So instead, you got to commit the Lurker to it. Here's the ult in play. Still looking for a victim. He's just a second too late. If that was or too early. If that popped a second later, he'd be oh, that's a double. Very close to it. Good damage done to another player.
Good damage. Yeah. Worth it for sure.
This is just falling apart. Hold on. Mixwell dealt with to put this into a 2v3, 1v3. It's all up to Artis. He wants to come in towards Lams. He's stampeding his way. Artis with a double. It's all down to just one. And the running spray, the run and gun. It's not happening this time. Op saved by Kev and the game saved. 3 more rounds. They need 3 more rounds in a row to put G2 on to overtime. Much better performance for sure, but oh man. 1 bullet away, look at that.
Yep. That was so close, but he dealt so much damage this round, right? 240 damage from the ultimate, then 2 kills. Kinda nuts. But I really like how he played it. Not sure if you actually paid attention to it, but when he was checking showers from CT, he was bopping his head on the doorway, so he doesn't like commit fully to the jump.
Okay.
So he kind of like does mini jumps, and then the doorway just blocks him. So he just jiggle peeks basically by putting himself to a cover.
See what you need to see, but don't give them the chance to shoot at you while you're doing it.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Cool thing.
It's the little details that make the big difference, and like checking the left side instead of the right. Let's see if Pith walks around this corner. He could be dead, but if he waits, Mookie might walk straight into Mixwell's operator that's currently holding the angle that he wants to peek. There's Pith distracting, and the shot by Mixwell. Double opening as well, because both those kills go their way. This now puts them right back into the advantageous spot, and they've seen the spike fall. So they know it's outside of the A side, at least for now. They're ready for Hipper. They take him down, and it's a 4 versus 2. This is looking like it might be the end of Animel after a damn good attempt in this map. The first one was a massacre, but they have looked a lot better on Bind. I want to say because of G2 having a very slow start, like 7-1 from there, G2 have turned up. But, oh god, Zeke, what a way to close it as well. The blast back boop, pops himself out in the open, takes the kill. Gorgeous stuff. Yeah, you see, the thing is, that just feels like it's the game that we expected. You know, we go 7-1 up, and you can see G2, they're playing loose, they're playing aggressive, and very confident. And then they start going, all right, let's just play the game properly. And from that point, from 7-1, 2 rounds go to their enemy. And that's why it seems so, like, almost monotonous going through that second half, because we basically know what's happening already. We've seen it so many times from G2.
Yeah, that's correct. Like, feels like they didn't just take seriously the first rounds. At least I felt so, because of the way that they didn't cover each other, right? They were just going 1 by 1 or just have lazy peaks. But once they actually started taking it seriously, you had seen everyone taking really good angles with a crossfire from the second teammate. Like an example in the last round, Mixwell and Piff was baiting one angle, and when he gets a kill, then the opponent picks the angle for Mixwell, basically just runs into his crosser. It's a free kill. Those small things that G2 does, this is not anything complicated, just good synergy between teammates, and that's about it. And that's what I have seen from the second half.
You know, I have to say it's always heartbreaking in a way when you see those games happen, because as I said, we've seen it so many times. But I have to give props to Animel, because in the first map, we saw them get absolutely wrecked. We saw G2 pug, same as they did at the start of this game, and win pretty much every round. You know, they were winning off clutches, they were winning off individual duels. Then we saw them actually push G2 to taking the game seriously, to really trying and putting their foot down. And that's not something that every team can do. So there is promise there for Animel. A new team, a mix. You know, there's a lot of excuses we can give them. Ultimately, not good enough to make it up past G2. We didn't expect them to be. But the fact that they put a better foot forward here on Bind, it definitely speaks positively about the players. As tough as it can be to say that if you're on that team after such a rough loss.
For sure. But it's a valiant effort from Animel. Hope they're gonna stick with each other, because I feel like they have the skill. It's just the teamwork that needs work, and that's about it. You know, hopefully another good team in the works for the European scene, because we had so many so far in our scene. Right, there's so many teams that are just coming in as mixes, and they stick to each other and just build from there. So the European scene is looking better and better with every single week.
It absolutely is. And we've said that many times, right? EU, it's packed with skill, jam-packed. And seeing any team kind of push G2 to the limits was something we didn't see all too much in the past. So it's a bit of nostalgia for us here in this series. We'll see what the next stage brings. But for now, G2 are going to be your next team who are fighting for their spot in Masters, now just one best of 3 away, which will be happening on Saturday. For you guys at home, though, if you're G2 fans, let us know who you want to be the player of the match. We've got 3 players you can select from. That is Zeke, Patatek, and Artist. Now, don't be spamming away in Twitch chat or YouTube or wherever you are. You need to go over to Twitter to enter this one. It's at Val Esports _EU. So head on over to Twitter. There's a poll right now. You can vote for Zeke, Patatek, or Artist as the player of the match. And we'll leave it there for now, though. I think we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have Sue. We'll have an interview, actually, and then we'll have Sue with us talk a little bit about that game and what we'll expect to see tomorrow. So we'll see you real soon. No break. No break. Never mind. Sue's coming in. Took a while to come on through. Welcome back. We're back from the break. Sue, how you doing?
Hi, Mitch. I will take over and monologue so you can have a break. Just kidding.
Damn.
You still have to stay with me for a little bit where we get set up for the interview. So don't go anywhere, guys. It's going to be a good one. As you guys were saying in that post-match a little bit in terms of Animel's performance, for me, I just feel like on a map like Bind, we've seen a really sort of large evolution on a map like Bind. I feel like with teams like G2, like you said, Mitch, they love that puggy and they rely so much on their individual brilliance, which they have a bucket loads, which is why they are able to close out maps like this. But I do feel like the way that you play this map is changing. It is starting to favor other sort of teams. And we've even seen, you know, in the qualifiers, even though I haven't actually watched the games, but you've seen Fnatic drop maps on Bind as well. And they're meant to be super strong on it too. So Mitch, I guess my question for you is that, sooner or later, are we going to maybe see G2 sort of lose that win streak on Bind if they don't also evolve with the times and maybe change how they play this map as well?
Yeah, I think the thing for G2 is we never really know until they play a team like FPX, like let's say your Liquids, your Heretics especially, and your Fanatics. You never know how they actually want to play this map. I think they're a team that do a really good job of hiding how they want to play a map when they play these games that aren't versus top 5, top 10 teams, because they'll come in and they'll sort of test the waters, like we're saying, right? They'll plug around, but that's not how they want to play the map in an ideal environment. For example, in the grand finals of Worlds, I doubt they'll come in and go, let's just pug it out a bit, boys, and see how it goes, you know, get a feeler for it. Then they'll come in and they'll show us everything they've got. But this is a team that so far hasn't suffered that many losses, so they don't need to really think about, you know, oh, guys, we have to win this series. Like, they know that they can, and they know that if they don't, they've got another week or another week after that to do it. Obviously, NIP was a disappointing loss. So I don't know that that would be the particular reason that we would see them lose this sort of win streak that they're rallying up. But at the same time, I think that other teams are starting to learn how to play this in a very different way that I don't know that G2 are going to adapt themselves. I doubt they will. So when these like Viper plays, for example, the very, very structured and thought through versions of the map come into play, I'd be curious to see if they ever change towards it or if they keep just going down their own route.
And Lothar looking ahead, G2 will be playing NIP again. I love it and I also hate it. My heart breaks a little bit for NIP because of course they did such a great job 2 weeks ago. They've come this far and the only thing that's standing between them and Masters is once again G2. And that's probably the toughest thing, the toughest team you can go up against in high pressure officials. Against in a game like this with this much on the line, I feel like G2 do have what it takes to sort of dial it all the way up to 100, and I do feel for NIP, and I'm not saying that NIP don't have a chance in this. I think it's going to be quite even actually going into that, but what do you think, Lothar? Do you think NIP can beat them again?
Well, it is a little bit unfortunate for NIP that they have to play G2 again. And this time, if they beat them, they actually get the prize, because 2 weeks ago, it was basically like, okay, we don't have to play open qualifiers after beating G2, but that's all they got, right? And now they're gonna play again against G2, and this time it's the more important match, while G2 has the experience of playing against an NIP where they did lose, so they have a learning experience from that. But for us, for casters, for viewers, I feel like this is much better because we have a storyline that we like to we gotta get to follow, right? We have also, as an analyst, I can watch the VOD of that match and see like, oh, what they did different, how did they change their approach, what did they learn, did they actually change the map pool, and so on and so on. So it's gonna be very interesting to watch that on Saturday. But I do feel it's gonna be a very close match, and that's fantastic because it was still a nail biter previously, but I feel like G2 a little bit did not perform to the level that we are accustomed to them. So I'm looking forward to that match. It's gonna be an absolute, hit when it comes to the show.
Yeah. I completely agree as well. Thank you, Lothar. And now we have an interview with G2's captain, Mixwell, who of course has just won his best of 3. Mixwell, do I have you on stream?
Hello, do you hear me? Hello?
Hello, yes, I hear you. Welcome to the show. Yep, I can hear you. There's a slight delay, so I'm going to try my best not to talk over you. And congratulations, you guys have really bounced back since losing to NIP. In this week of competition, you've shown a level of consistency and throughout today as well. So tell me, what have you guys been working on since that series? And now you've had time to reflect back on it. What did you make of it?
I think one of the biggest changes is that we play much more structured and we rely much more on strong default instead of going super ham and relying a lot in individual skill. Now it's more of a team play round and reacting to what's happening, so we don't get caught off by anti-strats and we can change the pace when we want to. I think that's one of the reasons we're playing better, and also the addition of Breach and Sky is really strong.
You obviously had a great showing today on Split, and on Bind you had a slightly shaky start, and it does feel like, in comparison to the kind of score lines we were seeing from G2 on Bind a few months ago compared to now, other teams seems to be catching up to you on this map, which has traditionally been one of your best maps. Why do you think that is, and are you worried at all?
No, I'm not worried at all. I think it's still our best map. We have things prepared for this map that we didn't use yet, and I think we will do well. I played really bad at the start of the game. I wasn't fully focused. I take the blame on that. After that, they were playing really well. Weird comp because they had no Sentinel. They caught us off guard, playing so aggressive and so on. We were not expecting that, and their operator player was getting frags every round until I got my operator to contest map control. And after that, we got a lot of T rounds, and on defense, we just won the game.
And it seems like, Zeke, your new addition, he's been with you guys for a little bit now. He's had some time to integrate himself, and it seems like he's completely on his comfort zone, even though he's sort of playing a bit of more flexible role. And what's it like to play with Zeke, and how good do you think he is?
Oh, it's really good to play with someone that can play so many agents, because it's something that we lacked before. We needed someone that could play, especially Breach and Sky, because we didn't have that before, or at least not at this level. David was a huge player and he's going to do really well, but I think Zeke just fits us better in that role. And I think it makes everyone play better. And his individual skill is really, really high. You saw it in the one before that he did on Split. So he just needs more experience, and he's going to be one of the best players in the world, I feel like.
Ooh, I feel like every single person on the G2 team can be made a case for being one of the best players in the world at this point right now. And before I let you go, I just wanted to ask you, of course, you have to play NIP again. You've already faced them 2 weeks ago in the Challengers. What do you think is the one thing that you as a team need to do differently this time around?
I think we need to play different. I'm not going to say how, but we need to play different. And we will change some things, because we learn a lot every time we play against NIP. Existence does a really good job to see the weaknesses we have. And I would say playing against NIP is the games where we learn the most. And we learned a lot from the previous game. So I feel confident, and I feel like we're going to win. And I wish them good luck, but we'll take it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, Mixwell. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you back here on Saturday.
Thank you so much.
Right, well, that was Mixwell. Always a pleasure to speak to him here on the show. Let me just bring back Mitch and Lothar so we can sort of dissect a couple things that he has said. First of all, Mitch, I sort of just wanted to touch on that point where he said that Existence knows that team well. Existence knows how to be G2 essentially, and that's so interesting to me, because obviously before NIP, Existence has had a great reputation of being an IGL and everything that he had in CSGO, but in Valorant he didn't really have that many opportunity to sort of be on that tier 1 team and do what he can do. And now even someone like Mixwell is recognizing his merits. How good do you think Existence can take this NIP team? How far even? How good do you think this team can be with Existence?
I mean, Existence is exactly what NIP have needed for a long time. I think, Rhyme's been doing a lot of the IGLing and putting him on the back burner for IGL roles specifically, but allowing him to have that extra little bit of freedom to move around and play the duelist that he wants to. Bringing in an experienced IGL is essential when you bring someone like JD and Chihuahua, two young CIS players, into the roster. That changes a lot. There's going to be a lot of opinions. You have to remember, CIS playstyle, it doesn't matter whether we're talking Valorant, Counter-Strike, or probably other shooters that I'm not so well versed in, is very different. They play a very different game. They have a very different idea of how those games should be played. So there'll be a lot of ideas going around, different ways to play it. Having someone like Existence who can, shuffle through that and figure out what is the correct way, shall we say, or the way that suits them the best, but also mold these young players. These are guys that don't have set tendencies yet. They don't have these mistakes that you will see, if you get someone like Maniac, for example. Sorry, Maniac, to call you out in particular. Got a lot of love for Maniac, but he's a bit old. He's going to have an idea of how to play FP. Sorry, Lothar. God, no, I'm the young one here.
He's
going after everybody. But yeah, so for example, Maniac, right? He's going to have his ideas of how to play the game and his tendencies built up over all these years that when you put him in a pro team, it's going to be hard for him to change. It's going to take a lot of work. Someone like JD, Chihuahua, they haven't got those set yet. They have their ideas, they have their biases, but you can change them. And you need somebody experienced and someone they can look up to. Existence is perfect for that. If I was to put anybody in charge of that particular lineup, it would be Existence. He just has the experience, he has the knowledge, and most recently, the thing that's always been lacking with Existence, and not to call him out in particular for that either, but it's that he hasn't been like this insane fragger, right? He was good, but he was never, your top of the scoreboard. Now, he's actually fragging, I think, better than what I've seen from him before. He's playing really well with this team, and it shows when he has those players to mold around him. Not saying that he's IGLing in like a selfish style, but he just plays so well with them that allows him to shine through individually as well. So I'm a big fan of this new NIP, a big fan of them. I understand why you would think, if you're G2 looking at them, like they're a relatively scary opponent, because if anyone's going to figure you out, it's either Angel on FPX or it's going to be the boy Existence, who's got his experience.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for that matchup now. And before I come to you, Lothar, I just wanted to quickly announce player of the match for this series. And that does go to G2's Zeke, who was on that battle breach on Split and reverted back to that Raze. Now, Lothar, Mixwell spoke about Zeke in his interview as well, saying that, he likes playing with someone who is flexible and he likes playing with someone who can play breach and Sky. And do you think now, Lothar, that Zeke is that solution to this G2 team?
I mentioned that before. I feel like he's not the solution, but he adds a lot of power to the team. And I do think that a team without flashes on attack is suffering a lot on maps like Split, like Ascent, like Icebox, and if I'm not mistaken, G2 because of that plays Sky on Icebox. So there's a lot of merit to how you should learn the game while trying to understand the meta game of the entire region as well. And I feel like Zeke is one of those players that can switch between a lot of agents. Like he was playing Sova, he was playing Raze, he was playing Breach, he was playing Sky. There's already a lot to learn, right? So, and I'm 100% certain when new characters, new agents were gonna be added to the game, he is probably gonna be that flex pick, if possible, of course, because I feel on most maps he's gonna be stuck to Breach, which I very much am a big fan of, or the Sky, because it feels like it fits him, Mixwell, if he isn't playing operator, he is the first guy that dashes on side, and Zeke is right behind him and getting those kills with him. So when he plays Breach, that is possible. When he's playing Raze, that is also possible, and that is the position that I love about him, that he plays in G2. So yeah, he's a very well-rounded player and very consistent.
Well, I'm not going to have you guys here with me tomorrow, so just before we sign off, I wanted to get a quick prediction from the both of you on which two teams you feel like are going to progress in the play-in stage. So, of course, that is Fnatic versus Guild, followed by Heretics versus Shakalaka. I love that name, I'm not going to lie. I wish I was a caster so I can be like, so I can cast their games and actually say the words Shakalaka over and over again. But yeah, Mitch, let's get your predictions. So who do you think are going through tomorrow? Fnatic, Guild, Heretics, or Shakalaka?
I think Mitch is either a statue right now or he disconnected.
Oh, okay. In which case, Lothar, feel free.
Maybe
to
Medusa
take that
did did cast a spell on him. But when it comes to my predictions, I would say Fnatic against Guild. I feel like I'm a big fan of Summon FC since First Strike. I really love how they play the game, how they approach the game, very collected, and actually they have a playbook. I love the way that they train like some setups on retakes as well. So big fan of that. And then when it comes to the second pair, Chakalaka is a Polish mix that plays for some time together right now. But I do think Team Heretics. Team Heretics is gonna take that one. They had a slip up in the best of 1 2 weeks ago, and they also will play without one player because Niso is taking place of a wounded player during the game, right? If I'm not mistaken, maybe something will change. But if that's not it, then we're gonna see Niso back in the lineup. But even then, Heretics is a very let's say consistent team, especially in best of 3s. So yeah, probably Heretics.
Mitch, you're back. I'm not sure if you heard my question earlier, but just before we sign off, would you kindly give me your predictions for tomorrow between Fnatic and Guild and Heretics and Shakalaka?
I will indeed, as long as my internet doesn't crash in the meantime. Happens sometimes. Fnatic and Guild, I mean, I have to go with Fnatic on that. Guild have just been a little bit too shaky recently. The results since First Strike, basically, and just before First Strike in the qualifiers, have not been great. I think they're really trying to find their footing and their identity. They look like a sick team on paper, but they haven't shown us the results, whereas Fnatic are the exact opposite. So they should be taking that one. And then Heretics, I mean, it has to be Heretics. First Strike finalists, winners versus Chakalaka. I don't know that team. I've looked at the player names. I recognize 1 or 2, but it would be surprising to me if Heretics lose that. And it's not a best of 1, so they shouldn't.
Thank you so much, Mitch, and thank you so much, Lothar, as well. We'll see you back here on Saturday as well. But that is all we have time for today. Congratulations once again to Alliance and G2. They will be playing their playoffs games on Saturday versus Wave and Nip. And thank you once again to my lovely casters, and of course to you guys who are watching at home. Don't forget that Fnatic will be taking on Guild tomorrow, followed by the First Strike champions, Heretics versus Chakalaka. We'll be back here with the pre-show at 5 p.m. tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Standing. One enemy remaining.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money. Thank you.